On. We've got Tsitsipas Djokovic at 7:30. We're counting down. The team's all ready. We're all getting excited. Kate and the Twilight Show on after this break.
Always a buzz with excitement, Garden Square is the heart of Melbourne Park. It's where the fans gather to watch the big screen action, shop for souvenirs and enjoy delicious food and beverages. Centrepiece at Garden Square is home to 3 stylish and exclusive dining experiences. Supernormal, Rock Pool Bar and Grill plus Penfolds Restaurant. Head to Garden Square and take in world-class hospitality as you take in the tennis.
Thinking of getting the kids on court? With Tennis Hot Shots, kids can swing into the action. Perfect for kids aged 3 through to 12. With Tennis Hot Shots, kids gain confidence, learn sports skills and make friends. Learn tennis for life and find your nearest club at play.tennis.com.au.
Want to take your Grand Slam tennis experience to the next level? Upgrade your ground pass to Rod Laver or Margaret Court seating and see all the biggest names battle it out on the world's biggest stage. Your year of tennis starts here at the AO. Go to ticketmaster.com.au/AO upgrades.
Fit as a fiddle or looking to step it up? Either way, cardio tennis is a great way to get active. Run by Tennis Australia accredited coaches, you can enjoy high-energy tennis drills, activities and challenges, and they're all set to a pumping soundtrack. Cardio tennis, the perfect program for beginner or intermediate players who are keen to work up a sweat.
Hello, I'm Svetlana Kuznetsova and you're listening to AO Radio.
Good evening and welcome to the Twilight Show. It's day 14 of the Australian Open. My name's Kate Lens, I'm your host. And tonight I'm joined, by the A-team, Stephanie Miles, tennis journalist, AO radio commentator and storyteller. Steph, welcome.
Bonjour. I'm going to do it all in French for the last day.
Brilliant. And I'll capture all of that and understand it all. Sam Duncan, Senior Lecturer in Sport and Media and Business. Welcome back, Sam.
Great to be with you, Kate and Steph. Really looking forward to chatting about all things over the last 24 hours and looking ahead to tonight.
Yes, well, it's the men's single finals night at the Australian Open with world number 3, Stefanos Tsitsipas, taking on world number 4, Novak Djokovic. But before we preview this evening's match, let's hear the highlights from the men's and women's doubles final.
It's a serve here, backhand cross-court from Kubler, coming across his knees, but he's netted the volley, and the come-on-yard for Rinky. As Kubler tried to put this ball, he turned his back. Zelensky put up the lob, he got there. Hijikata, awkward, overhead, he made it! Wow, into the ad court. Kubler turned his back on the play. He didn't think Zelensky was going to run it down, but he did. He's thrown up another lob here, Zelensky. This one to Kubler, lands in the corner of the ad court. This might come off for them. No, great return from Kubler there. And well done, Hijikata, in the middle of the court, putting away the backhand volley. He was way out of court, Zelensky. I thought he had the point, almost won. Kubler lands in. Now Hijikata at the baseline, hammers it at Nice. He's going to go there again. Nice, good volley. Hijikata, that's the winner! And he wants the crowd up and about as well. They go with him.
Yeah, putting his hand to his ear and raising his arms.
As Kubler puts away the volley, now he's going to put another one away. Nice is in the frame. Forehand to forehand. Hijikata puts one wide. Well done, Kubler. He's at the net again. Nice coming forward. He can't get that one. Oh, and they do the chest bump as well. Firing up the crowds. They had to win that point 3 times. Hijikata will serve. Nice, backhand, put away by Kubler. No. Zelensky's there. Backhand volley again by Kubler. Well done, Nice at the net. He's got to put it away. No, Kubler goes over the top. Zelensky reaches. Kubler gets there. Nice trying to put it away. Hijikata's fallen over. Zelensky's missed the ball. An unbelievable match point has seen the Aussie pairing of Ricky Hijikata and Jason Kubler win the Australian Open men's doubles title for 2023. 6-4, 7-6, the biggest moments in their career thus far.
Krejcikova here serving. Shibahara with the forehand up the line. That's perfect. Just use the pace of the serve to guide and redirect that one. Up the line. Krejcikova there covering, getting some decent depth, but that's outstanding from Ayama on the off forehand. just stroked that ball away for a winner. There's the double-handed forehand again. Now we're going to switch onto the backhand. She's going toe-to-toe with Siniakova. Cross-court here, the pair. Oh, and then up the line. Nice change up from Siniakova. The lob from Ayama. Perfect. Ready again. Shibahara here serves. This time onto the backhand. Great volley from Ayama. Saw that coming. Superb anticipation. Clubbed it away. Running around onto an awkward-looking forehand. Sits up high. Shibahara should. Oh, she doesn't really punish this. She gives Krejcikova another chance in Siniakova. Exchange of volleys at the net. Overhead from Shibahara. Second one. Still picked up by Siniakova. Oh, just long. The racket takes a couple of bounces on Rod Laver Arena from Siniakova, but really that was a high-quality point. Here's Krejcikova moving into another forehand. Oh, and Shibahara's out of position. Ayama does well to scurry across the baseline to cover this. Again, Ayama gets there with the another forehand here from Krejcikova. Right back at Shibahara and landed in. She left it, Krejcikova, and it lands in.
Yeah, they
wonderful
both did.
point.
They played that point beautifully.
Shibahara serves. Backhand from Siniakova's really good, but from Shibahara into the net on the backhand, and the screams are from the Czechs. Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova have won a second Australian Open title and confirmed their status as the preeminent pairing in women's doubles. They win in an hour and 23 minutes, 6-4, 6-3 over Ayama and Shibahara of Japan.
Well, let's start last night with the men's doubles final, and it was the wild card pairing. The Australians, Rinky Ichikata and Jason Kubler, defeating Jan Zielinski and Hugo Nys. Terrific match. It was a lot of fun.
It was a great moment for the Australians. It was a great moment for the Australians. That was probably, or will be, undoubtedly the highlight of their careers. And so a lot of people stayed around to see it, and they were just so pumped the whole time. People say people have nothing to lose. Well, they always have something to lose, tennis players, a tennis match, but they literally played like they had nothing to lose, that every single match they played and won was gravy. Must be nice to just feel that free and just swing away and have this moment.
And they deserve the moment too. And they deserve this moment too. I mean, sometimes you can toil away in a career and, you love the game, but you are confronted continually with obstacles. And Jason Kubler is one of those. He has a knee problem. He's had 6 knee surgeries, all to do with his meniscus. He's had other injuries such as his wrist. At 29 years of age, he gets to play on Rod Laver Arena in front of a big crowd with his partner and their Grand Slam doubles major winners. So, I mean, fantastic for them. I mean, Rinky had a wonderful time in the singles in round 1 as well, coming from 2 sets to love down to Jagger victory before he ran into Stefanos Tsitsipas. But yeah, they beat the number 1 seeds on the way to victory, and they thoroughly enjoyed themselves.
Is this their first match that they've tournament that they've played together as a pair?
I think so.
Yeah.
And certainly at the ATP or Grand Slam level. And Kubler was saying that Hijikata had asked him to play, and he was unsure about whether how nice must that be to decide whether or not you want to play a Grand Slam tournament? But that's the case with the Aussie players, and so they just decided to kind of give it a go, and look what happened. It's, these things happen. They happen more in mixed doubles. I mean, didn't Jarmila Gajdusova and Matthew Ebden win one year? I mean, Jarmila, Wolf, Gajdusova, Wolf, like that was really, really very random. And they won it anyways. I mean, I think Jack Sock and Melanie Oudin won the U.S. Open mixed doubles one year when they were just kids. So these things do happen, but the men's doubles generally runs a little bit more according to form. And the Tsitsipas brothers almost beat the number 1 seeds. These guys beat the number 1 seeds, which tells you, if you're a doubles player right now, that basically every tournament is up for grabs. And that hopefully will be motivating to many.
Yeah, well, I mean, they beat the number 1 seeds, I think 6-1, 6-3. There were a few tiebreakers along the way in their path to Grand Slam glory. There was a super tie break in there as well, but they clearly clicked. Wild card winners, and for the second year in a row, Australian winners.
How was the last point? That was nuts.
That was great. They're going to play that on a loop forever. They're just going to have a big TV in their house, just running that over and over and again until they're like 80 years old and still won't be tired of seeing it.
I think Hijikata was on the ground at one stage. I'm not sure that he actually saw the last point the last shot where it landed, but He soon found out.
And sometimes, through doubles or just through Grand Slams, there is a name that just pops up. I mean, Hijikata in that, first round singles had the smallish but full court crowd up and about, and he's grabbed the attention of many Aussies I know along the way too. And so he's only young, 21, so we'll see where his career goes. But again, for Jason Kubler, I think just a great reward for persistence. Yeah. Clearly someone that loves the game, because if you've had 6 knee surgeries, the temptation would be just to hang the racket up. But he's persevered, and this is a great reward for that.
And the women's doubles, Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova, they're the number one seeding, so they were expected to win. But it was once again another fun match with the Japanese pairing of Ayama and Shibahara. 6-4, 6-3. Steph, you called that match?
Yeah, it was a totally different vibe from the men's doubles final, because not only did you have the wild cards, you also had the unseeded pair of Nice and Zielinski, who've done well on tour, but never anything really huge. And so it was a great opportunity for both. And you could see by how devastated Nice and Zielinski were afterwards that, how they realized that this was an opportunity. They, just like the other two, it may never come along again for them. The vibe for the women's doubles final was completely different. And Krejcikova and Siniakova, it's weird. They don't play classic doubles. They don't even play great. But yet somehow they just combine in a way that they make shots when it matters. And, it's like fire and ice. Like one of them is annoyed all the time, and Krejcikova just kind of calms everything down. So it's an interesting dynamic, but I mean, was it 10 years ago? They won 3 of the 4 junior Grand Slams together. The only one they didn't win was this one because they had different partners. And then they hooked up at Roland Garros, and they won all 3. They won the European Juniors. They won it. They ran the table in whatever they played that year. But yeah, I wouldn't say they weren't excited. I'm sure they were excited, but it just wasn't the same vibe. I think that Ayama and Shibahara, who are the number 10 seeds after all, it was a great opportunity for them. And you could see Ayama, she was pretty devastated as well. But this is a team that got together before the 2020 Tokyo Olympics in the hope that they would get a medal. And Shibahara is basically a Southern California girl. She represents Japan. That's what she is. She went to UCLA. She was a Trojan. And then, of course, that got delayed a year. And meanwhile, in 2021, they won like 6 or 7 tournaments. They've done a great job. They're a very good team, but the Czechs are a great team.
They're a great team when it comes to Grand Slam events. Outside of that, though, in terms of just on the tour, they don't seem to win the finals. It's one of those really weird stats where, come the Grand Slam, they bring on their best game. But I think it was Krejcikova that was actually acknowledging the fact that they just haven't won any of the titles, or last year at least, on tour.
If they focused on it full time, they could. They're both very, very, very viable singles players. And obviously Krejcikova is a singles Grand Slam winner who's sort of trying to get back up to that level again. But Siniakova is a top 50, top 50 singles player with spurts. Like, she can have great weeks. So they don't have the same focus necessarily there. They peak for the big ones, which I feel is a good strategy for anybody.
And they did peak. They were barely troubled throughout the entire week. I think they lost 1 set early on, maybe in round 1 or round 2. Apart from that, they were so comfortable along the way. They've won, this event again.
Yeah, it's a good title defence, wasn't it?
Unbelievably good. So, if they're peaking for the big events, then, I think they could look forward to another good year. Do you think the women's final is played in the right time slot? It's always hard to give every single final its moment in the sun and try and maximise excitement around it and the crowd. Is it right where it is before the men's final on a Sunday afternoon as opposed to, I don't know, closer to the evening or even afterwards?
Well, that's it. It can't be after. Yeah. That's for sure. I think that it ideally, and I don't know why they're worried that women's doubles is going to take 4 hours or something, because it won't. I would put it, I would say, at 4:30 instead of 3, and that still gives you 3 hours to play with. They close the roof. I don't think there's been a drop of rain yet, but that way I think you get more people who will come a little bit earlier, which probably ends up making you more money because they're around a little bit earlier, and they'll just eat and drink and feed and water themselves even more. And I think it would give it a bit of a better crowd. Like that, this happens at most of the Grand Slams. It's tough to, say at Wimbledon, they'll play them on number one court sometimes, and they'll get a very, very good crowd there because at Wimbledon, everybody takes their seats if they can get one. There's no genius solution. I think that for the men and the men's, luckily there was an Aussie team because it's hard, in the men's doubles final the last 2 years because it's tough to follow, a singles final. Let's face it, that's a tough act to follow, but that's also in the right place.
Yeah, and it's a Saturday night. People,
exactly.
Can have a little sleep in. Well, some people get to have a sleep in. Some people. Not sure who they are, but the women's final match last night, Sabalenka defeating Rybakina. I thought it was a terrific match, 3 sets, and Sabalenka came from behind. It was the first set that she's dropped on her way through to the final, but she held a nerve.
It was pretty good. It's not going to go down as a classic all time, so let's not get excited by sort of the recency bias. But I will say that between the girls' final, the boys' final, and the women's singles final, the men have a level they need to try to measure up to because they were all really terrific. It was funny because at one point I was inside and I was listening to the commentators talk about this women's final, and they were like, "Have we ever seen a harder hitting, women's match than this one?" And on and on. I'm thinking, were you guys not there when, the Williams sisters and Capriati and Davenport and Celis were there? I would say that, but I think that probably is it's a instant reaction thing, but also the narrative lately has been, there's so much more variety in the women's game. Look at Ons Jabeur. She's got a drop shot and, this and that and the other thing. And then this one was just pure,
it was power.
Go ahead power. And it was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it was great. It was like fire and ice. And to see Sabalenka, where so many of the women have been struggling with so many things, to see her go in the opposite direction and put it all together right in front of your very eyes like that was really something else.
Which I think is what we look at in terms of this match, saying how great it was because we knew what she'd been through. And
absolutely.
Chalk and cheese in terms of 12 months ago. And Sam, you spoke of that earlier around.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, it's a great comeback. I mean, I don't think 12 months ago to now should be dismissed because 12 months ago she had 39 double faults in 2 matches preceding the Australian Open. In 4 matches at the Australian Open, she had 56. She had, the serving yips big time. I mean, it was remarkable that she still had 4 games, considering she had the serving yips. She still found a way to win despite that, which shows a little bit of, resolve and the ability to dig in. But if you compare that to now, I mean, the question always was, will she create the moment by getting to a final? And when that moment comes, will she take it? And she did last night. I mean, with 51 winners. It was, really for her, one of the, biggest moments of her life. But when she faced that, she took it. And I think there are a lot of doubters, perhaps before this year, who would have said, no, I don't think she ever will.
Well, she was my pick before the tournament. Just FYI.
Okay, not everyone.
Not everyone. Yeah, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. So here's the thing with her. The player who got all of the ink and the bandwidth and whatever before this one was Rybakina. Because she had a Grand Slam title, because everybody just seemed so absolutely enamored with the velocity on her serve, et cetera, et cetera. Well, here's the thing. Like Sabalenka's got a big serve.
Yeah.
Did everybody just forget this? She's got a big serve, and here's the difference between the two.
And how's that forehand?
That too. I mean, I happen to think that she's probably the most talented athlete on tour. That's my opinion. More than Swiatek, more than maybe Garcia is up there. Pretty close to that. I've always thought that about her. She hasn't even begun to even maximize the tools that she's capable of. But here's the difference between those two. As much talk as there was about Rybakina's first serve, her second serve is kind of a puffball. And most of the women do not do to that these second serves what they should, because they don't want to move into the court to take them because they're afraid to be caught in no man's land and then, I have to go to the net, or no, I have to scramble back. So they kind of tend to not attack second serves the way they should. Sabalenka has an excellent second serve, and last night she even added more pepper on top of that serve, and she was regularly in the 160s with her second serve. She took a few double faults, but she knew they would come. I mean, that was the strategy. She was very high risk on that, and then after the first set, she really started to go after Rebecca's second serve, which put pressure on her first serve, and that's what you should do. And I think a lot of players are going to be looking at that now, and they're going to say, "Oh, look at that second serve there. I was a little blinded by the first one, but that thing I can jump on."
Absolutely. I mean, one of Sabalenka's second serves last night almost clocked. I think it was 169, maybe not quite 170, but I mean, bang! Talk about going for it in the big moments. And I think you're quite right. I mean, Rebecca spoke about this after the game, that very few players can play like Sabalenka, and she was alluding to the fact that very few players puts her under immediate pressure following that second serve.
Right.
If you're going to sit
Why is that though?
Correct.
That's the question.
If you're going to set that second serve up to Sabalenka, she's going to go bang, which to your point puts pressure on the first serve, which in the third set fell down to, like 58, 59% because of that added pressure on the first set. So that aggressive, style from Sabalenka actually had that flow-on effect where the whole game started to swing in her favour, and it's because she identified the weakness and, executed.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the player isn't picking up on it, why on earth is the coach not picking up on this? And the stats come out after every match. They're available for all of us to see.
And like I said, the reason for that is because the women do not like being... Because if you want to take
forward into court,
if you want to take second serve on the rise, aggressively, you could be as close as like halfway between the service line and the baseline, and then from there they're not comfortable in that space, and then they don't. Should I go move forward? Should I scramble back? Most of the time they scramble back, and so that's one of the reasons why second serves do not get digested with the venom that they should be, and why the women are getting away with that kind of second serve. Now, the thing about Sabalenka, she's been a number one player in doubles. She doesn't come to the net that much in singles yet, but that's just one of the areas that she will be improving, because she's perfectly comfortable up there. So she's not worried about that. And as I said, those are lessons for many, many of the other players out there.
100%. Not all players can treat the second ball like Sabalenka does either. She has the ability to hit hard, hit deep, and with more power than a lot of players on tour. And so a lot of the times, people with softer second serves do get away with it, but not against Sabalenka, not last night anyway.
Well, earlier today, I caught up with AO Radio's Richard Evans to discuss the new generation of ATP players. Richard Evans, welcome to the Twilight Show.
Good to be with you, Kate.
You recently tweeted the question, who is going to win the most slam titles in the next 10 years? Have you worked out who the contenders are?
Well, for me, the two outstanding young players, we've still got Novak Djokovic, obviously very much on scene, and he may go on for years. Rafa Nadal may have a Roland Garros in him. We shall see. But for me, looking to the future, the two outstanding talents are the world number one, who we've tended to forget because he's injured and not here, is Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. And then the young Norwegian, who is in fact at number 10, Holger Rune, who looks to me to be every bit as good as Alcaraz. That will be determined in the coming year because they're bound to meet on various surfaces. I would put them in a slight category by themselves, but the interesting thing that has evolved this week is the rise of the young Americans. There are actually 13 of them in the top 100, but the two that stand out to me, despite the fact that Taylor Fritz is much more established and actually ranked at number 9 in the world, are Sebastian Korda, whose, of course, father won the Australian Open, and Ben Shelton, whose father, Brian, we all knew on the tour, a very good player. And those two have really looked to be something special. I would, although he's not an American, I would add to the group of potential future Grand Slam champions Jack Draper of Britain, because he has the guns. He seems to have the temperament, and he has this massive left-handed serve and big forehand. That's very similar to what Ben Shelton has to offer. The big left-handed serve and the big forehand. And Sebastian Korda is a different type of player, probably more all-round player, maybe really more multi-talented with a great temperament. And so those five I would pick out, with Alcaraz, of course, already having won one, but Rune, Shelton, Korda and Draper as future Grand Slam champions. Now, obviously, there are others who can upset the apple cart with that prediction, like Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime, who is just sort of almost on the brink of doing something sensational, but hasn't quite yet. But I expect him to. And so American tennis is in a very good place, because apart from the ones I've mentioned, there's also the interesting Jensen Brooksby, who's got a very different game. He totally confused people when he first came on the tour and reached that final on grass in Newport, and is a very determined and very hard-working young player. So he could move up from his current ranking of 39. There's Nakashima at 48. There's J.J. Wolf at 67. And, of course, we've had a semi-finalist, Tommy Paul, who has made big strides in his game in the last year, and may get even better. Whether he has a Grand Slam title in him, not proven yet, but he's certainly in the conversation.
So, Richard, is it a coincidence that we're seeing all of these young Americans come through at the same time, or is it something that has been put in place by the USTA that's now paying dividends?
I think the USTA has had a big say in the matter. A few years ago, Patrick McEnroe had a long spell as director of tennis, and he certainly improved the entire situation. They had the headquarters at Chris Evert's Tennis Academy near where I live in Boca Raton, and they were all headquartered there. They've now moved to Orlando. But I think the interesting thing is, obviously, you need the talent. But there's a group of them, a band of them, a happy band, because they're good friends, very important, but they push each other. And we've seen that in the past when you get a group of players and they become competitive, even to the extent sometimes of that being not very pleasant, but mostly it is. And this group seem to be getting on very well, and they will push each other to get better, which is great for American tennis.
So who do you think has the biggest career in front of them in terms of the Americans?
I must say, I like the attitude of Ben Shelton. He's a personality. He's more outgoing and more in your face than his father was, who's the nicest man in the world. But Ben plays with a smile, which is important, and he imposes himself. I'd never really seen him play before watching him here on the TV from Melbourne, and he comes through as someone who you want to watch. He's got this amazing game, and he's got a personality. Seb Korda is a very different personality.
His tennis
very
is
silent on court.
Yeah, and his tennis is quite different too. It
Totally,
doesn't to the usual. Well, it's not a usual American game, but it does look more European than it does American, the game style.
Yes, well, of course, he was brought up to an extent by his father, and he still goes back to Prague to practice, so he's very familiar with the whole European scene. And his game reflects that, because it is an interesting game. He puts his players off guard. You're never quite sure what he's going to do. He can do virtually anything. And it'll be fun to see him come through, because he's already gathering a big fan base, as will Ben, without any question.
Yeah, the thing I loved about Ben Shelton, I got to watch his match against Alexei Popyrin, was his ability to really engage with the crowd as well. It's not only about just how well he plays. He's got a huge serve. He's big off both sides. But in terms of his maturity at such a young age, just he really took the crowd out of that match very early on and won them over. And I think that just, it shows some maturity and something a little different to some other players who perhaps don't deal with those situations very well when they've got a crowd that is obviously not on their side.
No, I agree. I think in addition to all that, it's amazing to think, I mean, absolutely astounding, actually, given the world in which we live in tennis, that he'd never left the borders of the United States before he came down here, not even to Canada or Mexico, which is amazing. And that doesn't seem to have affected him at all because he obviously adapted very quickly. I think he found it all a bit strange because America is different to the rest of the world, as those of us who have traveled know full well. And he adapted to that very smartly, which suggests he's a very intelligent young man. And he's got this forceful but pleasant personality. And I agree with you, his ability to assert himself on court with his opponent and with the crowd is going to be a huge benefit to him.
So where was he playing his tennis if it wasn't outside of the States? What was happening on the weekends and during the week? Where was he playing competition?
Oh, he was playing all the challenges and he was playing the futures, and he was at a tennis academy, and his father was obviously there. I mean, you know, he didn't have to look for where to go, who to meet, because Brian Shelton's been on the tour forever and knows everyone and is very popular. So the entree was there. It was just purely American. I'd like to ask Brian when I next see him why he didn't go abroad. Was it a conscious decision on the part of the family that he shouldn't? If so, why? But it's interesting. And as I said, it doesn't seem to have been a problem for him.
No, it's certainly a different way of doing things, but that's right. You know, not everyone has to follow the same path, particularly when it comes to tennis. Back to Alcaraz and Rune. In terms of this year, what are you expecting to see? Alcaraz has already held the #1 ranking. He's won the US Open. Do you think that he'll take another title this year? And what are, in terms of Rune, what's the most likely first Grand Slam event that he'll win?
Well, the first thing I'm worried about is his physicality. He's very heavily muscled, and the fact that he's not in Melbourne tells you that he's already having problems at the age of 20, which is not a good sign. So I hope the people around him are working on that and making sure that he doesn't overdo things, doesn't train too hard, although I'm sure he's desperate to spend time on court. So assuming he's going to be fit, which is not 100% certain at the moment, but assuming he's going to be fit, has an injury-free year, I can't see him winning the French. Wimbledon is a possibility, and he could retain his title at the US Open. He is extraordinarily talented. And the same can be said, although we haven't seen enough of him yet, of Holger Rune, who seems to be a tougher personality, very serious young man, but pleasant enough, and a game that is quite startling. I mean, he hits his backhand as hard as anyone I've seen and has an all-round game, and he's a great athlete. And I think those two are going to dominate the sport in the foreseeable future. It just depends how well the Sheltons and the Corders and the Drapers come up and challenge them. I see that the mix. But then we can't discount Djokovic. I mean, Djokovic, if he goes on playing at the level he's played in Melbourne, he's going to win more Grand Slam titles.
So
no question about that.
Are we seeing the changing of the guard, or do you see that just over the next 2 years?
No, I think we're seeing the changing of the guard, but with Djokovic involved.
In terms of the match this evening, Richard, what do you think will happen? Is Tsitsipas, does he have what it takes to beat Djokovic this evening?
I think he's got a chance. You know, obviously, looking at the way Djokovic has played this past 2 weeks with the thigh injury that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore, you have to make him a heavy favourite. But there have been moments, and we've seen it, you know, over a long career, where Djokovic can have a bad day. He was caught by surprise totally when he first played against Khachanov in the Paris indoor final. Karen Khachanov hit him off court. He'd never seen him before, and he couldn't believe it. And so and he knows that Tsitsipas is a very dangerous opponent. His athleticism, his variety, his shot making all make him a very, very dangerous opponent. And if the Greek can really hit the top of his game and not be overawed by the occasion, which I think Tsitsipas is too experienced now to be overawed by a Grand Slam final. He's already been at one. I think he's got a chance, not a huge chance, but I think an upset is a possibility.
And in terms of the slams for the rest of this year, you've said that Alcaraz is likely or possibly could win the US Open again. So maybe Djokovic tonight, but then who for French and who for Wimbledon?
You've got to say Nadal is in the mix at the French, and Djokovic. I mean, Djokovic is in the mix for all of them because he's won all of them, and if he's playing at his absolute best, he can win them all again. So, you know, we'll be talking Grand Slam. Hello, Rod Laver. Lovely to see him in his seat. Wonderful to see Rocket sitting next to Ken Rosal. I mean, for those of us who grew up with those two, that was a terrific sight. But Djokovic can do the Grand Slam.
Thank you, Richard Evans, for joining us on The Twilight Show. We'll see you again in 2024. Well, turning our attention to tonight's match, can Stefanos Tsitsipas win his first major, or will Novak Djokovic win a record equaling 22nd Grand Slam title? Let's hear their respective paths to the final.
Stefanos Tsitsipas opened things up with Quentin Allies.
Move around nicely there, Tsitsipas.
An hour and a half was all it took for Rinky Hijikata.
Cross-court forehand approach, scrambled back by Hijikata, volley-controlled winner from Tsitsipas, just emphasising that the match is in the palm of his hands right now.
Cruisy win over Talon Griekspoor.
Stefanos gets the lob, Griekspoor underneath it, goes the smash, lobbed once more by Tsitsipas, do it again,
Andy Murray would be proud.
Yannick Sinner almost out-finessed him in a five-setter.
Sinner forehand up the line, that misses long, and Stefanos Tsitsipas roars as he gets that break right back.
Tsitsipas throws a lob volley. Tsitsipas is there. That's how Sinner gets it. Tsitsipas puts the volley away. That is an outstanding point.
Wow!
Some clutch play over Yuri Lehechka.
Tsitsipas serving into the body. Lehechka gets the forehand long.
And that's Tsitsipas.
Waving his arms like an eagle there, Mark. Forehand inside in. Tsitsipas stretches it back. It's a volley into the net from Lehechka. Perfect dip on the ball from Tsitsipas, who roars in response.
Karen Hachanov helped him regain his confidence.
Hachanov's read that, goes cross court. Tsitsipas with a lob volley. Hachanov will get there. Throws it behind lob. Tsitsipas lets it go and it's long. This match has had everything.
Oh, it has. I wanted to see that point go longer then.
Slice up the line by Hachanov, cross-court point for Tsitsipas, the winner! How the hell did he stay at that point? Unbelievable!
Dan does the serve out wide. The forehand is long from Hachanov. The ball sails into the stands from a victorious Stefanos Tsitsipas. He's into the final at the 2023 Australian Open.
Novak Djokovic eased into things over Roberto Carballes Baena.
Carballes doing brilliantly to say, and the slices of forehand. That angle is outstanding from Djokovic. And Carballes couldn't get near it.
Enzo Quacko stole a set from him.
Smashes it. Djokovic is there again. It sits up. Surely Quacko has a go at this. Goes cross court. Djokovic, though, with the brilliant backhand. Low down, right at the feet of Quacko.
Grigor Dimitrov started off well, but not well enough.
Up defensively from Dimitrov. Can he get another one back? He does. Makes Djokovic play another one. And here's another bunt back from Dimitrov. And Djokovic finally puts this away at the fourth attempt, and even he can manage a little smile.
Novak gave a masterclass to Alex de Minaur.
De Minaur will get there, goes up the line, but Djokovic is covered in with a volley into the open court. And he's toying with it. It's like a cat with a mouse that's half been caught.
Andre Rublev barely made a dent.
Out wide, backhand for Rublev, short. Djokovic back that way for a winner. He's looking strong. He's looking very strong, is Novak Djokovic.
Tommy Paul was just a speed bump.
Who serves, and from Tommy Paul this flies long. And it's another enormous statement from Novak Djokovic. 10 semi-finals in Melbourne, 10 wins.
You're unbelievable.
Well, Stefanos hasn't beaten Novak since 2019. Can he do it tonight?
Well, yeah, he won 2 of the first 3, and he probably figured, I got this guy. and then this guy rolled off 9 in a row. In his on the plus side, the last couple of times, he's played him in Grand Slam tournaments, and he went 5 sets with him twice at the French Open. But I think clay is where Tsitsipas feels pretty good about his game. And on a hard court, on this court against Djokovic, I hope he can take a set. I don't know if the crowd's going to get involved. I don't know if Djokovic might get annoyed and go off in a bit of a patch like he did in that first set against Tommy Paul. It feels as though for this to be super competitive or a huge upset, a lot of different things have to happen, and they all have to happen, and I'm not sure they will.
It's hopefully going to be a great match, but I mean, Djokovic is playing so well since the De Minaur match in particular. I mean, early doors, first couple of games, there were, question marks about his hamstring. He did look a fraction proppy, but gee, he looks as solid as ever at the moment. I mean, I'm pleased it is Tsitsipas because as the draw sort of played out and a lot of the seeds kind of went by the wayside, I think for a week now, people were eyeing this particular match off, and there aren't many in that sort of top bracket, top 10, that I think can take Djokovic to the distance here, whereas I think Tsitsipas possibly can. Again, a lot of things have to go right, but he does have variation in his game. He does have that sort of X factor. He has taken him to 5 sets twice before at Grand Slam level. Steph mentioned even in the most recent losses, they've been very competitive. We're talking tie-break sets or maybe one, tight break of serve. So I think it is possible, but gee whiz, not probable. I'm going for Djokovic, probably in 4.
Steph?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Djokovic in 4, barring extraneous drama.
I'm hoping for drama tonight. Well, Steph and Sam, thanks so much for joining me on the Twilight Show. It's been an absolute pleasure. But we're now heading across to Rod Laver Arena for the men's singles final here on AO Radio.
Live around the grounds on 99.7 FM. Coming to you via the internet at ausopen.com. And in the palm of your hand with the official Australian Open smartphone app. Here's all the highlights from the Australian Open.
We've reached the final match of what's been a remarkable 2023 edition of the Australian Open, and the tournament is set to go out with a bang. Novak Djokovic is aiming to build on his enormous dynasty at Melbourne Park. There's been plenty of talk of injuries slowing him down. Djokovic has been brilliant, dropping just the 1 set en route to his 10th final here. He has 9 trophies in the cabinet already and will extend his lead at the top of the men's title winners list and his remarkable unbeaten streak at Melbourne, which stands at 27 if he manages to win tonight. Over the other side of the net is Stefanos Tsitsipas. The 24-year-old has a steely determination this year, dropping just the 3 sets en route to tonight's final. He's bidding to become the first Greek player in history to win a major title, but the stats are against him. Tsitsipas trails the head-to-head 10-2, and Djokovic has won his last 9 matches against him, including that Roland Garros decider. But Tsitsipas feels at home here, and he'll have plenty of support as he looks to solve the Djokovic riddle. Alongside the trophy tonight, the winner will also be the new world number 1, so plenty on the line. It's Novak Djokovic and Stefanos Tsitsipas in the 111th Australian men's singles final, and you won't miss a minute of the action live on AO Radio. Hello and welcome to Rod Laver Arena. Under the roof, the weather has closed in. A little bit of rain leading up to this match, and all is in readiness. The Sir Norman Brooks Trophy stands in the middle of the court, presented on court by Ken Rosewall. The players are backstage. They'll be appearing shortly. It's a capacity crowd. It's going to be a fun match tonight. Plenty of Serbian fans, plenty of Greek fans, and plenty of neutrals just wanting to see an epic encounter between these two. It's AO Radio. We are live on 99.7 FM, ausopen.com/AO Radio. Of course, via the smartphone app. We're also on ESPN Radio in the United States via Sirius XM. And, of course, Vision Australia Radio have been with us right from the start of the tournament, live across Australia tonight. Settle in and enjoy what promises to be an exciting final. Remember, you can get in touch with us as well. Kate Kearns will be reading your emails this evening, aoradio@tennis.com.au. That's the email address, aoradio@tennis.com.au, and ausopen.com/AO Radio, and fill out the Ask the Booth form. Well, despite what I was thinking there, the rain has stopped, so the roof is actually opening now at Rod Laver Arena. Interesting, just ahead of this one. The players are not too far away. And to get us going, I'm Peter Mercado. Great to be here again for another men's singles final, and I'm very excited to be alongside Jill Cravis. Hello, Jill.
Good evening. It's
Lovely
so
to be
great.
with you again.
Yeah, it's so great to be here. I mean, what a stage. I'm so excited for this final. It's going to be a really good one. I'm glad they're opening the roof, too. It's they try and keep it open. It's supposed to be an outdoor tournament, so it's good to see that the weather has cooperated, and they are opening the roof, so that's great news.
Absolutely. So it won't be too far away before we see the players arriving out on court, and special moments now. We actually had the privilege of being out on Rod Laver Arena a little bit earlier this afternoon, and Novak Djokovic walked past us. He was hitting up here on the main court. Everyone had left the building, and it was just good to see him out there. He looked pretty relaxed. He looked pretty happy with the state of where things are, ready for another major final here at a court he calls his own.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably practiced a little bit earlier, but you always want to just come out and warm up a little bit more before the match. So after the women's doubles final, got the opportunity to do that. Goran came out first with a couple hitting partners, and then Novak a little bit further behind, but didn't hit for very long, probably about 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes, just to get the body warm, just to get the feel for the court again, even though he has a ton of experience on this particular court. But so he did. He looked very, very relaxed, yes.
Yeah, good to see. And Stefanos Tsitsipas, he warmed up on Margaret Court Arena a little bit earlier today. So, yeah, the players, they know what to do. They've been in this situation. Tsitsipas has been in this situation, but right from the start of the year playing United Cup, he's just, as I mentioned in the opener, had this steely determination to win this major title, and he feels that now it's his time.
I think so. I think this is the most ready that I've seen him. I know in that Roland Garros final, that one hurt him a little bit. It broke his heart being up 2-0 and then ended up losing to Djokovic. But the fact that that's already happened in a final, that he's faced Djokovic in a final, I know this is pretty much Djokovic's court, I guess you could call it, because this is his most successful slam. But I think the fact that Tsitsipas had that match against him, I think will give him a little bit more experience. But this is the most focused, I would say, I've seen Tsitsipas throughout an entire 2-week event, which is great to see. I think he's been very zoned in. He looks ready for this moment. So I don't know. I feel like he has a chance, even though Djokovic is the favorite.
Well, the players backstage, they're still in the locker room, actually, so they'll get the call to court shortly. I know Wayne McEwen, the tournament referee, is here, and he's just looking at the watch and just glancing down and saying it's probably time that we have some players out here. Hopefully the weather holds, because, as I say, about an hour ago, we had a bit of a rain shower make its way across Melbourne. It should be okay from here, but we'll see how it all comes together and whether we do need to shut the roof. But good news is that it's open. We're sitting on 20 degrees Celsius at this stage, just a light breeze, 81% humidity, and according to the forecast, it's sitting at cloudy. Winds southerly, 15 to 20 kilometres per hour, and looking at the weather radar, it doesn't look like there's any further showers coming up after the one that we just had. So I think we're okay, and we will complete this match under the roof. Tsitsipas making his way through and getting ready. Right back of stage, the psychology of all of this, about what time they get out of the locker room and how they go about it. Djokovic is already out there, and just some last-minute encouragement from his team for Tsitsipas. Djokovic just trailing behind him. Tsitsipas will be the player to walk out first, and away they go. They make their way down the Walk of Champions. And there's always that intimidation factor too, Jill, because you will have to walk past Novak Djokovic and all of those titles that he's won.
That would be intimidating, but Tsitsipas doesn't look like he's looking at anything right now. He's just looking down as they're walking down the tunnel. Like you said, Tsitsipas going first, and Djokovic, just a little smile on his face as he was following Tsitsipas behind him. So almost there.
Yep, and so he's got his head bowed, Stefanos Tsitsipas. The game face on. I think the memories, both players said that they forgot about the Roland Garros final. They didn't forget.
How can you forget about that?
Didn't happen. He's got a clear memory of it, and he wants to turn that around when he was 2 sets to love up and was getting the job done, but Djokovic managed to turn it around. The countdown is on. Let's bring the players out onto court for the men's singles final.
It's the men's singles final on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome Australian Open third seed, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Novak Djokovic.
Well, you'd have to say the roar for Djokovic, just slightly shading the one for Tsitsipas. Both strong, though, and it creates this cauldron atmosphere that we have on Rod Laver Arena tonight.
You think so? I thought it was pretty even.
It was even, but I thought Djokovic just the edge. Not much, like 51-49.
We're being competitive.
Gosh, you got the game face on, Jill. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Let's not battle in here. But they'll make their way out onto courts. Oh, and the last of our hot shotters to toss the coin. Now, what's going on here? They're putting a plinth out. And again, Wayne McEwen is having to do bag duty for Novak Djokovic.
That's happened twice now, right? I feel like that seems like a superstition.
That's not his job. Now, what's going on here? The trophy is making its way back out to where it was positioned right on top of the net here on Rod Laver Arena. So I think that'll be part of the picture, the security with the gloves, of course. You can't handle it without the gloves unless you win the title. Anyway, Stefanos is there with... And here comes Novak. Let's have the toss of the coin and the final instructions.
Hello, how are you? Can we start with a photo this way, please? One with Novak and one without him. If you stand here. And then one with only you guys. You come with me. Thank you. So same conditions. Stefanos, you will be blue for the towel. Okay, you will be red for the towel. Red? Okay. Any questions? Novak?
Oh, they've saved the best for last.
Sir?
Djokovic will win the toss and will serve. And he'll stay at our end of the court. What a toss of the coin, though. That hot shot, a magnificent elevation. One of the best that we've seen for the tournament. And now they've got to get the trophy out of the way because they've got to start the warm-up.
But the little tot was sprinting off the court with a huge smile on his face. That was so cute.
Louise Azamar-Engzel will be our chair umpire for tonight's match. Players getting into their warm-up. Oh, there's so much you can talk about with both of these players. It's so hard. Like, I've got my stats and facts and figures and everything in front of me, and I could rattle them off, but I'd be going halfway through the second set by the time I got through all of them. Look, basically it comes down for me that Djokovic 10-2 head-to-head record. They met 4 times last year. 3 out of the 4 were on hard courts, and he was only able to take 1 set along the way, Tsitsipas. That was in Paris-Bercy, the tournament at the end of the year indoors in the semi-final, and of course the epic final that Djokovic played against Olga Runa. 6-2, 3-6, 7-6 was that result. And then they played, of course, the Nito ATP finals, and it was Djokovic 6-4, 7-6 on that occasion. How does Tsitsipas solve the Djokovic puzzle tonight, Jill?
You know what was interesting about that head-to-head? I mean, I know it's huge in favor, 10-2, but they've played twice at a slam, Roland Garros, and both went 5 sets. So on the big stage, it went the distance, which I find kind of interesting. I know that was on clay, but I think that's a good sign for Tsitsipas to be able to push Djokovic even when it was in a slam. You know, because some of the other matchups were straight sets, but I think, to answer your question, I think he's going to have to come into the net when he can a little bit more. That's something that he's been incorporating into his game more often in these 2 weeks. So I think that's going to be a good tactic if he's able to get there. I mean, the depth is going to be important, so then he can actually sneak in. I mean, it's no secret that he's going to have to serve exceptionally well, and I would even love to see him maybe try and throw in a few serves and volleys just to surprise Djokovic a little bit. But he's got to be willing to hang in to long rallies. We've said that about every single one of Djokovic's opponents because it is so important, because Djokovic is never going to go away. And then the longer the match gets, the more he gets locked in and gets consistent. So I think that variety and maybe looking to come forward for Tsitsipas is going to be important.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Djokovic, if he plays the way he did in the semi-final in that first set, then he's got a really good shot, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and he'll have belief that he can take sets off Djokovic. But if Djokovic plays the way he did in the quarterfinal, he will be very, very hard to stop. In terms of margin tonight, I'm predicting Djokovic. I'm not really going out on a limb there, but look, it's hard to see Tsitsipas winning 3 sets, but I can see there's a case for him winning 2. So, on that basis, I'm saying 4 or 5 sets tonight.
Okay, but Djokovic in 4 or 5.
Correct.
Okay, I think if it's 5, you have to edge Djokovic. Obviously, he has some more experience in the 5-setters, but I'm one that always likes an upset, so I'm going to go Tsitsipas in 4.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm actually feeling that, but that's what I'm going to go with.
Well, what do our listening audience right around the world think? AO Radio at tennis.com.au. There's the roar for Djokovic here. It's a long introduction from James Sherry, the court announcer. It's a good one, though. AO Radio at tennis.com.au on the email, odds.open.com/AO Radio, and fill out the Ask the Booth form. Make sure you tell us where you're listening and who you are. Otherwise, Kate will make up a name for you. We'll get to Kate Kearns throughout the match this evening. But do let us know. It is our final night on air for Australian Open 2023. And it is a packed house. I don't think I see too many spare seats at the moment. People are running to get to their chairs. They don't want to miss any of the action tonight, Jill, which is great to see.
I don't see any. It's so packed in here, and you can see it well before the players walk down on the court. Everyone getting to their seats so early just to make sure they could see the players walk out into the court. You heard the huge cheers for each player. It's just it's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere.
Yeah, it's been a great fortnight. I mentioned it before we were recording something else, Jill. You and I have been busy today. No wonder you're jumping on a plane tomorrow, sick of the sight of me. But I was saying that
that's not true, by the way.
The Australian Open is back. The Australian Open is back to what we saw prior to COVID. So the 2020 event, we're back to that. I mean, there'll be record crowd, no doubt about that tonight. I'm sure Jane Hedley, the president of Tennis Australia, will mention how big the crowds have been. And it's had that atmosphere. It's had that party atmosphere. It's been restriction-free. And this is just a great way to top it all off.
Not only in Rod Laver Arena, but around the grounds as well. Just walking around the grounds, I made a point of doing that almost every day just to feel the buzz, and it was so lively and so energetic, and it was awesome. And this stadium has just been incredible. The energy, the atmosphere has just been great.
The time for talking is over between these two. Novak Djokovic will serve first in the 2023 Australian Open men's singles final. Enjoy it, folks. We'll be bringing it to you here on AO Radio. So, again, someone calling out. I think it's going to be that sort of night.
Yeah, I think so.
The opening point, Djokovic from our commentary end serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas. But his first serve is false. Second serve. Tsitsipas just a metre or so from the baseline currently. He'll step in on this second ball. The serve onto the forehand of Tsitsipas, plays it up the line, but he's pushed that wide, and it's 15-love.
Being aggressive on that second serve, also something that you're going to see Tsitsipas try and put that pressure on right away. You want to try and get Novak on the move if you can from the very start.
Not a spare seat in the house on Rod Laver Arena. Not a spare seat to be had at Garden Square either. Serve here, the backhand of Tsitsipas. Forehand cross into the juice corner by Djokovic, and the forehand up the line goes wide. He's on the stretch there, Tsitsipas, and it's 30-love.
That looks so easy for Novak. Just easily putting the forehand into the open court.
There's not a spare spot to be had on Grand Slam Oval. The grounds are jam-packed tonight. Not just here in Rod Laver Arena. As Djokovic serves out wide, an ace. First for the match, and he goes to 40-love in the opening game.
Already a huge roar for just a few points of the match already.
Oh, they've got to conserve energy. You know, this could be a long one tonight. As Djokovic prepares. And the serve comes in now. Down the tee, misses, long. Second serve. And we wait now for this serve to come in. The serve onto the backhand of Tsitsipas. That's cross court. Up the line goes Djokovic, but he played all off that. And it went wide and just sort of raised his eyebrows slightly. It's 40-15.
He didn't even know what happened on that backhand. He shocked himself, completely mistimed that. Got so late on that backhand.
You can hear the crowd divided as Djokovic, with 2 game points in the opening game of the match. 35 years of age, as we know. He'll go back to world number 1 if he wins. The serve here out wide, missing. 21 majors. He'll equal Rafael Nadal, the 22 mark, if he's able to win this evening. Second serve. And running around playing the forehand up the middle of the court is Tsitsipas. Cross forehand's a winner from Djokovic. No problems there. A little bit of short angle stuff. And he holds in the opening game of the match here on AO Radio.
It's so precise from the beginning, Djokovic, that forehand cross. Already noticing going for the angle rather than the depth on those couple forehands, because Tsitsipas pretty far back in the court.
As the players, one of my bugbears about why the matches go long, deciding to have a drink as well. It's not a sit down, folks. Well,
just a little pause.
The win predictor, as you know, I love the win predictor. 79% for Djokovic, 21% for Tsitsipas.
Okay.
Based on the body of work, it's probably right.
The head-to-head, yeah.
Yep.
10-2 for Novak.
So it'll be Stefanos Tsitsipas now, serving from our commentary end. As I mentioned right in the intro, beginning to become the first Greek player in history to win a major title. As he prepares now, does Stefanos. The serve down the tee, misses. It's interesting, the passage of time too, Jill. He's only 24, but it's one of those ones like, I feel he's been around for longer.
I do too.
Serve here, the backhand of Djokovic. Find up the line from Tsitsipas. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas goes up the line of the juice court. Back up that line from Djokovic. Forehand to forehand they go. Blocked back by Djokovic. Tsitsipas in the end court. Playing an off forehand now. Djokovic is there with a slice backhand defensive. Lands right in the corner of the court. Too much for Tsitsipas. Forehand goes up the line into the net. It's love 15.
I also feel like he's been around for a lot longer, because I remember seeing him in juniors. The first ever junior event was here. I saw him in Traralgon. That was the first time I ever saw him play, and that felt a long time ago. That's why I feel like he's been around for so long.
Junior world number 1.
Yep.
Was destined for big things. Not everyone makes that transition, but certainly Stefanos has. As the serve here down the tee, missing from Tsitsipas. Second serve. Just adjacent to the baseline is Djokovic as he leans into a backhand cross-court. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Going the other way now is Djokovic. Forehand to forehand, both players. Now forehand up the line from Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. They work the backhand now in the ad court. Good loop on that ball from Tsitsipas, and he's made a hash of that forehand. That's gone big, way big, and it's love 30.
I just completely mistimed that. Really big mishit from Tsitsipas on the forehand. That's the other thing Tsitsipas has been trying to do, is get that heaviness on that backhand side, trying to push Djokovic off the baseline. Djokovic took that last one so early, came back so quickly to Tsitsipas.
So he prepares, 5 minutes up on the Rolex clock. Hello, Rolex. As the serve coming in from Tsitsipas. Out wide, an ace. That's the outstretched racket of Novak Djokovic. It's 15-30. Good crowd tonight.
It's a really good crowd.
Sometimes the corporates snap them all up and you don't get this atmosphere, but they are in the house, the Greek fans and the Serbian fans. They're everywhere. There's a serve from Tsitsipas onto the forehand of Djokovic. Into the 8 court, up the line goes Tsitsipas. Back up that line from Djokovic. Cross court, backhand now. Plenty of loop from Tsitsipas. Now he hammers one cross court. Backhand to backhand we go in the 8 court. Good angle from Tsitsipas, matched by Djokovic. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. He went for it and he went long. Early break points for Djokovic. It's 15-40.
Djokovic just staying so steady on the backhand cross court, almost tempting Tsitsipas to be the one to change direction. And he took the bait. He set up actually pretty well to hit that backhand down line, just came off it slightly.
So the early pressure for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Second game of the match, facing break points. Tsitsipas serves, blocked back by Djokovic into the bottom of the net. It's 30-40.
He's going to have to mix up that serve quite a bit. Try to keep Djokovic guessing. Don't always go to the same spot.
So, preparing again, Tsitsipas still facing break point. Serves down the tee. What a return from Djokovic on the forehand. Cross-court backhands both players now in the 8 court. Djokovic up the middle of the court. Tsitsipas with the cross forehand. Forehand cross 2 from Djokovic. We're in the juice court. Forehand to forehand, slugging it out. Too deep from Djokovic. Break point saved. We're at juice.
And that was an excellent return from Djokovic. I don't know how he got his racket on that ball and produced a really good deep return, but good job from Tsitsipas to be able to defend against that and get an offensive position in that point.
Settling to the task. As the serve from Tsitsipas out wide, misses. He has experience in big matches, does Stefanos, but imagine still be feeling the nerves a little bit early on. Big occasion for him. This serve, the backhand of Djokovic, up the middle of the court, cross-court forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand with angle from Djokovic, matched by Tsitsipas. Now going up the line is Djokovic, slice here defensive on the backhand from Tsitsipas. He'll lean into another one here in the 8 court. Backhand to backhand we go, and the backhand netted from Djokovic. Game point now for Tsitsipas at advantage.
That was another great serve, a big serve on a second serve from Tsitsipas. So important to not always give Djokovic the same pace, same look. Important, that variety is so important against someone that returns so well.
So Tsitsipas prepares. And this one, out wide, an ace! Saves the break points, hold serve, 1 game all in the opening set, and that is a triple zoomer. That serve, right in the junction on that sideline. 8 minutes in, 1 game all.
I mean, I know it's only the second game, but I think it was really important for Tsitsipas to hold there, just to keep the pressure on. You don't want to get down an early break against Djokovic. It can happen quickly, so it was really good that he got on the board right away.
Keep your messages coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au. aoradio@tennis.com.au or ausopen.com/AO Radio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form. Kate Kearns will be getting to in a moment. Serve down the tee from Djokovic. The short reply from Tsitsipas. Up the line goes Djokovic with the forehand drive volley. A high lob now from Tsitsipas. Misses the baseline. And it's 15-love.
It was the right shot just to loft it up there. Tsitsipas, that's one area where Djokovic can sometimes be vulnerable, is on the overhead. So it's a good play to just loft it up when you see Djokovic coming forward.
Yeah, takes that forehand drive volley. You know he's feeling confident as he prepares again from the far end. Djokovic serves down the tee. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Took it up the line, but it went wide, and it's 30-love.
That's a part of Djokovic's game that he's consistently worked on, is the placement of his serve. He's been hitting his spots so much better on that first serve in particular.
So he settles in again. Tsitsipas just a couple of metres from the baseline to receive this first ball from Djokovic, which is out wide, and the cross forehand well wide from Tsitsipas in reply. It's 40-love. In terms of time that they've spent on court during the Australian Open for 2023, 14 hours and 42 minutes for Djokovic, 15 hours and 12 minutes for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Not much to split him there. As a serve down the tee, forehand from Tsitsipas. Cross forehand from Djokovic. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Up that line for a winner goes Djokovic. And that's a statement right there. We're on serve in the opening set. It's 2-1 on AO Radio, live around the world.
It's just so difficult to tell where he's going to hit the ball, and Djokovic is just so good on both wings with that big shoulder turn. That's what helps disguise the shot, and he can just flick it any direction. That's what makes him even more difficult to play, is trying to guess where he's going to hit the ball.
Well, we're downstairs, upstairs, and having done a sterling job, a fantastic job on the Twilight Show each and every night here on AO Radio, Kate Kearns, our marathon woman, is in position. Folks, she runs marathons for fun, and she's going to be reading out your messages this evening. Hello, Kate.
Hey, Pete, we might be going a marathon tonight, I think.
Well, that's why we have you on board.
We hope so. Well, the first email we've got through, and it's actually to Jill in the team.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark from Sydney says, thanks for making the Australian Open so much fun. I'm going for a Tsitsipas win. And Jill, it's great to know you got your block of Whittaker's Hokey Pokey chocolate. They're fantastic.
Well, it was great, and I love the suggestion. I'm so happy Mark wrote in again, so I could tell him that I did actually find it. I was so excited. I got the last one on the shelf, so that's awesome. Thank you so much.
And Dan is listening from San Antonio. He said, finally have the overnight shift off. Dan's one of our regulars, but still have a multitask. He's actually... He's watching Daytona on the big screen, listening to us, obviously in his ears, and he's got a lot going on at home, but he's going to miss all of us over the having done a wonderful job over the past 2 weeks.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you. And he's also going for Tsitsipas. There's a lot of love.
Okay,
for Stefanos.
Let's get the Norlay love happening. Right to Kate.
Sure, it's about to flow through.
Yes, we'll come back to you in a moment, Kate. Thank you for that. As Tsitsipas prepares at 1-2 in the opening set. The men's singles final on AO Radio. The first serve goes into the nets. Second serve. And this one will go to the backhand of Djokovic. It's a deep ball, and Tsitsipas can't handle the backhand reply. Puts it into the net. Love 15.
Well, Djokovic flew through that return, really jumped up as it kicked up high on his shoulders. Did a good job of getting that ball in the strike zone.
Both of these players haven't lost yet in 2023. 11-0 for Djokovic, 10-0 for Tsitsipas. As Tsitsipas serves out wide and misses wide. Second serve. Djokovic really stepping in. He's on the baseline to take this ball as a backhand cross court. He unleashes a backhand there to Tsitsipas. Backhand to backhand. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross court forehand from Djokovic. Big forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand to forehand in the juice court. Now up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross backhand from Djokovic. Backhand to backhand they go. As now he unleashes up the line Tsitsipas. Cross forehand from Djokovic. He slipped over. He's still back in that juice court playing a forehand. Now he gets one up the middle. He slices cross court with a backhand. And now he'll go big backhand cross court. We're in the ad court. Longest rally of the match. Good angle from Tsitsipas. A high ball from Djokovic. Tsitsipas coming in playing the forehand. Drive volley. And not even Djokovic could get to that in the ad court. An amazing point from Stefanos. It's 15 all. It was 25 shots.
That was an amazing point from both, really. I mean, the movement of Djokovic on the baseline. He did slip, was able to stay balanced and get back in that point, but smart for Tsitsipas to take that ball out of the air. He's going to have to do that when he gets those moments.
Yep. You mentioned it right off the top, Jill. And that was plan A. He was listening to you. As this first serve goes into the nets from Tsitsipas. 15 all, 1-2 opening set. AO Radio tonight. Final night of broadcast for 2023. Don't worry, folks. We'll be back next year. The second serve of the forehand of Djokovic. Cross-court backhands now from both players as Tsitsipas unleashes on one. Djokovic goes up the line hard. Cross-court forehand is a shorter ball from Tsitsipas. Back that way from Djokovic. Again at the service line. He plays a cross backhand. Backhand to backhand. Both players in the ad court. Great angle from both. Slice there from Tsitsipas. Up the line goes Djokovic and he can't handle that again. Tsitsipas. He flies the forehand well over the baseline. And it's 15-30.
Just a few shots in that rally that landed maybe just an inch or two past the service line. So just too short from Tsitsipas on a couple of those. You can tell that he was going to get in trouble. He trying to change it up with the slice, but that one landed too short as well.
Just feel the anticipation in the crowd as well. Again, Garden Square, if you're familiar with the site, there is not a seat to be had out there or on Grand Slam Oval, anywhere on the site. As the serve coming in. Tsitsipas out wide. That's a nice one. Djokovic, I think, got the tip of his racket to it, but there's no way he's going to do anything with that. It's 30 all.
That was big serve from Tsitsipas. Djokovic, who returned so well, was actually late going to that. That's how quick it was. It's past him already by the time he made a move for it.
193 all for you. 120. Jill.
Thank you.
MPH. The serve here down the tee, missing. And for all our friends listening in the United States tonight via ESPN Radio, presented by Sirius XM, as the serve here onto the forehand of Djokovic, cross court, back that way from Tsitsipas. Djokovic resets, puts it deep into the juice corner, and that's a floating forehand. It drifts wide from Tsitsipas. Break point for Novak. 30-40.
Again, just good movement from Novak. Tsitsipas trying to go behind him in that rally, but Novak quick to get behind that forehand. Great depth.
Well, again, Tsitsipas under pressure. Had to stave off 2 break points in his opening service game. He's got another one here. He'd love another of those wide serves.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, Djokovic prepares for the Tsitsipas serve, which goes down the tee, and he misses long and wide. Second serve. Djokovic up near the baseline for this one. And this serve, it's a double fault. He's given the break to Djokovic. Early advantage for the 4 seed. It's 3-1 opening sets.
Well, it's not a good sign if Tsitsipas already feels like he has to go big on the second serve in his second service game.
And there you go. And now the Djokovic fans getting up and about. Not just here, but I'm suggesting at Garden Square as well. So, Djokovic prepares again with the early advantage now here in the men's singles final. Wanting to extend a 16-match winning streak against top 5 players at the Australian Open. I'm just going to drop random facts in because there's so many of them. Serve out wide here, got back by Tsitsipas, but it's short. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas throws up the lob. Djokovic at the net. Easy overhead. Put into the open court for a winner. And it's 15-love.
Just so calm from Djokovic on that backhand. I mean, Tsitsipas was making a full sprint to try and cover the open court, and sometimes that can be distracting, and sometimes you can take your eye off the ball, but Djokovic so calm with that backhand.
As we know, he's 9-0 in Australian Open finals. The serve coming in. Djokovic out wide, backhand cross court from Tsitsipas. Up the middle of the court is Djokovic onto the forehand of Tsitsipas. Forehand to forehand they go now. As Djokovic up the middle of the court, into the net goes Tsitsipas. And it is 30-love.
You can see Tsitsipas pressing a little bit on those forehands. He knows he has to increase the pace off the ground, so just making a couple errors on that side.
He's 35 years old and 252 days. And he'll become the 3rd oldest man in the Open era to win the Australian Open title if he gets over the line tonight. Off backhand from Tsitsipas, a great return, point up the line by Djokovic. Oh, he's made a hash of that backhand too, pressing too much. Tsitsipas,
yeah.
He's under pressure. It's 40-love, Jill.
Yeah, it feels like he has to produce such an exceptional shot right now. That's the feeling that you're getting, and he's just pressing slightly off the ground.
So, game points. Djokovic, 9 of 9, points won on his first serve tonight so far. He serves, and he goes too big. He's getting 75% into play. In fact, he's only lost the 1 point on his serve anyway. It's on the second serve, 2 of 3. So here comes the second serve. Onto the backhand, Tsitsipas has ripped cross court. Up the line goes Djokovic. He's missed that. Missed it long. It's 40-15.
Actually got surprised that he missed it.
Well, it's not a bad miss, really.
No, it was a great miss. So I'm just surprised he missed it.
Well, the close call thing has come up around the stadium, and that's double zoomer.
Barely missed it.
More your sort of single into double margin there. Just to explain, the Hawkeye camera zooms in. I go with that unit of measurement rather than millimetres because I don't have in front of me. As Djokovic serves out wide, forehand cross from Tsitsipas, a deep ball, and Djokovic can't handle it. His forehand goes long and wide. A little bit of pressure here. It's 40-30.
That was a great return. He was stretched on that forehand, on that wide serve, and got a little bit more margin on that particular forehand. More spin just to help it come down in the court, but nice depth.
So, Djokovic, head bowed. Serve clock winds its way down to 5, 4, 3, 2, and he releases the Dunlop now to the forehand of Tsitsipas up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Djokovic. Up that line from Tsitsipas. Back up that line from Djokovic. Drop shot from Tsitsipas. Djokovic has read it. Put it cross court. Clean winner. That was telegraphed. We all saw it coming. And Djokovic has a 4-1 lead now in the opening set here on AO Radio, the men's singles final for 2023.
Wow, he really saw that drop shot coming. He got a full sprint as Tsitsipas was still in the middle of his stroke at that drop shot. He was so quick up to that ball.
Certainly was. Kate, what have you got message-wise?
Well, message-wise, Caden is listening from New Mexico in the US, enjoying the commentary and the match. Caden. And Debbie from Vancouver in Washington. No question, just enjoyed the televised match, but always listen to AO Radio.
We love that.
We allow that, don't we?
We absolutely do.
Next is getting my days and nights turned back around. Good luck with that, Debbie. Wish you well. And hearing Jay Cray in the final makes it amazing already. Rest 2 weeks of the year comes to an end again, and that's a little sad emoji for us.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm getting sad too that this is going to be ending soon.
Yes, but you've only got another couple of shifts on there. There's always a silver lining.
Thanks, Kate.
Good on you, Kate. That's lovely.
Got time for one more?
Yeah, let's get one more in.
Jocko is listening to us in Bangkok. Outstanding coverage. Question about the court. Why don't the majors eliminate the doubles alley lines for the singles final? Seems redundant to play with the lines that mean nothing in a singles game.
Too hard to do. You can't paint and then paint and then paint. No, that wouldn't work, unfortunately. Interesting idea.
It could be interesting if it rained.
That's true. That's exactly. Yes. We got too much. We had a doubles earlier. Siniakova and Krejcikova winning the women's doubles earlier, so it'd be too hard to shift the court around. And Tsitsipas serving out wide. Thank you, Kate, for that. Off forehand from Tsitsipas coming in. Djokovic go cross with a backhand winner. Oh, it was lovely. Tsitsipas doing the right thing, getting forward. But Djokovic is in top form and looking very good. It's love 15.
How was that movement? I mean, you could hear the slide of his feet as he was going to that backhand. Incredible balance from Djokovic.
So, Tsitsipas is under all sorts of pressure now in this opening set. The serve comes in the backhand of Djokovic. It's cross-court short. Tsitsipas goes up the line and leaches a backhand winner. And it's 15 all.
Nice, I like that. Tsitsipas didn't try and rush that backhand. He was so far into the doubles alley, so you sometimes feel like you want to press a little bit too much because the court is so far open. You're leaving that open, so he did a great job of staying within himself on that backhand.
So Tsitsipas prepares. The serve, the forehand cross from Djokovic up the line into the net from Tsitsipas. And just rush through that one. It's 15-30.
Yeah, but just watching, there's so much pressure on his serve because the way that Djokovic is returning. He's getting Tsitsipas on the move very early.
As the serve comes in now from Tsitsipas. The serve will go down the tee and ace. That is ace number 3 for the match for Tsitsipas to go to 30 all.
I think Tsitsipas was sure if that one was in or not. He had paused for a moment.
Well, it barely was. The tee junction just catching the edge. Tsitsipas wants to get on with it. The crowd settles. And the serve down the tee is missing. He missed it long. Second serve. A little bit of tension now for Tsitsipas. As the second serve will go into the backhand of Djokovic. It sits up. Big off point. He just got that over Tsitsipas. And then up the line, the juice court. Into the net goes Djokovic. Way back in the court. The forehand is netted. Game point Tsitsipas 40-30.
Well, you can see Tsitsipas is still trying to keep that focus that he's had throughout this entire tournament so far. Just after every point that he wins, just a small fist pump, keeps his head down.
Now the Tsitsipas chant getting up. What an atmosphere on Rod Laver Arena. Tsitsipas, an ace out wide. This is what the Australian Open is all about. This sort of atmosphere on this sort of stage. It's 4-2 to Novak Djokovic. 25 minutes into the men's singles final on AO Radio.
Look at that. Tsitsipas wasn't bothered by the crowd at all. Just started serving, and Djokovic was ready.
Yeah.
Neither one of them. They just kept playing. I think they realized that that's just going to be a part of the match today.
Yeah, they're not going to win that battle.
They're going to have to play through it.
No, absolutely. As Djokovic prepares. Taking plenty of time as usual. The serve here blocked back by Tsitsipas. It's up the line. It's wide. And it's 15-love. Well, yeah, you just wonder how settled Tsitsipas feels he is right now in this match. A lot to take in. It's a bit of a whirlwind to start off. Play a guy who's been here 9 times before. As we wait now for Djokovic, the serve clock winds its way to 8. And the serve out wide. Missing.
I think that's the most quiet it's going to be right now.
Exactly. Second serve. And again, taking his time, Djokovic. The second serve. One of the forehand of Tsitsipas. Off forehand. Picked up by Djokovic. Tsitsipas goes to the Djokovic forehand. That's cross court. And into the net goes Tsitsipas. He just played off that ball as well. It's 30-love.
And that was a tough one because Djokovic's ball barely cleared the net. So for a moment, you feel like maybe it's just going to hit the net. And I think that just distracted Tsitsipas.
By the way, that strapping that he's had on his leg has now become tape tonight.
Okay.
So, just something. Social notes, if you want to. Injury notes, as Louise Azamar telling the crowd to be quiet. Because they're getting a little bit rowdy. I think just Novak glared at her and said, look, make the announcement, let's get it done. Serve out wide from Djokovic, missing here at 30-love, 4-2 opening set. Second serve. Tsitsipas waits for this ball to come in. The ball bouncing. As you can hear on Darren's Effects mics, the serve onto the backhand, off backhand of Tsitsipas. Point of the line for Djokovic, too deep. It's 30-15.
He just got a little ahead of himself. Djokovic on that forehand. Caught it pretty early.
So Djokovic again prepares and just got to find a way into the Djokovic service games here, Tsitsipas. We saw against Tommy Paul that there were opportunities because the Djokovic level dropped slightly. Said he was feeling a little bit tight in that opening set before running away with it. As Djokovic serves the backhand here from Tsitsipas cross court. Backhand to backhand they go. And as Djokovic goes up the line, Tsitsipas covers off the forehand. It's a short ball. Djokovic with an off forehand. Tsitsipas is there with a back out the middle of the court. Back that way from Djokovic. Open court. And he cleaned it up for the winner. It's 40-15.
They just had so much time throughout that rally. Djokovic, Tsitsipas just not having enough in those last couple shots. Yeah, that should be good news for Tsitsipas if he heard that Djokovic got tight in that first set.
Yeah, but the thing is, Djokovic is going to the backhand more often than not for Tsitsipas, and he's staying away from that forehand. The pressure is on. 40-15, points for 5-2 in the opening set as a serve. Oh, he completely missed that, Tsitsipas. That went under his racket. It's 5-2 for Djokovic in this opening set here on AO Radio, the men's singles final. And hear the chanting. Well, that's happening. Kate, let's go up to you with some more messages from around the world.
Thanks, Pete. Well, Red Sox Devil has written in from Perth. Kate, Mr. Mikado has given me an interesting idea. Instead of repossessing the Rolex clock and throwing it in the ute, I'm going to make one myself.
That's a good idea.
It doesn't look too hard to replicate. It would be a fantastic addition to the backyard at the farm.
That's a good idea. Have fun making your Folex.
Just on the turn, Steph always looks at his best when he attacks. If Steph doesn't attack more, this will be over very quickly. Thanks to all the crew at AO Radio for a fun few weeks.
Oh, thank you, RSD. I love your work.
And Carly is listening to us from Auckland and doesn't think that we're going to be staying up until 3 a.m. like we did last year with the Rafa win.
Yeah, we thought that too.
Djokovic is looking very ominous.
We thought that when Daniel Medvedev was 2 sets up on Rafa Nadal this time last year too.
Well, Thomas is walking his dog in the forest in Dusseldorf in Germany on a pretty cold morning and enjoying the commentary. One question: has Djokovic significantly more spectators' support compared to former years? It's a good question.
That is a good question.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
I think so for sure.
We're just seeing shots of Garden Square, and that's packed. You cannot get a spot out on Garden Square. It is just a sea of people, and that appears to be more Djokovic support than Tsitsipas support. Thank you, Kate. We'll come to you at the next sit-down or the end of the set, whichever comes first. So Tsitsipas now serving to stay in the opening set here on AO Radio, serving at 2-5. As he prepares now, the serve. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. Onto the backhand. Djokovic plays it up the line. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Up that line from Djokovic. Tsitsipas digs it out. The short ball back that way from Djokovic. Now cross forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. Up the line goes Djokovic. Slice backhand from Tsitsipas as a shorter ball. And that just, he couldn't get it back up. There, Djokovic with his backhand up the line. He put it into the Kia sign on the net. It's 15-love.
Djokovic is just not getting up to that ball. Just a couple steps too far back. I do feel like overall just watching that point, Tsitsipas' court position is a little bit far back, and I think it's going to be tough to win points if he keeps hanging back in that position.
As Tsitsipas prepares and will serve. Down the tee, big forehand from Djokovic. Jug out by Tsitsipas, and he's gone long. He's gone just beyond the baseline. It's 15-all. A heck of a return again from Djokovic, but you expect nothing less.
But it's amazing he just keeps producing the depth over and over and over again. The way how he understands the length of the court, even when he's on the stretch in a vulnerable position. It's just amazing.
As we wait now for this serve to come in from Tsitsipas. Out wide, big up the line from Djokovic. He went all or nothing, came up with nothing. And it's 30-15.
Yeah, went huge on that return. I mean, he's been serving so well in this first set, so feels the freedom to just unleash on a couple of these returns in this game.
As he prepares now, Tsitsipas and will serve. Out wide, an ace. And he'll go to 40-15. Important service game here for Tsitsipas. Even if he doesn't win the set, if Djokovic is able to hold, then he'll be serving first in the second set. He wants to build some sort of momentum here. As a serve, another one, another ace. It's down the middle this time. And it takes number 6. And Djokovic now serving for the opening set at 5-3. Up to 33 minutes on the Rolex clock.
One of his best service games. Tsitsipas had the new ball, so flew through the air a little bit faster on those serves. And Tsitsipas going to change his rackets. He's going to change to just return some of the Djokovic's serve just for a little extra control.
Yep, and, well, he needs to just find inroads here because Djokovic has been rock solid. He's only lost 4 points on his serve tonight so far. High percentage of first serves into play too. He's missed just 6 first serves tonight in this opening set. As the serve from Djokovic now. Onto the backhand of Tsitsipas. Short ball. Djokovic could go either way. Decided to go into the open juice court. It's a clean winner, and it's 15-love.
He's so decisive at being able to just choose his shot with the short ball. Not concerned about his opponent at all. Just so confident he's in that part of the court.
So Djokovic prepares again. Serve clock winds down to 8-7, and now Djokovic releases the ball down the tee. Big stretch on the forehand from Tsitsipas, lands in. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas was way back in the court. He puts that forehand into the net, and it's 30-love. Looking untroubled on serve at this stage, Novak Djokovic. Described it as a Djokovic riddle that Tsitsipas had to solve. You don't want to be getting into territory where you're having to rely on your opponent to let their guard down.
Level, yeah.
Yep. Not Novak anyway, as the serve goes into the net. Just that little overbalance Not quite balanced as he lands there, Djokovic. A couple of times throughout the event. Second serve. At 5-3-30 love, the second serve. Leaning into this off backhand is Tsitsipas, deep in the deuce court corner. Good cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Now he's in the 8 court, playing a backhand to the Tsitsipas forehand. They go forehand to forehand in the middle of the court. Djokovic will put some angle. No, go up the line. Cross-court backhand now from Tsitsipas. Matched by Djokovic. Going the other way is Tsitsipas. He did well, great depth. And the forehand goes into the net from Djokovic. And it's 30-15.
I think that was one of the best points, in my opinion, that Tsitsipas has played off the ground. It was much better ball striking. I don't feel like he's had a ton on his ball in so many of these occasions and so many of these rallies, and that was much better.
As Djokovic will prepare again. A couple of points away from the opening set. As he prepares, the serve clock winds its way to 2, and he serves to the backhand of Djokovic. He's taken way out, Tsitsipas, I should say, taken way out of court. And that looping backhand balloons long. 2-set points now for Novak Djokovic.
It's a good change up on the serve, going for that high, heavy kick and just threw Tsitsipas off balance.
So, 2-set points for Novak Djokovic at 5-3. He prepares. Set point Djokovic. The serve out wide. Big stretch. Cross-court forward. Goes long from Tsitsipas. The opening set goes the way of Novak Djokovic, the 9-time champion. He's taken it 6 games to 3 here on AO Radio, live around the world. Jill, I'll leave you with it. You can throw it up to Kate, and then Chris Bowers is going to come in for set number 2.
But I know you'll be back, yes, of
Always
course.
fun working with you too, Julie.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, great set from Djokovic. And Kate, do we have any messages?
Oh, we've got a lot of messages coming in from all over the world. But this one's from Tamworth here in Australia. Cricket tragic. I'm a cricket tragic. Well, we've picked that because that's your nickname. But the excitement with these, well, he's saying he's a cricket tragic, but he says the excitement with these two tennis giants creating history tonight can simply not be missed. So obviously cricket tragic is enjoying tonight's match. Sebastian, we've got our first road trip.
Okay.
On a Central Tassie road trip, listening to you guys on the car radio. Fingers crossed Tsitsipas, but he's a bit worried his backhand might let him down tonight.
There's a lot of Tsitsipas fans.
Yeah, what do you think about the backhand? How's it holding up, Jill?
You know what's funny is that I feel like Djokovic has been in control of this first set, and I actually don't even think Tsitsipas is playing that great. And I do think he's misfiring on the backhand quite a bit. He's making mistakes on the forehand as well. And so to me, it's amazing that it's only been 1 break of serve. Djokovic has been so solid, but Tsitsipas I don't really feel like has found his rhythm yet.
Yeah, Sheila is listening to us from, I'm not even sure, Michigan.
Okay.
Michigan snowbird in Florida, actually, is what she's saying. Does that make sense to you, Jill?
That makes total sense because it's freezing in Michigan right now.
So she's headed off to Florida for
the warm
some
weather,
sun.
yes.
Okay, well, she said she wants to know what's happening with Djokovic's thighs. Is he wearing the tape or isn't he? And I think Pete mentioned that earlier.
He's wearing a small strip of tape, but a lot of the tape has come off, which is great news. So it's just a small strip now. So he had mentioned in his previous rounds that he was feeling a lot better. I think it was when he played Alex de Minaur's, the match that he felt like he was feeling 100% again. So it's just a small strip of tape, probably preventative reasons.
Yeah, he had the kinesio tape down hello, Jill. Had the kinesio tape down the back of his thigh underneath the strapping. The strapping's gone, but the kinesio tape is still there.
Thanks, Kate.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yes, thank you. And this is the second set of the last match of the Australian Open 2023. A good serve from Tsitsipas and the return goes long. As that was a 6-3 set, it means that the order of serving switches round. So Tsitsipas serving first in this one. And I agree with you, Jill.
The form. I was going to ask you about that. What do you think about the form of both?
I think Djokovic has kept up his level and Tsitsipas hasn't got into the match yet. I think it was very important for Tsitsipas to make sure it was only 1 break of serve because it looked so like it could have been 2 or 3. Forehand Djokovic up the backhand wing of Tsitsipas. He goes cross court. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas cross court. Forehand Djokovic. The forehand of Tsitsipas. That's off the frame of Tsitsipas and wide.
I think the important thing mentally for Tsitsipas is to realize that it was only 1 break of serve and he was actually in that first set.
Yeah.
With Djokovic playing well.
I mean,
it's hard to feel that way on the court, but
apart from the game where Tsitsipas held for 3-5, Tsitsipas was really struggling on his serve. Lost one and held 3, but 2 of the 3 he held were real struggles. He served out wide and the return has gone wide from Djokovic. But I just think the fact that it's only 1 break will give him encouragement that
I think so.
He's still in this. Sounds a silly thing to say in the first game of the second set in a best of 5, but Djokovic, don't let it be the front runner. Backhand return, backhand Tsitsipas down the line is a clean winner.
Nice.
Now there the backhand worked.
Yeah, I like that response too. Well, that backhand, he was much more inside the court as well. I mean, he's been struggling on the one where he's been pushed back a little bit further behind the baseline where he's had to try and loft the ball, but that one he was well inside the court.
Yes, and he was going flat, even though it was over the high part of the net. Tsitsipas serves down the centre, backhand return, sits up for Tsitsipas to tee off on this one, goes the forehand side, Djokovic goes the backhand, and therefore it's a clean winner. And Tsitsipas holds to 15. Very good start to the second set.
I mean, it's interesting watching Tsitsipas walk around the court because I know we've been discussing how he's looked more focused throughout these couple weeks, but I feel like he's trying so hard to not look at his team too much and to really try and stay focused. He's looking down the whole time. I like that he's had good body language so far, good demeanor even after losing that first set. So he's really trying to stay within himself, be present out there.
If we're worried about why matches are going long, the shot clock following the change of ends, where they're supposed to go straight through, has not yet. Now it's starting. 25, 24, 23. Surely, when both players get to the net, the shot clock should start.
I think after the first game, they've been a little lenient when they're switching sides after the first game.
But the whole point about the 2-minute break at the end of the set was that you go straight through after the first game. The rule change at the end of 1999. Serve from Djokovic, forehand return is long from Tsitsipas. I mean, you know, it's a Grand Slam final. Let's not get into too much small detail. But one of the talking points of this Australian Open has been length of matches.
Right.
And the stats have come out, suggest that the length of time the ball's in play is no longer. So therefore, it's the time between points that's longer. And that's one area where I think they really could come down on it. Djokovic could serve down the tee and the return goes long.
I have noticed since the shot clock came into being that a lot of players look at it quite a bit just to see how much time they have. Because it is funny how sometimes you don't realize how much time you're taking, or even if you're rushing. Sometimes you don't realize, okay, I've only taken 3 seconds. I can take a little longer now to
good point.
Get myself in the right frame of mind.
Ace from Djokovic. It looks effortless. It's such a fluent serve.
Yeah. Serving very well so far in this match.
He served so well throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Because if you think in the first 2 or 3 rounds, we weren't sure about his mobility. And the serve really kept him in that. He serves now down the centre, forehand return, forehand from Djokovic. Easy forehand winner down the backhand wing of Tsitsipas.
I mean, it's great news as well because not only does he have less tape on his leg, but when he serves, he finishes on that left leg too. So to constantly have to come down and have that pressure on that leg, he's been able to sustain that, and he's mentioned his team has done a phenomenal job every single day of trying to get that leg in good form, and it's good news that it's gotten better and better as the tournament has gone on.
Tsitsipas 1-1, second set. Serves out wide, forehand return into the net from Djokovic. Djokovic wearing the white shirt, or predominantly white shirt. I sort of think of it as the Bavarian shirt. If you know the Bavarian emblem, the sort of light blue chevrons on a white background.
Yep. Blue and a little orange.
There's a little bit of orange towards the bottom with the blue shorts, white socks, blue shoes. Forehand return, forehand Tsitsipas to the forehand of Djokovic. Onto the baseline, forehand from Djokovic to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Good angle from Tsitsipas, but Djokovic is there. Tsitsipas goes down the backhand wing. Djokovic with a defensive backhand. That's going to drift wide.
That was better. Oh, now he's getting the crowd going a little bit.
Well, he's giving them something to feed off.
Oh, I was wondering if he was going to start getting a little animated, trying to get the crowd involved. But it was good. It was a positive movement from Tsitsipas. I think that gives you an indication that that particular point felt better to him, too, with that response.
Tsitsipas at 30 love. Serving down the centre. Missed it. Just wide. Second serve. From the number 3 seed. Backhand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas at the backhand wing of Djokovic. Tsitsipas runs around his backhand but goes up the centre of the court. Now plays a forehand. Good angle. Djokovic stretches for that forehand and gets it just wide. I thought that was going to drift in, but it just landed wide.
It's getting better and better, I think. Tsitsipas starting to unleash a little more. He is hitting a few more forehands in this particular game, but he's starting to approach the ball a little bit better with some more confidence.
40 love. 3 points for 2-1, second set. Serves down the middle, forehand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas, forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, backhand Djokovic, a full stretch, forehand Tsitsipas. Djokovic chops the forehand, a lot of air. Tsitsipas waits for it, plays the drop shot. Djokovic will get there, goes cross court, but nets. He had time for that, Djokovic. Well, is there a little bit of momentum shift? Tsitsipas is fine at the moment. He's holding serve, but he's got to make something of this. Kate, any more messages for us?
Absolutely. Maria Martin is listening to us from Woodend in Victoria. Hi, team. Thanks for the wonderful fortnight. Question: what will happen to Novak's ranking if he wins, as I expect he will?
He goes to number 1. In fact, this is a straight eliminator for tomorrow's number 1 ranking. If Tsitsipas wins, he becomes number 1 for the first time. If Djokovic wins, he becomes number 1 for the 370-something week.
Oh, my God.
He's way ahead of Federer in second place in the number of weeks he's been number 1.
And John, after a day skiing, I'm enjoying your company and a Japanese beer in my Nagano hotel room.
Oh, cool.
Nagano? So in Japan?
In Japan.
Japan, yeah.
Very good.
Cool.
And Skip from Sydney, thanks to the team for the broadcast for the 2 weeks. You're all angels. That's so not true, Skip. That is just not right.
Skip, it's more true than we want it to be. We've been very well behaved over this fortnight.
And Howard's listening to us from Milwaukee. It's very cold, -6. 20 centimetres of fresh snow today.
Oh, I love snow.
Oh, do you? Do you like that much?
Well, that is kind of a lot.
That's a lot.
I do love snow.
I love what it does to the landscape.
It's beautiful.
I mean, I'm straight out with my camera after it snowed. We had a week's snow, well, we had a day's snow, but it stayed for a week in early December. And I was out taking all these photographs.
Yeah. Well, sometimes with that much snow, you can't really leave the house.
Well, yes, exactly. That much you probably can't.
But and Howard's not. He's got a cup of coffee and a small glass of bourbon to go with it.
Oh, nice. Great.
That sounds great. We'll maybe join you in the bourbon later, Howard, but not until this match is over. Djokovic serving at 1-2, second set. But he's a set to the good. He serves now out wide. Forehand return is deep and long from Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas in his white shirt, white t-shirt, black bandana, and sort of multicoloured shorts on a theme of black, red, pink, purple, and a little bit of...
I like it. It's kind of like a
watercolour
sort of thing.
Yeah, free art. As white socks and multicoloured shoes as well. Backhand from Tsitsipas to the backhand of Djokovic. That's way long from Djokovic. That flew off his racket, landed about a metre beyond Tsitsipas's baseline.
Yeah, if Tsitsipas can start connecting with a few more of Djokovic's serves, because he's getting better in the rallies, starting to find that range, starting to find the depth. It's just about being able to read the Djokovic serve a little bit better.
15 all. Djokovic, you hear the ball being bounced. He tends to bounce it a lot more times on a big point. Now he serves. Just too long. Second serve. It's the bouncing. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and he's ready to serve. Don't think there's any reason to it. Just how many he feels he needs to hit to bounce. Backhand from Djokovic is missed. He was trying to move Tsitsipas wide to his backhand, and just a glimmer of light for Tsitsipas here, 15-30.
And better movement as well from Tsitsipas. He's starting to get in better position on some of these ground strokes.
And the crowd sensing that here is an opening. It's all very well playing well, but you've got to actually make it count. And it's in these Djokovic service games that Tsitsipas will or won't make it count. Djokovic from the Yarra end. Serving down the centre, missing it just wide and a bit long as well. Second serve. Djokovic just waiting for everyone to get quiet. Plays it on his terms. Second serve now. I was going to the backhand, but Tsitsipas takes on the forehand. Big forehand from Djokovic, a slice backhand from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic to the forehand wing of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas is there. Backhand Djokovic cross court. Tsitsipas with a slice, pushing Djokovic wide. He goes into out with his forehand. Backhand Tsitsipas off the frame, sits up short for Djokovic. Tsitsipas throws up a lob. Djokovic will smash this one. Goes back to Tsitsipas, who can't get it. Again, not massively convincing from Djokovic on the smash.
Yeah, he's very careful on the smash. He never tries to hit it that hard, just tries to place it. So you always feel like you may have another play on that shot, but he bounced that one up pretty high, so it was dealt with that one well. A few shots in that rally from Tsitsipas, just a little too short in the court.
He's just falling off that smash a bit. Just look at the replay. He was coming down as he hit it, but he got the angle right. 30 all. Djokovic serving down the centre, backhand chipped, brings Djokovic into the net. He goes cross court. Tsitsipas throws up a lob. Djokovic another smash, but Tsitsipas will get that. Oh, he's framed the forehand and it's gone long. Good move by Tsitsipas, but then when it came to, maybe it's like that big visual appetite. Oh, I've got a forehand and he's out of position.
Well, I think you get so excited the ball actually came right back to you, and then you just rush it a bit. I think that's what happened. It's like, oh my gosh, it's right on my racket.
Djokovic at 40-30. Point for 2 all in the second set. Ready to serve now. And out wide. Is that an ace? It is an ace. Djokovic drops the loose ball, looks up into the high part of the stands. Looks up to the daylight. There is still a little bit of daylight left. It's leaving us now. Half an hour before this match started, I thought it would be played under a closed roof, but we've had a fair bit of drizzle. It seemed to dry up just at the start of the final, so they started with the open roof. Tsitsipas serving at 2 all. Serving out wide, missing the first serve. Second serve. He's down the centre, backhand return, backhand Tsitsipas up the middle, forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, he's cooked out wide.
Well, just when I feel like he's starting to settle, just rush that forehand. It's good pressure from Djokovic because he took that immediate shot, just got Tsitsipas on the run.
Tsitsipas. Love 15, serving out wide. No, he's missed his first serve. That's going to put the pressure on him. His first serve percentage is currently 65%, or a bit lower now. 23 out of 36. Backhand from Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand Tsitsipas. Djokovic makes good ground to his forehand. Now backhand Tsitsipas, who comes into the net, but won't have to play the volley because Djokovic's defensive backhand is wide.
Nice. That was a really good backhand from Tsitsipas. Love when he's able to get that height and that depth. It just bounces up on Djokovic. That's a shot that could be really effective. It's so hard to keep hitting that high backhand over and over again to be able to hit an effective shot.
Yes, in our little sheet of pros and cons of the single-handed and double-handed backhand, if you get your single-handed technique right, you can get more topspin on your backhand. Serves down the middle, Tsitsipas. Now goes into out, but he's overhit that forehand. And he's struggling again at 15-30. Just gesturing to himself, calm down. Interesting move, Jill.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if that was calm down or stay down, because you don't want to lift up on the ball either. That's where sometimes he's losing control, where the ball's just flying off his racket. Could be both. I mean, he's been pretty calm, I feel like.
He serves out wide, backhand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas into out. Djokovic slices this one up the line. Tsitsipas goes cross court. Djokovic is there, goes up the line. Forehand Tsitsipas tries the wrong foot. Djokovic is there, but misses his forehand. Oh, Tsitsipas had to be on top of his game in that point.
And what a good response, too. Just screaming out to himself, come on, in a good, positive way, looking over at his box. I love that response from Tsitsipas.
30-all. Umpire's asking people to calm down. Tsitsipas serves out wide, onto the sideline. Djokovic's return is long. Really good serve. Short angled, but with a decent pace as well. Point for 3-2. This would be a good game for Tsitsipas to win, having been love 15-30. Missed his first serve. Needs to keep up a decent percentage. Really mustn't be anything less than about 66%. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic is a double fault from Tsitsipas.
I like that he was trying to go into the body on that second serve, though. Djokovic inching forward to take that return early. It was the right shot. Just overhit it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good double fault, if there's such a thing, in the sense that it was going for a decent serve. His first serve percentage 65 at the moment, 26 out of 40. Make that 26 out of 41. Can't get lower than that, otherwise Tsitsipas will struggle. Second serve at deuce. Tsitsipas goes into the body. Backhand from Djokovic is netted. That is a cheap point for Tsitsipas.
That was the body serve again, though. He put a little bit more slice on that. I think that's the one he was trying to go for on the previous point when he missed that one, but that was good that he kept going. He still chose that serve. I think that's a good body. That's a good body to go into that for the second serve, I think.
40-30, Tsitsipas serves, no advantage Tsitsipas, forehand Tsitsipas up the line, backhand Djokovic cross court, backhand Tsitsipas down the line, Djokovic is there, backhand Tsitsipas cross court, Djokovic is there with his two-hander, forehand Tsitsipas up the forehand wing, Djokovic making a lot of ground, but his defending is excellent, then a big forehand from Tsitsipas, wins the point, wins the game, he puts his arm up to the crowd, he wants to make the most of all these Greek supporters. There are plenty of Serbian flags, but they're outnumbered by the Greek flags, and Tsitsipas leads by 3-2.
Oh, it was a really good couple games because both players had some pressure on their serve and really had to fight through. Djokovic on the previous game. Tsitsipas played great, aggressive to be able to close out that game.
Kate, any more communications from around the world?
Sure is, Chris. Henrik is listening to us from Denmark. He says, I would like to see the serve clock gradually reduced from 25 to 20 seconds over 5 years. Would that be realistic in your opinion, Chris? And also, make the players change ends at the opposite side of the net after the first game, like Serena Williams always did. Umpires could then allow a drink if the first game is a very long one. Just a couple of suggestions from Henrik.
I like the idea of enforcing serving, changing on the far side. Well, it does seem a little bit officious, but it might work. It's interesting. Our colleague Candy Reid did an interview with Craig Tiley, which was on the our overnight loop last night, which is also going to be on the ATP podcast this week, where Craig Tiley suggests, maybe we can go down from 25 seconds to 20 seconds. Part of the problem is when you've got big arenas like this, it's a long way to the towels.
That is, it's challenging.
Do you allow one towel per game or something?
So many of these stadiums are getting so big because so many players stand so far back for the return, so they've had to get bigger. I don't know what the solution to that is. I don't mind the 20 reduction to 20 seconds. I don't mind that, but it takes a while to get to the towel. But in humid conditions, I don't think you can tell them how many times to go get the towel.
No, I think that's right. Players used to have little towels attached to the band of their shorts, didn't they? To dry the grip.
Did they really?
Yeah. No, I remember that from... We'll go back to the 70s now, when I was a kid, but... it certainly happened. So that they have the towel with them. Salisbury does some ergonomic work and says, that uses extra effort to carry the extra few grams. Deep from Tsitsipas on the forehand to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, backhand Djokovic. Now they play with an advantage. Tsitsipas goes cross court. Djokovic back to the forehand. Forehand to forehand. Now Djokovic to the backhand. Drop shot Tsitsipas off the top of the net, and that beats Djokovic. That was a perfect shot. Djokovic would have got there without the net cord.
Well, that was much better disguised from Tsitsipas. He held his racket face until the last second, then changed it up. He got a little bit of luck with the let court because I think that helped it bounce really low, made it more of a difficult shot for Djokovic.
Yeah, I think he would have got there otherwise, or the ball would have gone into the net. The flight was what it was. Djokovic just mouthing something slightly sarcastic to his team. Problem is with Djokovic, when he starts making sort of sarcastic comments to his team, his level often goes up. He serves, backhand return, forehand from Djokovic, backhand from Tsitsipas is very high. Djokovic steps in and smashes off the run and puts it away nicely.
I feel like his level tends to go up regardless if he's chattering away or not.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Djokovic then in front of the president's box. Rod Laver is in it, as is Ken Rosewall, who brought the Norman Brooks trophy out onto court before this match began. Djokovic serves down the middle, backhand return is not going to go back over the net. Also sitting in the president's box, John Newcombe won the title here. Well, not here at this venue, but here in Melbourne, 73 and 75. And was beaten in the 76 final by Mark Edmondson, who's the last Australian man to win the singles here. Ash Barty won it last year. Djokovic serving off the top of the net. 30-15. Djokovic is set up, trailing 2-3 in the second. 61 minutes on the match clock. Djokovic serves out wide. That's a great serve. Wasn't an ace because Tsitsipas got a racket to it.
That was a big serve. Yeah, 197 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Big serve out wide.
Djokovic bouncing the ball, waiting for the crowd to go quiet. Now he's serving. And he goes out wide, forehand returns, the backhand of Djokovic, tries to wrong foot Tsitsipas, but Tsitsipas is there, backhand Djokovic, the backhand of Tsitsipas, forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas over the middle of the net, backhand Tsitsipas down the line, forehand Djokovic cross court, forehand Tsitsipas down the line, that's wide from Tsitsipas. Djokovic holds 2-15.
That's great rallying. It's the right shot for Tsitsipas to go for, just to try and change up the rhythm, went for the higher forehand, didn't miss it by much. So solid from Djokovic.
And the Serbian flags are out in force. Three all, second set. You feel that Tsitsipas has to win this set. If he goes 2 sets down, well, he'll keep fighting, but it's hard to see him coming back. Forehand from Djokovic, the forehand of Tsitsipas. Djokovic goes on the backhand wing. Tsitsipas, wrong foot Djokovic. Lovely shot down the line from Tsitsipas, and he punches the air, and that gets the Greek fans going.
I think he's trying to get himself going a little bit more. We didn't see that much fire from him in that first set, just trying to stay composed, but I love that he's showing that positive energy more in the second. I think it's helping him. I think it's helping him raise his level.
Tsitsipas serving just too long. I thought he'd overrun that backhand actually when I first saw him getting to it, but it was quite deliberate so that he could steer it down the line. Second serve, forehand return from Djokovic is a clean winner. And that in itself is a statement. It's saying to Tsitsipas, you don't get your first serve in, you never know what will happen to your second.
So far inside the baseline on that, took it so early, Djokovic.
Well, that's why the serve into the body is such a good serve,
Yeah.
because he can't get the swing at the racket that he got at that one. 3 all, 15 all, second set. Tsitsipas serves out wide, forehand return, forehand Tsitsipas down the backhand wing, but he's put it wide. And quite a way wide as well. It opened up the court exactly the way he wanted to.
Again, it was the right shot to go for. But you feel like it has to be so good with how well Djokovic moves on the baseline.
$15.30 on the Tsitsipas serve. The pressure is always there. Tsitsipas could do with the first serve here. And he gets one. Oh, he doesn't get one. I thought it was good. Very tight call. We don't get the close call on that one because the second serve is coming. And And that one is to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas to the backhand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand Tsitsipas, Djokovic. Defensive forehand. Backhand Tsitsipas, Djokovic with his two-hander. Forehand from Tsitsipas down the line. Djokovic will go lofted. Backhand Tsitsipas on almost a half volley. Now he hits the forehand cross court, but Djokovic is there. Backhand from Tsitsipas cross court. Djokovic with a two-hander into the net, and Djokovic has fallen. I think he's okay. I think he just stumbled. But he will take his time here. Yeah, he's up on his feet, and he's fine. I think he just stumbled as he went over.
I think his foot just got stuck. He's walking fine already, walking around the court.
He's going to his towel. Tsitsipas, often when a player falls, the opponent just goes up and says, "Are you okay?" There's none of that from Tsitsipas at the moment. Just went back to his towel. Mind you, did you see Tsitsipas at the start of the match? When he came out of the locker room, straight into the corridor, did not want to have any eye contact.
I saw that, yeah.
With Djokovic.
Most of them don't, though.
No, but that was particularly noticeable. Drive volley from Tsitsipas, a lob from Djokovic. Smash Tsitsipas, puts the ball away. Djokovic has now dropped his racket and he's shaking his wrist out. I wonder if he's just scraped a bit of skin off his hand. He hasn't asked the umpire to see the trainer. It's 40-30 at 3-all. Tsitsipas serving out wide, caught the top of the net. No, sorry, missed it. I thought it was a net cord. Second serve at 40-30. Heavily kicked, back and return. Backhand Tsitsipas up the forehand wing. Chopped back by Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas into out. Djokovic throws up the lob. Tsitsipas waits for this one. Will smash it. Djokovic has anticipated this well. Volley from Tsitsipas has put wide. Oh dear. He didn't put the smash away, but he'd read the backhand off the smash from Djokovic. But was a little bit late on the backhand volley, and it just went the wrong side of the sideline.
It was unbelievable defense from Djokovic. A couple of the forehands he got back just sliced back into the court and somehow read the overhead well and hit it so well into the angle. Tsitsipas had to plan that volley. He almost had it. He closed the net well, but just sideswiped it a little bit.
Yeah, he had too much of an open racket face, really. 3-all deuce. How important could that point prove to be? Tsitsipas serves, backhand return. Forehand Tsitsipas. Djokovic chops to the forehand. Tsitsipas is in with a drive volley. Missed it. He's missed it. Or has he?
No, I think he made it.
Did he make that one?
Yeah. I mean, it looks tricky because he hesitated coming forward. Yeah, it's right on the line. Saw Djokovic on the defense, and I think he hesitated a little bit. He ended up hitting a much more difficult shot than it needed to be, but
it was dropping.
It was good hands, yeah.
The drive volley, ball dropping. Advantage Tsitsipas. He was ready to serve, but people shouting out. Second attempt now from Tsitsipas. Forehand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas will hit backhand cross court. Djokovic is there with his two-hander. Sliced by Tsitsipas with a lot of air. Forehand Djokovic goes back to the backhand. Tsitsipas defensive backhand, a lot of air. Forehand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas reads this. Low volley from Djokovic is going wide. And Tsitsipas holds. And he punches the air. And he looks up to the Greek fans and says, "Come on, we're in this together." And as long as Tsitsipas stays ahead in this second set, we've got a match.
I love it. Such a great atmosphere. What a fight through that game from Tsitsipas. And Djokovic chattering away to his team. I don't even know how we can hear anything. It's so loud. No one can hear anything.
It's almost like he's asking for something. He seemed to be sort of asking for something to come round. I don't know. He hasn't spoken to the umpire. I think that was just a stumble.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was fine. I mean, it didn't look like it affected his movement or anything in the last couple of points.
And our lesson from past finals is, unless you see actually Djokovic on crutches, his movement is probably... Even then, I mean, Murray made that mistake. He thought Djokovic was injured in one of the finals and let it go. Kate, come in.
Chris, we've got a listener from Geneva, in Switzerland, and it's Robert Marinelli. He said, "I'm going to miss not just the AO radio, but Midnight Madness." And I know, Chris, you're not going to miss Midnight Madness.
Well, I mean,
Midnight Mass is fun.
A little
I
bit of
agree.
low-key fun is fine. It happens when we're all absolutely exhausted.
Cass is listening to us from Madrid and said thank God for AO Radio, loving the passionate commentary. Thanks, team. Thanks, Cass. And Fiona from Crowborough in East Sussex, Chris?
Yes, it's only about 14 miles from my home, that.
Do you think Tsitsipas should try to get to the net more and utilise his all-round game?
Yes.
Yes. Winning by just trading blows with Djokovic at the baseline.
I do, and I think he's trying to do that. I think the fact that the second set he's hitting the ball better with more pace and depth, I think is giving him a few more opportunities. So I think he's trying to do that. We've seen him come in definitely more in the second set, so it's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, he can't just go in on anything.
Right.
Because Djokovic has got the best passing shots in tennis, but if he can get in, he should. And in fact, he's been trying to do that. Thank you, Fiona. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Forehand from Djokovic is wide. Love 15 on the Djokovic serve. You get the feeling that Tsitsipas has got to strike fairly soon. He might have a chance. He's yet to have a break point in this match. If he has one, he's got to take it. Because if he doesn't, the pressure will go right on his next service game. Djokovic at love 15. Serves down the centre. An ace.
That must have just hit the back of the line. Tsitsipas taking a long look at that serve.
15 all. 4-3 or 3-4, given that it's Djokovic serving. Djokovic is set up. He serves out wide, forehand return. Forehand from Djokovic, the backhand of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas has read this well. A lot of topspin. Djokovic frames that.
I don't see that very often.
No, that came off the outside of the frame.
It's been a lot of topspin on that backhand from Tsitsipas to cause Djokovic to mistime that ball.
Umpire Louise Engsel trying to calm people down. Djokovic at 15-30. Serves too long. Chance for Tsitsipas here. Second serve at 15-30. These are tiny opportunities, but he's got to seize whatever he can. Djokovic serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas, deep to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court, backhand from Djokovic, off the top of the net, brings Tsitsipas in with a slice. Djokovic, Tsitsipas has gone long with the sliced approach, and he just sags on his knees, goes down as if to say, how did I miss that one?
I know those shots are more difficult than you expect. I mean, he had to really run forward. He ended up running into the ball, which made it difficult for him to control that shot.
Could he have played a drop shot?
Potentially, but it happened so quick. I think he was trying to get the depth on that shot to hopefully create an easy volley.
3-4, 30 all. Djokovic at the Yarra end. Tsitsipas crouching in front of us. Djokovic serves off the top of the net and over. So he gets a retaken first serve. That's another rule I'd like to see changed. Let the serve.
Let the serve happen.
Yeah.
It counts.
Won't have people standing 4 meters behind the baseline then to return. Djokovic serves, forehand return. Forehand from Djokovic into out. Backhand Tsitsipas lofted to the backhand of Djokovic. Tsitsipas tees off on his backhand. That's a flatter one, but more angle. Djokovic is there. Forehand Tsitsipas down the forehand wing. Djokovic cross court. Tsitsipas has the line open, but Djokovic has covered it. Goes cross court. Tsitsipas nets his volley. In fairness, Tsitsipas didn't get that approach shot close enough to the line. That gave Djokovic a bit longer to hit the backhand.
I mean, that was a very well played point. What can you do? He had the volley. Djokovic kept it nice and low. It was only a couple inches over the net, the flight of that ball. I mean, it was a good point.
It was. I mean, this is good tennis. Quality of tennis is better in the second set than it was in the first. Hour and 15 minutes played. Djokovic with a point for 4 all in the second set. He serves. Backhand return is chipped. Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Aggressive backhand, but it's wide. And Djokovic holds. And the Serbian flags come out. And the challenge of Nole, Nole. Wow. This is a vociferous crowd. It is like a Davis Cup match. But who's the home player? See, I thought Tsitsipas would be. There's a bigger Greek community than Serbian community in Melbourne, but there are quite a lot of both. Tsitsipas serving. Out, away into the net. Have you read any of the Greek Melbourne writers?
Have I what?
Read any of the novels by Greek Melbourne writers?
Maybe.
Christos Tsitsipas, he's probably the best known of them. Backhand from Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand from Tsitsipas, forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, Djokovic, cross court, forehand from Tsitsipas, forehand to forehand at the moment. So one's going to go up the line. It's Tsitsipas with a winner.
That was very nice. Just watching from, we're now behind Tsitsipas, just watching from this angle, I mean, that was so smooth. It was good footwork to get in really good position from Tsitsipas.
No, I read one of Solkas's novels a couple of years ago.
I don't think I've read any.
Well, his best known one is The Slap.
Okay.
But it's set in the Greek community in Melbourne, and it sort of gives you very good insight. He's from Tsitsipas down the centre. Almost like of a national community within a
That'd be interesting.
City. Yeah, it is. No, it is interesting. And you know, I remember the Baghdadis getting to the final here, and
right.
What a massive occasion that was. And so yeah, I was just motivated to read it. Interesting. Serve down the centre from Tsitsipas, another ace. He's moved to 40 love. This is a good game.
It's a pretty good service game right now. So far, even at 40 love, you never know with the Djokovic return if you're going to get out easily.
Tsitsipas 40 love. Serves into the net. Second serve from Tsitsipas is to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas is, he's hooked it wide. He was on his way to his chair. They thought that was good. And Louise Hansel is on her telephone. Didn't see anybody asking for...
I didn't either.
Maybe she's ordering her dinner. Tsitsipas, 40-15, forehand return. That's a great return from Djokovic. Tsitsipas is there. Backhand Djokovic. Tsitsipas across the court, but nets his backhand. And 40 love becomes 40-30.
That was an unbelievable return from Djokovic. Did not hold back on that forehand.
He does choose the right moments to go for his big shots, doesn't he? There's a bit of pressure on this serve from Tsitsipas. He'd love an ace. Will he try one down the centre? Like to open up the court if he goes to the backhand. He goes down the centre, but Djokovic is there with a deep return. Forehand Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic is long. That's a gift for Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas holds, and Djokovic will be serving to stay in the second set at 4-5. Just keeping an eye out for any officials, any trainers. No, there aren't any.
Seem that, yeah, it doesn't even seem that players are waiting for anything from the umpire. So
okay, so
all is in good order.
Call in Kate.
Well, David is listening to us from California and says, as always, I've enjoyed everyone's commentary. Thanks so much. It will take me about 1 week to not wake up early in the morning and try to resume back to sort of normal sleep schedule. I think everyone's a little worried about that, and I'm very worried about what work's going to look like for me tomorrow morning at 4:30.
Sorry, Kate, what's normal sleep?
I don't know. I mean,
none of us know.
If you get more than 2 hours, I think that's what is normal, isn't it?
It's felt like that over the past 2 weeks, yeah.
And Helio is listening to us from Brazil, the other down under land. Stefanos thinks Stefanos is now at par level, and he's hoping for a long match. He said thanks for the impeccable narration and commentary.
I think Tsitsipas has to win this set.
Yeah.
I mean, mind you, I did say last year, if Nadal loses the second set, I don't see him winning it. and he did lose it, and he came back to win in 5, but Tsitsipas is up against an absolute legend. And that legend walks towards us, takes 3 balls, dismisses one of them, takes a 4th ball from the other side, dismisses one of them, takes a 5th ball. So he's had 5 of the 6 balls in play at the moment. All part of the routine, all to get himself ready. He's waiting for the umpire to ask everybody to calm down. Now he starts the bouncing. 3, 4, 5, get to at least 9, 10, 11. Now he serves down the centre, too long. Djokovic serving to stay in the second set. He will take his time. Rod Laver Arena is packed. It goes quiet. Now Djokovic serves to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Backhand from Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic. Tsitsipas with his forehand into the net.
These are those situations where Djokovic will not make a mistake. He's going to force Tsitsipas to be the one to put it on his racket, to have him try and close out, to try and break for this set. But Djokovic is going to be rock solid.
He can go into that sort of mode, can't he?
Where he doesn't miss a ball.
Doesn't miss anything.
I know, it's amazing.
It is. And that's one of the biggest characteristics of Djokovic. He serves off the top of the net and long. Second serve for Tsitsipas to face. Djokovic at the president's box end. So then the white shirt. Probably at some stage changed to the blue shirt. He has in every match he's played so far. Second serve to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic. It's long.
That was surprising. It's that high one again. If Tsitsipas can get a ton of rotation on that ball, Djokovic can sometimes miss that one long.
Unforced errors, 14 from Djokovic, 9 on the backhand, 5 on the forehand. What we don't have is which shot from Tsitsipas they come off. Tsitsipas 19 unforced errors, but he's got more winners, 19 to 17. Djokovic, 15 all, serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas. A slice by Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, lofted deep to the forehand of Djokovic. That's going long. And Tsitsipas is 2 points from the set.
That was excellent depth from Tsitsipas. He took the shot and got a lot of pace on that forehand.
Listen to the crowd. This is a Grand Slam men's singles final. It should be atmospheric, and it is. 15:30 on the Djokovic serve. Bouncing the ball, I didn't count that many, but it felt about 15 times. Serves down the middle, forehand return is pushed. Backhand Djokovic, backhand Tsitsipas, he's got a chance here. Forehand Djokovic, a slice from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic goes to the forehand of Tsitsipas, lofted by Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, off the frame and wide. And I have to say the previous 2 from Tsitsipas dropped very short.
Yeah, I was actually surprised Djokovic didn't do more with that last forehand.
So was I.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas, maybe that's why he shanked it. That's why he missed it. He was expecting a bigger shot from Djokovic. He was way ahead of it, just watching the slow motion. He was so far in front.
30 all. Tsitsipas, though, is still 2 points from the set. 4-5, 30 all. Second set. Djokovic serving down the middle. Backhand return. Djokovic will go down the line. He's missed it. Tsitsipas was racing to his backhand. Djokovic had the down the line open, but he put it a ball's width wide. Now this is the chance that Tsitsipas has waited for. That last first serve from Djokovic was 201 kilometers. He's cranking it up. Set point, Tsitsipas. Now Djokovic just walking back from the baseline. A few people booing him, but I think he was quite right. He was ready to serve and the crowd hadn't settled. And until we get to a situation like basketball or football where you don't respect silence, and I think he was right to walk back there. Set point, Tsitsipas. Djokovic bouncing the ball. The moment the last bounce is done, he's into his service motion. He serves now. Back. Oh, it's long. And the umpire asking people to calm down. Technically, the time between first and second serve is part of the point. That's why it is wrong for people to call out. But we're talking about a crowd on a highly dramatic, highly charged occasion. Tsitsipas with set point. Second serve from Djokovic. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Up the middle. Forehand Djokovic. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Lofted deep to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas up the middle. Forehand Djokovic into out. Backhand Tsitsipas up the line. Forehand Djokovic to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Both playing a little conservatively. Backhand Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas is lofted. Forehand Djokovic down the forehand wing is a winner.
Well, it was a very, very smart point from Djokovic. He got so much margin on every single ground stroke. Very high over the net, a lot of spin. Just a smart point to play on set point down.
Well, that's why he's the champion he is. The forehand winner on the 15th stroke of the rally. Hard to pinpoint a shot where Tsitsipas might have done more, though.
No.
Djokovic at deuce, serves, backhand return. Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas lofts this one. Forehand Djokovic flattened out. Forehand Tsitsipas tries the wrong foot Djokovic. Djokovic adjusts with the two-hander. Backhand Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas up the line as long. And Djokovic suddenly punches the air. He was so calm after he saved the set point. But after winning that one, he's suddenly showing emotion. And he's got that look in his eye. It's the warrior. It's that same look when he ripped his shirt off after beating Nadal in 5 hours, 53 minutes.
That's right. Oh, my goodness.
He's looked up at Louise Angsel and said, please calm the crowd down. She's doing her best. Djokovic, very quiet now. You can hear the ball bouncing. Point for 5-all. He serves into the net. Missed a serve. Slightly hobbled after that, but I think that's just a lack of balance. I don't think he's got any problem. Bouncing the ball on his racket strings. Now he starts 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's often an odd number, I've noticed. Serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Onto the baseline. Forehand Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic is sliced. Tsitsipas runs around his backhand, goes into out. Two-hander from Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas is flat but wide. And Djokovic looks up and mutters something to his bench. And there's a couple of big Serbian flags just to the side of his bench. Whether they're friends of his, I don't know, but having saved a set point, that's big. And there'll be pressure on this next Tsitsipas service game.
I would love to know what he's saying because, I mean, it was such a positive response. He played so well after being down set point, but there's a part of him to me that doesn't look happy.
No, I think it was in Serbian. Tsitsipas serving at 5-all. Missed his first serve. Second serve from the Greek, out wide, forehand return, forehand by Tsitsipas. Djokovic getting he's thrown up a high lob. That's going to go long though. Just the fact that he got there after having to reach so far wide to receive the serve out wide.
That was such a good second serve.
Tsitsipas is having to play absolutely at his best just to hold to Djokovic.
He's playing well. He's playing really well. I don't think he's playing out of his comfort zone, though, Tsitsipas.
So he's got an extra gear to go up to. Tsitsipas serves too long.
I mean, I don't know about extra gear, but I think he can sustain this level, is what I'm saying.
Okay. It'd be good if you could, because it's a great final. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic is too long. And he spreads his arms as if to say, what was I doing wrong? Now that I dislike, because that was a really good forehand from Tsitsipas. And there comes a moment where you just got to say, okay, my opponent was a bit better.
Well, I think Djokovic, I just get this sense, and he gets it in his head, that he feels like he's going to break. And if it's not happening, I feel like he gets a little flustered or shows frustration. Huge ace down the tee from Tsitsipas.
He's got to be careful, Djokovic.
What happened? I missed it.
There was a serve from Tsitsipas. The ball went past Djokovic, and it bounced off the back wall. And as Djokovic was walking to the advantage court, he flicked with his racket at the ball just as the ball girl came. Now, if he'd connected, And that hit the ball, girl. I'm not going to complete the sentence because Tsitsipas serves an ace. We all know what happened at the US Open in 2020. And Djokovic it's fine to be hyped up, but he's got to keep a lid on it. Lessons from the past. Shapovalov had to learn them, Djokovic had to learn them. Nalbandian happened to him in a final.
Yeah, I know. It's tough because you have to be aware of that, but sometimes it's not intentional, obviously. None of them did it intentionally. You just get so emotional and frustrated. I don't think he actually saw the ball girl.
No, but when the ball is bouncing behind him, and he's walking across, and he's frustrated because he had the aggressive gesture after, when he went 30 love down. The ace goes past him for 40 love. He swaps his racket at the ball.
Right.
If he'd connected...
I know, you never know. I know.
That would have been... then certainly the umpire would have to call the referee for that.
Well, the instances that you mentioned, obviously they were accidents.
Yeah.
No one intentionally does it. I know, you just get you have to be aware even with your emotions.
Kate, quickly.
We've got Stephanie listening to us from Adelaide in South Australia. Thank you so much for the excellent match calling and the overnight show. It's kept me connected to the AO while I've been feeding my 6-month-old.
Oh, nice.
In the middle of the night. Keep up the excellent work and look forward to listening to you again next year.
Thank you. Congratulations, Stephanie, on the birth. I know we're 6 months late, but we weren't on air at that time. Well, now Djokovic serving to stay in the set for the second time. Let's take it into the tie-break. Again, Louise Engsel asking for quiet. Yes, there's the etiquette of tennis. There's the, we have to create fair conditions for both players. But this is sporting theatre. This is a spectacle. That's what we want. It's what people want to hear around the world, watch around the world, and the 15,000 in this arena want to see. Djokovic, 5-6, second set. Set to the good. He's missed his first serve. Second serve. From the Yarra end, into the body, taken on the forehand by Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas. That's long from Tsitsipas. His return was good depth, but the second one was just too long.
It was pretty ambitious to try and get around that, to take as a forehand from Tsitsipas. Djokovic had quite a bit of angle on that backhand.
I feel that Tsitsipas isn't playing quite as well as he played against Khachanov, but he's getting a very different ball from Djokovic. And he's playing the reputation. Let's not forget that.
That's right.
Djokovic at 15 love, serves out wide, chipped return with a lot of air. Forehand Djokovic down the forehand wings. Tsitsipas has missed his forehand. He was there in good time, went up the line, but just into the tram lines.
He's doing a better job of being able to get some of these returns back and play, opting to chip some of them just to get himself in the point. So he is getting some more serves back from Djokovic.
30 love. Djokovic 2 points away from taking this second set into the tiebreak. He serves out wide, just too long. I wonder if Tsitsipas might feel he has a better chance to win it in this game than on the tiebreak. He'll take anything he can get at the moment, that's for sure. Second serve is to the backhand of Tsitsipas, goes down the middle. Backhand Djokovic, aggressive backhand from Tsitsipas. Now he plays a defensive forehand into the net as Djokovic went down the line. I thought Tsitsipas was shaping up for the slice there. That's why I said slice first up. He ended up hitting an aggressive backhand, but it wasn't that aggressive. It wasn't even that well rolled.
It's just a quick change-up. I think that's where it caught Tsitsipas by surprise all of a sudden, because Djokovic can sometimes just stay on the cross for so long, but he quickly changed that one up down the line.
40 love. Djokovic serving. That's quite a way long. About a metre beyond the service line. Second serve. The 9 times former champion. Oh, double fault. It was, I'd say, a good 20 centimetres wrong side of the service line.
Felt like he had room to go for a big one at 40 love. Djokovic.
Yeah.
He's been serving well.
Yes, you have to have the confidence to know that you'll pick
back it up. Yeah.
One of the next 2 points. 40-15. Djokovic Serving out wide, too long. Just a little murmur going round the crowd. Second serve is into the body, taken on the backhand by Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic, the forehand of Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic, both playing with a lot of margin. Now better angle from Tsitsipas, and Djokovic nets his forehand. That was good aggression from Tsitsipas.
Very, very good. Yeah, had time on that. Did a good job of going more for the angle.
Yeah, in a way, when I said to you, he didn't miss an opportunity on the set point, I was looking for him. Could he have hit that forehand on set point? I don't think he could. I don't think he had a ball where...
I don't think so.
No.
Can't remember it now.
Well, I think...
Can't remember the rally, but I don't remember. I think Djokovic, he changed that rally up. He had such good depth. I don't think Tsitsipas had a moment where he could have attacked.
40-30, Djokovic serves, tipped return, forehand Djokovic, backhand from Tsitsipas, just clears the net, forehand Djokovic up the forehand wing, Tsitsipas is there, but nets his forehand, and we have a tie break.
That's too good from Djokovic. In previous forehand, I felt like he could have done more, but Tsitsipas backhand just, again, too short. The start of this tiebreak is going to be so important for Tsitsipas.
Yeah, the end is going to be even more important.
True. The beginning and the end, and everything in between.
And everything in between, yeah. I just can't see Tsitsipas winning this if he loses this tiebreak. Yeah. Winning the match, I mean. Tsitsipas from the President's box end, serves down the middle, backhand return is a short return, backhand from Tsitsipas, Djokovic down the line. Tsitsipas has the court open, but Djokovic has made good ground to his forehand. Tsitsipas goes back to the backhand, he's long. And again, it's that...
He just gets everything.
Mind game, exactly. But Tsitsipas was in control of that point. The return of serve was so short, but Djokovic read everything.
And that's why you were saying earlier, too, that the shot has to be so good for Tsitsipas to feel comfortable moving forward to come into the net.
Yes, indeed.
And that adds a pressure. So you start to doubt yourself, can I go in on this one or should I stay back?
And if he goes into out on the forehand, he can't really come in behind it because he's leaving the whole of his forehand wing open to the down-the-line backhand, which we know Djokovic is so good at. Djokovic at 1-love, backhand return. Djokovic goes back to the backhand of Tsitsipas. This one's top spun to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court. Backhand Djokovic down the line. Forehand Tsitsipas, cross court. Djokovic is there. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court, but Djokovic has read it. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court again. Djokovic has read that one. Backhand Tsitsipas down the line. Djokovic gets a forehand, throws up a high lob. Tsitsipas smashes it away. But again, the retrieving from Djokovic was out of this world.
I don't even know how he got that forehand back, forcing Tsitsipas to hit that overhead. Good concentration from Tsitsipas on the overhead.
Well, we've got the two lots of chanting now. We've got one lot saying Tsitsipas, Tsitsipas, another saying Nole, Nole. This is sporting's drama at its best. 1-1, second set tiebreak. Djokovic bouncing the ball. Serving now to the backhand of Tsitsipas, chipped by Tsitsipas because it's good depth on it. But Djokovic goes to the forehand and hits a clean winner.
Oh, I got the chills after you said that, by the way. Sporting at its best.
But it is, isn't it? I mean,
the atmosphere is just awesome.
This is, yeah. I mean, I often talk about the different sides of this arena, but there are no sides because it's like a goldfish bowl. It's round. And it's wonderful. The roof is open, but it's now completely dark above. Tsitsipas at 1-2, serves out wide, chipped return. Tsitsipas thinking of coming in behind that one. Djokovic races the forehand. Tsitsipas has hit the forehand. He was in control of that, but I think he changed his mind about the fifth stroke of the rally.
Well, he had such a good forehand deep in the court, and Djokovic's ball just skimming the net once again, and it landed so low. It's tough to time that.
If he'd known how good the serve was, he'd have gone in and volleyed behind it. 1-3, Tsitsipas serves down the centre, he's missed it. Second serve has to be into the body, surely. Tsitsipas. It is into the body, taken by Djokovic on the backhand. Forehand by Tsitsipas into the net. Well, he's not showing any emotion, Tsitsipas, but he must be absolutely frustrated inside. He's played such a good set and a couple of unforced errors. I mean, to what extent anything is an unforced error against Djokovic in a Grand Slam final is open to question. But
I mean, that was a smart return, just right down the center of the court. Good depth, forcing Tsitsipas to feel like he had to go for an angle.
This set has lasted an hour and 4 minutes. Djokovic with a double mini break, 4-1. He serves off the top of the net. Just allows him to settle himself. Tsitsipas may need the extra time. He's about 1.5 meters behind his baseline as Djokovic retakes his first serve. He goes out wide to the backhand, misses it. And Tsitsipas chips that, and the ball kid at the net takes that so cleanly. Barely moved. Great catch. Second serve from Djokovic. He'll probably go out wide to the backhand. He does. Lofted return. Backhand from Djokovic is netted. He slightly fell off that backhand.
It's a great return. That did go right into his sweet spot on that backhand side for Tsitsipas, but smart shot selection. He could have easily hit that one flat, but I think Djokovic would have liked that one better. He went for the higher, heavier backhand that's been so successful when he's been able to strike that particular shot.
Oh man, the chance of let's go Nole. I sort of feel they could do better than that. Mind you, there's plenty of them. Djokovic is ready to serve. Tsitsipas still striding across his baseline. Just turns his back to Djokovic for a second. Now turns round and is ready to receive serve. Djokovic from in front of our commentary position. 4-2. He leads. Second set tiebreak. Djokovic down the centre into the net. Well, there's a chance for Tsitsipas, although Djokovic's second serve is generally pretty useful. Bouncing the ball, taking his time. Lots of bounces. Now he's ready for the serve. Goes into the net. Always feeling it.
He really fell off that serve, Djokovic. That was surprising.
Well, I had this theory with Maria Sharapova, especially after her shoulder operation, that the longer she took between first and second serve,
You think about it more.
the more it was likely to be a double fault. Now, that was probably the longest time Djokovic has taken between first and second. So we're back on serve. Tsitsipas serving now 3-4. He serves. Forehand return is off the frame and into the net. Tsitsipas clenching his fist. And the Greek fans chanting Tsitsipas, Tsitsipas. Four points all, second set tiebreak. Tsitsipas, serve out wide to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand from Tsitsipas off the middle of, off the frame, but it lands in. Backhand Tsitsipas to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas up the middle. Forehand Djokovic to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas cross court. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand to forehand at the moment, but Tsitsipas is long. Djokovic unmoved, walks to his towel.
And Tsitsipas so frustrated with that mistake, just screaming out. It's those shorter balls that have all of a sudden caught him by surprise, where he's just getting stuck back.
Do you think Djokovic is doing it deliberately? Do you think he's worked that out and is deliberately dropping a couple of shorts?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he wants to land it short. No, I think Tsitsipas, a couple times, he's told himself to get up on the ball.
Well, if there's anything we've learned in this tie break, is the serve doesn't mean a great deal, so I'm not going to talk about many breaks and people screaming out. Actually, they started that last point with people still shouting out, and I thought, good, just get the ball in play and then people will keep quiet. Djokovic at 5-4. Hear the ball being bounced. Now he's into his service motion. And he goes to the backhand, but the ball hits the top of the net, so we start again. I mean, it's a lot of ball bouncing, but he's very seldom called for a time violation, and that's because he's straight into the ball bouncing, and once he's finished the final bounce, it's straight into the ball toss. Left hand still bouncing. Now it's into the ball toss. And he goes out wide. Backhand return from Tsitsipas is deep. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas cross court. Forehand Djokovic down the line. Backhand Tsitsipas to the backhand of Djokovic. Tsitsipas with his backhand to the Djokovic backhand. Tsitsipas will go up the middle of the court. It's long. Again, Djokovic has just got into that routine of I will not miss.
Even at 4-all, when he hit the double fault, he had no reaction, and you just felt that he was going to go into that mode where he just wasn't going to make a mistake.
The reaction will come if he wins one of the next 2 points. These are 2-set points. They're almost match points, even though this is only the end of the second set in a best-of-5 match. Djokovic, 6-4, second set tiebreak. Serving. Down the forehand wing. It's into the net from Tsitsipas. The fourth forehand error from Tsitsipas. There is, in fact, no reaction from Djokovic. He just drops the ball, walks to his chair. In fact, I think he might have asked the umpire if he'd go for a bathroom break, which is unusual for someone who's just won the set. So, there will be a bathroom break. There will be a double commentary change. Jill, do you want to just give your views? Now you see the rest of the match going. Throw to Kate, and then we'll make way for Mark Halawati and Peter Mercato.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort from Tsitsipas. He's going to be disappointed that he wasn't able to come through. He played such a good set. He really lifted his level out there. It was just really a couple moments in that tie break where he made a couple unforced errors, got down 4-1 pretty quickly with 2 forehand unforced errors, so that hurt him a little bit, and he screamed out. You could just hear the frustration, but now he's got to regroup. He's got a big job, a lot of work ahead of him, but Djokovic has gone off the court just for a change of clothes, before to start this third set. But yeah, Tsitsipas is a little bit deflated sitting on the side and just has a lot of work to do. But in the meantime, we'll ask Kate. Kate, any messages that have come through?
There certainly are, Jill, and we've got one here from Dara from the Republic of Ireland. I'm enjoying the live coverage. Djokovic is Mr. Elastic. His movement is unmatched. He's also said, I'm liking how Tsitsipas plays very much like a young Mr. Federer. What do you think of that, Jill?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I can see that with the one-handed backhand, the higher, heavier backhand. I think Federer probably was up more in the court. I think he always looked to take the ball super early, but I can see a slight similarity.
Well, definitely on that, the one-handed backhand for sure. HC says that it's -7 degrees in Utah.
Oh, God.
Kate and Jill, did you ever see any of the Batman movies? That's a
yes, I have.
It's a random question.
That is a random question.
But no. Oh, well, I think I've seen a few.
I love them.
Do you?
Yeah, especially the later ones, the modern ones. They're really good.
Oh, are they? Well,
yeah.
I need to get back in.
Well,
watch a
you'll
few
have
more
time
of
now,
those.
Kate. Hello, Kate.
I will.
We'll have more time.
Peter's back.
Pete's back. And if we've got time for a few more messages, we've got one here from Mohammed Kamel. He's listening from Cairo in Egypt. Thanks for your amazing coverage.
Hold that thought, because we'll do a commentary change down here as well. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
There's a wonderful little
thanks, Kate.
Drone show going on outside the stadium too. The little pong game. Amazing what's happening around this place. Thanks for all your work too, Jill. Oh, she says thanks. She's off. She's gone. I think she's going straight to the airport, actually, to be perfectly honest. Kate, a couple more messages from you while we're changing over in the gun show. Mark Lavotti just wanders in.
Oh, it's very casual, isn't it, with Mark? He's so cruel.
He is cool. Like, cool in every sense of the word. Like, I'm just touching him now and he's cold.
Oh, really?
I don't know why. Fire up, mate. Come on. Although he's struggling to get his headset in, so we might have to go to a message, Kate, while we're doing that.
Frederick's listening to us from the banks of the Mekong River. That sounds pretty good. He said, I was delighted to discover your excellent coverage available on radio as I'm travelling to far-flung destinations and patchy connections. But he's given me a whack.
Oh.
He said that I read the email address out too quickly, Pete.
Oh, aoradio@tennis.com.au. Just rewind it and slow it down next time.
Apologies, Frederick.
Yes. Well, we're watching the drone show continue. Hello, Mark Kilowatti, by the way.
Good
He's
evening.
he's arrived by now,
How
Kate.
good is it? There's this amazing display of a couple hundred drones that look like they're just superimposed in the skyline. It's fantastic.
It's amazing. You seeing on the monitor, Kate?
I am.
Doesn't make great radio, but it looks fantastic.
Well, look,
Describe it. There's
Well,
one on the left, there's one on the right.
Yeah, there's about a lot of them, and they're just rolling around a tennis ball. Now they're going to switch around.
Do we know how many drones it takes?
I'm not sure, actually. If
Make
it take
that
plenty. Now it's going to turn into a
fast?
tennis court
It's very cool.
with a racket and a ball, and they're going to probably move that ball, I would say. Interesting. Anyway, Novak, we're just filling in time till Novak Djokovic arrives back on court because he's 2 sets to love up. Kate, some more messages while we've got the opportunity, if there are any pressing.
Let's just go to Nick from Sweden. He says he's enjoying the match. Do you think that Tsitsipas was playing even more aggressive against Sinner? And he has to, if he's going to actually get back into this match now, will he have to, what does he have to do? Any take on that, Mark?
Yeah, Sinner's definitely a different kind of player and at a different level than what Djokovic is. And unfortunately, your form is only guided by the person who's down the other end of the court. Sinner hasn't won a slam, hasn't got close to winning a slam as yet. And there's this one guy at the other end of the court that Tsitsipas is playing has won 9 of these back here in Melbourne.
I believe so.
He's looking for, so he's seems quite handy and seems to be doing okay. So you really can only play as good as what your opponent is letting you. Yeah, and you got to feel for Tsitsipas. He can't play within himself because if he does, he's going to get chopped up, unfortunately, unless Djokovic's level just drops to a level that we've never seen, which he just doesn't do that. So he has to try to play a little bit out of his skin and play a little bit better and try to do things which are a little bit more of a higher risk. And with that, unfortunately, you get some rewards, but also you can get punished as well. And it seems at this stage he had a little window of opportunity with the set points, and that's all you're going to get.
28 unforced errors, 22 winners for Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
19 winners, 18 unforced errors for Djokovic. He only locked down, particularly in that tiebreaker, Mark. He just locked out. He does it so many times.
Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous.
He doesn't miss.
And it's hard to imagine how a guy can get so good. Like, it is just, it's hard to imagine. And it's nothing like the guy is superhumanly massive and serves, hits unbelievably hard. It's just what he does with the ball. He just keeps putting it in really uncomfortable positions which stop you from doing what you want to do. It happened with De Minaur. De Minaur, his game plan was trying to get to the net. He just couldn't. Like, yes, it's okay to say you've got to get in, but if you don't get opportunities, you can't do that.
You're pinned on the baseline. You can't. He's arriving back on court, by the way. Meanwhile, for the past 2 minutes or so, Tsitsipas has been down our end of the court, just shadow swinging. He's ready to go. Djokovic, the psychology just making him wait.
That's right. Unfortunately, Tsitsipas has missed 3 of those shadow swing backhands. So things are not looking good. He's loved 40 down in this opening service game. And he hasn't actually physically hit a ball yet.
Been 7 minutes since the last point. So now we can reset things. Djokovic, the first 6-3. The second 7 games to 6. 1 hour and 53 on the Rolex. We'll come back to you, Kate, with more emails at the next sit down. Keep them coming through. AO Radio.
Tsitsipas has to come out with a bag load of energy in these opening games. Djokovic has had a fair bit of time off court. He's just got to bring the juice early.
Well, let's see what he can do here. As Djokovic prepares. Opening point, set number 3. The serve out wide. Takes the net and falls wide. So second serve. Made some inroads in that second set. Tsitsipas but just couldn't get the ultimate result. So the second serve. Out wide, missing again. Double fault to start off this set. It's his 3rd for the match, and it's love 15.
Yeah, I just feel like that after all that intense concentration and focus from Djokovic, it's almost like a little volcano. It's erupted with the second set, and now it's got to build up from the base again. That's where Tsitsipas has already got to start that momentum. He's got to start full of beans.
So prepares again, Djokovic. Winds the serve clock to 4. This one again clips the net. First serve.
He's lost a little control with that ball toss, I think, as well. And that's where a couple of these double faults are going.
Drift. I mean, best of 5-set tennis is a world of its own. He threw that well in front of him. Great serve. And now he's playing the forehand up the line. Cross-court forehand, good from Tsitsipas, though. Caught the sideline. It's a winner, and it's love 30. Have a look at the close call here. Let's see. Do we need to apply the Zoomer method?
Yeah.
Double Zoomer.
Yeah.
It's a double Zoomer. I mean, caught a good piece
Easy,
of it.
that's easy in then if it's only a double Zoomer.
Good piece of it.
That's a good 7 mils inside. On the line.
On the line, yes. Love 30. Opening game, third set. As again, we wait for Djokovic, and this serve goes into the nets. I don't know if you had a chance to wander out to Garden Square, Mark, but oh boy, there's a large crowd out there.
Yeah, I tried to go to the to get a coffee from the lounge there, and
nope,
fighting through people trying to get through.
Yeah, the serve here. You got to stop signing those autographs, mate. Back out the middle of the court from Tsitsipas. He digs out a forehand. Djokovic goes back there again. Again, just a block ball from Tsitsipas. A shorter ball off forehand from Djokovic, and the backhand. He's so far back in the court. Tsitsipas. It goes in the bottom of the net. It's 15-30.
Tsitsipas is complaining he lost vision and lost sight of the ball there. He doesn't know what's going. He's going to have a quick chat to the central chair umpire.
Or is he going to do something in his bag? Nope, the umpire. Let's have a listen if we can.
I know you can't change it, but it's like almost like the ball. It's right. It's like almost like the ball.
Now, is he saying there's some perspex sort of behind the lower bowl, which is a bit bright. He may also be talking about the big screen. Could be a number of different things there.
Someone's gleaming smile. They're smiling.
Yeah, true. There's the serve here from Djokovic. The backhand cross-court from Tsitsipas, dug out by Djokovic, and it goes long. Break points early stage in this third set for Tsitsipas at 15-40.
And I like his body language. He's walking around with a fair bit of purpose. Maybe those shadow swings in front of our booth here did him some good there. You could see that his reflection.
Maybe he wasn't love 40. Maybe he was 40 love. Yeah, the scoring wrong.
That's right. Yeah.
Point.
Didn't see that fresh air shot land in.
As the serve, it was the triple Zoomer. As the serve here, down the tee, missing from Djokovic.
Well, big opportunity now for Tsitsipas.
Yeah, he hasn't shown too much emotion this evening. Certainly not the frustration stakes. Second serve. All the time in the world for Djokovic. The serve. Forehand up the line from Tsitsipas. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Half volley style at the baseline. The backhand wing from Tsitsipas. And he's put that long. He looks down. Sees that it's hit the baseline and it's 30-40.
And we were just talking about that Djokovic puts the balls in awkward positions. That was a pretty solid return from Tsitsipas. Clubbed the forehand. But then Djokovic just responded with the ball centimetres from the baseline, which forced the mistake.
Yeah, it was well in. As Djokovic prepares now, Tsitsipas level with the Melbourne side for this first serve, which he takes as a slice backhand. Short ball back that way from Djokovic. He's missed it. Early break of serve, but to Stefanos Tsitsipas. And he does get the better of that opening game here on AO Radio.
Is it too early to say that we're going to go the distance?
Morgan, you've got the keys to the bandwagon. You're in the front row at the moment.
2-2, come on, jump aboard. This is what we want. We want a contest.
Well, weren't we here 12 months ago and we thought that this was going to be a runaway victory for one player and it turned around? Well. Now, just going back to what the umpire, Louise Azamar Engzel, and the issue that Tsitsipas had, I think she's on the phone to Wayne McEwen having a chat about whatever the issue is and whether it can be resolved. I'm not sure it can be. Because he did say at one stage, I don't think anything can be done about it, but he's lost sight of the ball a couple of times. Anyway, let's see if he can hold serve.
Could be all that diamonds and gold from your chains, potentially.
I do well to keep them silent on air. As the ball here from Tsitsipas goes long.
They do just go cha-ching, cha-ching when you walk down the hallways, eh?
Well, I've got to stop dropping them. The second serve. Backhand here at the line from Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Up the line from Djokovic. Dug out by Tsitsipas. Another cross backhand from Djokovic. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Up the line from Djokovic. He's full stretch. Tsitsipas with the forehand. Now plenty of time to unleash a backhand up the middle of the court. To the Djokovic forehand. Forehands from both players in the juice court. A drop shot from Tsitsipas. Just gets over. It touched the top of the net. And just fell over. No way Djokovic Djokovic was going to get to that. It's 15-love.
Yeah, that didn't deserve to go over the net. But boy, it just snuck over. Is that the tide slowly or very, very quickly changing the deadest of net cords?
Is that
it's
the
a
most
strange shot?
The ideal drop shot, isn't it? To land it on the net and let it drop over.
And Djokovic having a good old little conversation to his support team. It's a one-way conversation.
Saying, change the net. 2 hours up on the Rolex. Serve here from Tsitsipas to the forehand of Djokovic. It's going to go long. It's going long. And it's 30-love.
And it just feels like things are going right for Tsitsipas right now, so he has to make this count. He's got to consolidate the break and keep his nose in front.
As Tsitsipas serves out wide and misses. Push that ball wide. Second serve. Doing 64% first serves into play. 74-1 on the first, 50 on the second as Djokovic leans into a backhand. Now across court forehand. Tsitsipas is there. Good angle. Djokovic back that way. Tsitsipas goes up the middle of the court. Djokovic with the cross backhand. He's back in the points and he does well because a slice backhand from Tsitsipas into the net. It's 30-15.
Djokovic doing a great job there of just weathering the storm on that point. The ball speed from the rallies has definitely gone up a notch or two as well. Tsitsipas is finding the middle of the racket finally. A little bit cleaner, a bit better off that backhand wing.
Well, he's been hammered in that corner, hasn't he? Djokovic knows the tactic, play the Tsitsipas backhand as much as possible. So 30-15. Serve out wide, missing. Again, missing wide by some margin. Djokovic takes a few steps towards the baseline. His second serve. Go to the backhand of Djokovic. Play up the line for a winner. He cut off the angle beautifully, had plenty of margin and plenty of court to work with for the winner. It's 30-all.
And that is the hardest return to do, and do it cleanly from the ad side of the court. When that ball is kicking out wide, is well inside the tram lines and the double side line to redirect that ball. That is tough. You've just got to be all over the ball. Can't let it get too high and too far away from you. The server just can't move to that ball. Tsitsipas hasn't even landed and the ball's already in the back fence.
Wait now for the serve to come in to the backhand of Djokovic up the line. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Djokovic is there. Good angle. Now up the line. Big one from Tsitsipas. Full stretch. Djokovic again. Tsitsipas goes to the opener corner. I think he's missed it. He has. He's missed that off forehand, and that's the pressure that Novak Djokovic puts on you. It's break-back points. Not even close. Put the close call up. It wasn't. What a get from Djokovic, though.
That was a clean winner with that backhand up the line until Djokovic, the telescopic arms and legs. Tsitsipas dodged a bullet there with the code violation as well.
So
wasn't too happy with that miss.
Can understand that. Djokovic level with the Melbourne sign. He's going to block back a backhand. Forehand drive volley. This time he puts it away, Tsitsipas. As we go to juice.
Well, he found that big first serve when he needed to. Finally landed that bomb and then got the drive volley. Gutsy play. Djokovic needed to take off and just start running. It's much easier to hit that drive volley cross court. Oof.
The serve here from Tsitsipas out wide, missing again. Djokovic reading it nicely, knew exactly where that was going. Second serve. Tsitsipas serves. Djokovic on his backhand up the middle of the court. Tsitsipas with a cross forehand. Forehand to forehand, both players. Dug out by Tsitsipas. Backing up the line from Djokovic. Cross court forehand from Tsitsipas. Looping forehand now from Djokovic. They switch to the ad court, backhand to backhand. Now he's going to run around and play a forehand up the juice court line is Tsitsipas. Dug out by Djokovic. Back there again from Tsitsipas. Djokovic with the cross forehand. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross court backhand from Djokovic. Slice from Tsitsipas short. Djokovic going to come in up the line for a winner. Yeah, too much room there. He got down nicely and he's got another rate point and advantage.
It's so hard to see when you're listening to the radio the differences of kind of ball shape that Djokovic hits. That's an obvious statement there, Mark. But yes, he's so skilled in just changing the flight path and the height of his shots over the net. And with that goes the speed of ball. It's never the same pace. I don't know how he hit that backhand up the line for the Stone Cold winner. Break point.
The serve here from Tsitsipas. Backhand full stretch from Djokovic. Into the juice court goes Tsitsipas. Great angle from Djokovic's forehand. Short ball from Tsitsipas. He's pushed it wide. Break back immediately for Djokovic. It's 1-1 in the third set here on AO Radio.
And Tsitsipas just yelling at himself there for losing that game.
But what can he do?
It was 30 love up too in that game. And it seemed like he had all this momentum.
Well, it was the missed off forehand, wasn't it, in the out court that changed the complexion of that one, that game.
The defensive skills of Djokovic forced the error at 30 all as well. Boy, oh boy. We only said that you only get small opportunities against Djokovic. Maybe that was the smallest of the small.
Yeah.
He's got to fight hard again.
Djokovic serves out wide and misses. Yes, he has lapses, Djokovic. They don't last too long, particularly these sort of matches. Second serve. Taking plenty of time as usual. Second serve here. Stefanos sitting on an off backhand. Up the line goes Djokovic. Full stretch. Tsitsipas across forehand. Defensive. Back that one. The off forehand from Djokovic. Good backhand from Tsitsipas. Up the line Djokovic. Tsitsipas with a looping forehand. Djokovic at the service line. Plays an off forehand. Middle of the court. Defending is Tsitsipas. He has to race across and just push another forehand up the line. It lands in. He's got a backhand now. At the middle of the court. He goes long. And again, he was just manoeuvred all over the court by Novak Djokovic. It's 15 love.
And the danger land for Tsitsipas is when he is pushed back 3-4 metres behind the baseline. And with Tsitsipas so far back, you know that Djokovic is on or inside the baseline. And it's going to be a tough night if you're doing a lot of your running from there. If Djokovic does win, fast forward maybe a set or two or three, where does that take him on the Grand Slam?
Equal
with
Rafael Nadal. As the serve comes in here from Djokovic. Out wide, blocked back by Tsitsipas. Sits up. Djokovic up the other line now. Big forehand from Tsitsipas. He's on the back foot again. He can't run for that one. Cross-court backhand winner from Djokovic. It's 30 love.
And again, Djokovic spending all that rally inside the baseline. So Tsitsipas either has got to take some pace off the shot and just get more trajectory, try to get his balls a little bit deeper to get Djokovic off the court. And then hopefully Tsitsipas can then transition forward a little bit. But Djokovic is owning that territory.
Serve here from Djokovic. Out wide. Big forehand up the middle of the court from Tsitsipas goes long. On the stretch, it's 40 love. To a more familiar pattern on the Djokovic serve.
Yeah, this is not the game that Tsitsipas needed. He needed another really, really hotly contested game, even if he doesn't win it.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Djokovic will serve out wide, and he misses long and wide.
It's 5 points in a row from Djokovic from the last game as well, from love 30.
Second serve. Backhand from Tsitsipas goes cross-court with some angle. Matched by Djokovic at the middle of the court from Tsitsipas defensive. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. He's well inside the baseline. Had to pick up a sharp forehand from Tsitsipas landing on the baseline. He couldn't dig it out, and it's 40-15.
And that's the only way Tsitsipas is able to get the ball deep, is just to absolutely do a Happy Gilmore slap.
Yes.
That was either going to remotely land in the court or take out someone in the president's stand.
Well, yeah, don't think he wants the reputation of having to change his game that badly.
It's all in the hips.
You certainly do not want to be a slapper out there. As the serve from Djokovic out wide, blocked back by Tsitsipas. Cross-court, up the line for Djokovic. Sliced backhand for Tsitsipas. He came to the net, Djokovic, but he was low down. His low backhand volley went into the net. 40-30.
Yeah, good little work from Tsitsipas. Went with the slice, little angle. And when you volley off a slice that you're receiving, you've got to open up the racket face a little bit more because the ball's going to react off the racket face. Generally goes downwards, so you've got to open up the racket face and just give it a little more loft. Ooh, so 40 love to 40-30. It's back on.
Yeah, well, let's see what he can do here. He'd love a first serve with Djokovic, and he delivers now. He gets it. Blocked back by Tsitsipas. Middle of the court. Djokovic with the cross forehand. Cross-court forehand into the net again from Tsitsipas, and again way back in the court. And it's 2-1 Djokovic in the third set. We're on serve. He's won the first two sets, Norley. Heading for title number 10 potentially on AO Radio.
He's super hold from receiving a little bit of pressure from the Tsitsipas game. But that game he just kind of dictated once again.
Kate, what have you got for us?
Tanya Falcone is listening from Edinburgh and really enjoying the commentary and the banter throughout the past fortnight. Midnight Madness moments were so entertaining. Were they?
Yes.
Were they really?
Yes, they were.
I wasn't part of any of that this year.
Should be called the Asylum, I think, instead of Midnight Madness.
Well, we took Candy away, so unfortunately she couldn't make it. There had to be casualties, Kate.
Tanya's cheering on Tsitsipas.
Lovely.
Carol is listening in from County Cork in far southwest of Ireland. Enjoying listening while walking Teddy the dog. Miss you next week.
Oh, I know. We'll miss us too.
And Dana is listening to us in bed. Enjoying the commentary and the description. She says your collective broadcasts are a million times better than anything you'd see on television. Thanks very much. Funny, descriptive, interesting and entertaining.
Well, I'll go.
She seems to think that if we were broadcasting at all of the slams, the popularity of tennis in the world would quadruple.
Oh,
let's take the band on the road.
Well, there are radio services at all 4 of the majors. So you can listen to them, Radio Roland Garros, the Wimbledon Radio Channel and US Open Radio, the other majors. We'll pass the baton on to Radio Roland Garros after we finish here tonight.
Have we got time for one more?
One more, quickly.
Scott is listening to us from Canberra and says, just wanting to thank everyone for their contribution over the past 2 weeks. AO Radio is definitely a highlight of the sporting year.
Oh, thanks, Scotty. You want to keep saying nice things about us? AO Radio at tennis.com.au. AO Radio at tennis.com.au.
Sounds like a wake almost, doesn't it? All these nice things.
Ausopen.com/AO Radio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form if you want to do it that way as well.
I highly recommend we should all go to all 4 slams and just keep the band together. And
well, I've got 2 of the 4 in my set.
Okay, well, it's good for some.
Chris, I think it's all 4. Jill, I think, is 3 out of a few. So we've got a few. There's the serve here from Tsitsipas. Big cross point in the net from Djokovic. And it's 15-love.
I just start my training again next week for AO Radio for the following year.
I expect that out of you.
345 days of training ready for next year.
And I'd expect nothing less from you. That's why you are the specimen you are, Mark Ilawati. The serve here onto the point up the line from Djokovic. Cross-court point into the net from Tsitsipas. It's 15 all.
Well, Tsitsipas has got to be a little careful here. He's getting a little bit negative with his emotions after losing points. He's got to be careful. He's got to try to keep it together.
Well, he'll have a rankings rise. Well, both of these players will anyway, but Tsitsipas will get to number 3, win or lose tonight. Off forehand from Tsitsipas. Stays but backhand volley. He's netted it though. Again, great scrambling at the back of the court from Djokovic. And Tsitsipas nets the backhand volley. Trouble here, 15-30.
Unfortunately, this is what Djokovic does, that accumulation of pressure from the time he walked on the court to the first ball that's struck. You just have to keep trying to do everything that little bit better. That really does hurt.
As we wait now for Tsitsipas, under pressure again. The serve out wide's an ace. Badly needed ace. He's 11th for the match to go to 30 all.
You've got to be feeling for Tsitsipas, like, where's his Grand Slam going to come from? If he does get one.
Potentially one that Novak Djokovic is down the other end of the court.
That'll do.
That'll be a start anyway. Tsitsipas prepares. Serves down the tee, misses. Second serve. On to the forehand of Djokovic, goes cross-court. Cross-court forehands from both players, looping forehand from Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. A flatter ball from Djokovic now as he hits that forehand cross-court. Cross-court forehand from Tsitsipas. Up the line goes Djokovic. Good cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Backhand to backhand now in the ad court, both players. Djokovic goes up the line. Cross-court forehand from Tsitsipas. Now it's Djokovic on the run. He's moving side to side. Slice backhand defensive into the ad court corner. Tsitsipas runs around and plays an inside-in forehand winner. And that one would have felt good as he goes to 40-30.
And he's trying to get the crowd on his side with a big, big fist pump. Just finally he was able to get some length on a couple of those ground strokes that gave him time to dictate the point. He was able to manoeuvre Djokovic from left to right. And that last forehand had to be a winner because he was outside the double sideline when he struck it. Papa Tsitsipas very happy.
It's the one he was looking for, getting on the end of that long rally. It's the serve here out wide. Yes, it's an unreturnable. Djokovic on the stretch. The ball going into the crowd. 2 games all in the third set. The end results. You're on AO Radio.
I think that's exactly what Tsitsipas needs. He needs to land some big serves. First serve percentage has got to go up.
65% in, winning 71 first ball, 46 second ball.
Okay, 65's not too bad. Okay.
We'll take that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but down the other end, 67% into play for Djokovic, winning 79% first ball. Just 50 on the second, though. That's for the match. So 2-all, third set. Djokovic 2 sets up. Men's final on AO Radio as the first serve goes long from Djokovic. Trying to get on that forehand of Tsitsipas. As just a feather drops onto the court. We're not doing the Andy Murray feather, not tonight. As the backhand loops here from Tsitsipas. Cross forehands from both players. One at the line from Tsitsipas. He's missed in the corner.
Oh, that was so close too.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what you were saying. He has to go for it.
Tsitsipas angry for himself, missing that. His first shot after the return. Just realised the importance of just sinking his teeth into the rally, getting into it. Can't afford to just give away a free point like that.
As we wait now for the serve to come in from Djokovic. And the serve takes the net, falls in. So we'll do it again. Two hours and 16 minutes on the Rolex clock. Another first serve. Djokovic locked back by Tsitsipas, but the serve went long. Crowd restless. Let's see what's going to happen here. A bit of a lull in the match. Third serve. Djokovic delivers it onto the backhand of Tsitsipas. Cross court backhand from Djokovic. Now he'll decide to go up the line. Tsitsipas with the cross forehand. Djokovic back in that direction. Tsitsipas back in that direction. Point to point. Now point at the line for Djokovic is deep. Blocked back by Tsitsipas. Just gets over. Djokovic goes back behind. Clean winner. Into the 8 court. It was open and it's 30 love.
Yes, Tsitsipas got burned by that forehand up the line from Djokovic midway through that rally. It caused Tsitsipas to only just poke at it with a slice. Not able to get enough length on it. It's just an absolute... There's a full house and then there's an overflowing house. And all the corporate boxes, there's just people standing, face planted up against the windows. Everyone's trying to get a glimpse of this brilliance.
Absolutely. The serve here from Djokovic clips the tape on the way through. We'll do it again. And again, the gap here, the crowd getting restless between the serves. And one of the things Novak could do to stop that is hurry up the service motion.
No chance.
Never going to happen. Wishful thinking. Ball blocked back here by Tsitsipas into the net. Off the return, it's 40 love. Yeah, I mean, look, you can dream, can't you? Does give us time to say, get your emails coming in, aoradio@tennis.com.au, allsopen.com/AO Radio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form. Serve out wide to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Drop shot by Djokovic, coming forward. Tsitsipas not going to get there. He conceded that one. He wasn't going to get there. And Djokovic 3 on serve in this third set. He took the first 6-3, the second 7-6. We've been on court 2 hours and 18 minutes on AO Radio.
That was a very, very confident drop shot there from Djokovic at 40 love. And again, he just displays unbelievable racket skills to be able to look like he's going to just drive that backhand, which Tsitsipas has been trying to repel all night long. And then he just goes, whoop, little drop shot, little slider. Amazing skills.
Kate, what have you got for us email-wise?
Steve's listening to us from Hamilton in New Zealand, where, of course, it's just flipped over to Monday the 30th, which, you know what that means?
What?
It's Midnight Madness in New Zealand.
Oh, well done.
Cheers for the good commentary team. And he's obviously barracking for Novak. So a lot of love for Novak and a lot of love for Tsitsipas, I have to say. Pretty even at this stage with the emails coming through.
Very nice.
And JJ is up early in New York City to listen to the final with AO Radio. So much better than the local TV commentary once again. I just have to say that. Thank you for the great work.
Oh, thank
JJ.
you. Thank you for writing in.
And Iris just wants to say hello.
Hello.
Hello, Iris. Very nice of you to write to us. And Lucas is listening from Sydney. Says it's a disgustingly humid Sydney. What's the temperature in Sydney at the moment? Anyone got that on their phone?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Love the coverage. Is there any clear reason why Djokovic has been so dominant at the Australian Open? But no, he reckons not so much at other hard court slams. I'm not sure about that record.
To answer your question, KK, 24.6 degrees in Sydney Celsius. Feels like 27.2, 85% humidity.
Ooh,
Ouch.
Conditions are heavy.
71% humidity here, but it's only 18.9. There you go. Now you're up to date with the weather. You're on AO Radio.
And how is it in Oslo?
Well, someone will write in and tell us, I'm sure. Thanks, Kate. As the serve here, one of the forehand of Djokovic, back behind Tsitsipas, just threw the racket as Djokovic went up the line. Off forehand from Tsitsipas, up the line from Djokovic with his backhand. He's back in that eight court again with a cross backhand. Drop shot from Tsitsipas, just gets it over. Djokovic can't get there. You did one to me, I'm going to do one to you.
Yeah.
Cop that, 15 love.
Whatever you can do, I can do that a little bit better.
Until he does it again.
Yeah, it's a good little change up there from Tsitsipas. Boy, but he has to land it on the freckle right there, doesn't he? Just to be able to get it. So Djokovic can't get racket on ball.
Serve here from Tsitsipas, takes the net and flies long.
But it is a good question. Like, why does Djokovic do so well here in Melbourne compared to something like the US Open?
Second serve. Backhand, Djokovic cross court, dug out by Tsitsipas in the ad court corner with the backhand. Now he's got a cross forehand. Djokovic defending, way on the Melbourne side. He gets a cross forehand. Tsitsipas throws in another drop shot. He's up to this one, Djokovic. He plays cross court. Oh, he's at the net. Tsitsipas played the backhand volley. Djokovic tracks that down. It's a lob, and it lands long. Well, he took it on Tsitsipas, and he got the result he wanted. It's 30 love.
Wow, great hands from Tsitsipas. The last time Djokovic had to hit a two-handed backhand on a drop shot, he went up the line. Tsitsipas covered the centre, and listen to the crowd. They're starting to get into it.
And this ball landed around the service line, so Djokovic had time to throw the lob in. He pushed it long. 30 love, 2-3, third set. Tsitsipas serves into the nets. Second serve.
Just feels like Tsitsipas has to win the point by doing unbelievable stuff. That first shot, drop shot, that volley.
He's double faulted.
Yeah, he went big on that second serve. 182 kilometres per hour.
Well, he went hard at it, and that is double fault number 3 for the match. It's 30-15. So, Tsitsipas prepares again. And the serve goes into the net.
Looked like a serve volley point there from Tsitsipas. So he's going through his Rolodex of tactics.
Rolodex? That one for a while. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Djokovic. Cross court. He unleashes on a big backhand up the line to Tsitsipas. That one would have felt good. He's 40-15.
Yeah, that ball just did not deviate once it left the racket face of Tsitsipas. Djokovic doing a couple of little stretches just to add to the theatre potentially.
No, just saying, bring it on. I could be out here for hours.
That's right.
That's what Marky Lawati's saying. I can commentate for hours. The serve here to the backhand of Djokovic. Flying up the line from Tsitsipas. Clean winner. Yeah, did well into the eight court. And he holds for 3 games all now in the third set. 2 sets to love lead for Novak Djokovic on AO Radio.
And this is the tough part from Tsitsipas. Djokovic is not going to give you points from his errors, or they'll be very, very limited. He has to go out and play really high-quality points. You know, that drop shot first point, the lunging backhand volley, the laser beam up the line. So he has to really just play at a high, high level for long periods of time, which is not easy to do.
And well, that's the dynamic of best 3 out of 5. And why? Talk about why the success here. He plays it better than anyone.
Yeah.
The serve from Djokovic out wide, blocked back by Tsitsipas, goes long.
And you've got to think of Djokovic's schedule leading into the Aussie Open. Normally with all the end-of-year championships, he's still playing those late into the season. So he doesn't really have a huge chunk of time off to put the feet up, hit the beach, eat a bunch of pizzas, some chips.
Oh, I've been doing a lot of that. Get back out on the court. There's a serve here from Djokovic. Down the tees, an ace. That is ace number 6 tonight, and it's 30 love.
Just seems to be in good shape and in tennis mode for long periods of time. His off-season's almost like 35 minutes long.
Well, he's always said, you know, I've got to try and keep getting better every year. Yeah. When you're at the top of the game, it's like, yeah, but these guys are coming.
Yeah.
And I've got to be ahead of them. And he's continued that over such a long period of time. The serve here. Whoops. Take 2 on the ball toss. Someone calling out. As we wait now for this serve. And he delivers this ball out wide. Misses. remembering his first title here was way back in 2008. Beat Joe Wilfried Tsonga in 4 sets. And intermittent runs from there. Oops. Youngster. Inopportune moment, right as he's about to release that Dunlop. Djokovic there. Second serve, 30 love. The serve onto the backhand to Tsitsipas. A looping ball. Sits up. Djokovic, yep, cross forehand. Clean winner. No problem there. It was a floating ball from Tsitsipas, and Djokovic said, thank you very much. It's 40 love.
That's hard from Tsitsipas when that second serve kicks up around esophagus height. Very difficult to control the backhand from there. He's either got to go a long way back or try to take that before it gets too tall. Hit that 13 times on that follow-through.
The win predictor says 98% chance of Djokovic winning, 2% for Tsitsipas. The serve down the tee, picked up by Tsitsipas. Sharp chance. He plays a cross forehand. Djokovic anticipates, goes to a cross forehand of his own. Now he gets a short ball and just hammers it backhand up the line. He holds to love again. And again, he keeps himself in front on serve. It's 4-3, the third set for Djokovic. He leads by 2 sets to love in the men's singles final. AO 2023 on AO Radio.
Well, this is where now I feel the intensity of Djokovic just gets lifted. This is the money end of the match right here. This change of hands, and the crowd sense it as well. The cheer goes up. Enormous pressure on Tsitsipas just to keep holding serve, to stay in this set and stay in the match.
Now the ball kid is running out another drink bottle to Novak Djokovic. Okay.
Food delivery service, that's good.
Oh, no. Anyway, then runs back into position. Kate, while we're in the change of ends, more messages, please.
Yes, Mark and Kim are listening in Palm Coast.
Oh, thank you, Mark and Kim, again for the Tim Tams.
They're the Tim Tamians.
Whereabouts is Palm Coast?
I'm not sure.
Right, well, you can obviously get Tim Tams from there. Is that...
No, you order them online, Kate.
Okay, right, whatever. Thanks, team.
Here's Sweet Caroline, Kate.
Coverage yet again. Oh, gosh.
Here we go.
This,
it's amazing, isn't it?
Yep, I see Chris Bowers leading the charge for the crowd with this number. He's got the shirt off, waving it above his head, getting them all rolled up.
Mark and Kim also said that it's a great idea. Let's take the whole team on the road to each major.
Oh, we'll come to Miami as well. We're close.
Yeah, then Indian Wells. You've got to warm up with Indian Wells.
Yeah, we'll have a nice little warm-up of Indian Wells when we get to Miami.
And you've got to get there a week or two ahead just to acclimatise, because the conditions can be quite challenging.
I like the way you think. I think we're all on board. Thank you, Kate. As the serve here from Tsitsipas. The forehand of Djokovic just clips the net. Tsitsipas goes to the ad court. High ball again, defensive from Djokovic. The overhead from Tsitsipas allows Djokovic back in. Low forehand volley from Tsitsipas. Again, Djokovic throws up the lob. This can be put away, and he does from Tsitsipas. But he's having to work so hard for his points. It's 15 love. It's go time for Djokovic, isn't it?
It really is, and Djokovic is a little bit annoyed with himself. He could have done a little bit more in that last ball. Last backhand lob, just didn't get enough on it. But boy, his defensive skills, he does that so well on stretch, throwing up the high defensive backhand lob.
Prepares again to Tsitsipas. And the serve down the tee, full stretch again. Djokovic got another one. And into the open court goes Tsitsipas. The +1 is good. Up the line of the juice court for a winner, 30 love.
Yeah, great composure from Tsitsipas. He's trying everything. He's done a good job of staying in this match. He's been fighting it the whole time.
As we wait now for Tsitsipas to prepare. And the serve down the tee is another ace. Let's see, up to number 12 to go to 40 love. Level things up at 4-all in the third. Djokovic leading by 2 sets to love. As we wait now for Tsitsipas. And he'll deliver this ball out wide and go long. Right into the Djokovic hitting zone too, that one. Second serve. And the serve now will go to the backhand again. Djokovic jumped at him. Tsitsipas plays the cross forehand winner.
Good game.
It's 4-all in the third set.
All right, now Tsitsipas, what are you going to do? You've got to try something maybe a little different here. It's 4-all.
You know he can't hear you, right? I know he walked up to you looking for advice. He's saying, come to me.
I'm holding up a note for him.
Yeah.
All right, here it is. Now we see what the champion, how the champion responds, and also hopefully we get to see the challenger. What will he throw at him?
So 4 games all, third set. Djokovic. Well, he's had a couple of easier service games. There's the serve here into the net.
This is what Tsitsipas wants. He's gone backwards a little bit on this return of serve, so he's trying something a little different here.
Yep. Well, he has that variation, as does Djokovic, to be fair. We wait. Djokovic, in an inordinate amount of time, the serve, run around, play the forehand, up middle of the court, Tsitsipas, middle of the court from Djokovic. Cross-court backhand now from both players, up the line from Djokovic, blocked back by Tsitsipas. Djokovic drop shot, Tsitsipas ain't going to get that. That was hit with perfection. Understanding the situation, Djokovic, as he's done again, it's 15-love.
And unfortunately for Tsitsipas, that return just landed just over the service line, which is not ideal when you're going backwards like that on the second serve. He's got to get it deeper and force Djokovic well behind the baseline. Just so calm, Djokovic, to be able to just pull out the old droppy.
The serve down the tee misses.
Well, he gets another second serve.
I call it a dropper rather than a droppy.
Dropper, okay.
Well, terminology. I mean, I use Zoomer and no one in the world ever does. So.
Or Zoomy.
Second serve. Djokovic, the forehand's a sharp serve. Cross-court line from Tsitsipas with his forehand. Cross-court backhands now from both players. Djokovic leans into one. Tsitsipas back in that direction. Heavy ball from Djokovic, matched by Tsitsipas. He's comfortable there. Now he switches to the forehand of Djokovic. It's cross-court. Cross-court forehands again. This takes the net from Tsitsipas, lands in. Up the line from Djokovic. Slice backhand short from Tsitsipas, and an off-forehand winner from Djokovic into the open ad court. Had plenty of time. The net getting involved. It's 30-love.
And Tsitsipas just couldn't get a read on the Djokovic forehand, his second last forehand. Thought he was going to go cross-court, but he went up the line, and that caught him out half a step. And he had to slice it, and then Djokovic inside the baseline will not miss that forehand.
We've crossed the 2.5-hour mark on the Rolex clock. As Djokovic again prepares at 30-love. And he'll deliver this ball into the net. No, it took the nets and went long.
So he's giving Tsitsipas a chance here. 3 missed first serves.
Yeah, let's see if he can use the opportunity here, Stefanos. The ball bouncing. You can hear Djokovic onto the backhand of Tsitsipas. Played up the line. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Slice backhand from Tsitsipas. Slice from Djokovic up the line. Tsitsipas forehand up the line into the net. Yeah, you need to get up and over. He couldn't. It's 40-love.
Djokovic, in these big moments, is so frugal with his errors, just does not give him away. Well, in public holiday, if he does an unforced error when it's 4-all in the third set, almost serving for the title.
Well, he's only got 3 on the board here. One of them a double fault. As the serve here from Djokovic takes the net, flies wide. 10 for Tsitsipas in this set. 10 winners too for Djokovic. 6 on the backhand wing. Second serve. 40-love. Serve onto the backhand. Cross-court from Tsitsipas. Up the line. Djokovic, clean winner. We had a good view of that one, and that was sublime from Novak Djokovic. 1 game away from championship number 10. It's 5-4 on serve in the third here on AO Radio.
Well, that feels like that backhand was a statement. And Tsitsipas not even looking in the Djokovic direction.
He went the long way around the umpire's chair.
Oh, that one's got to hurt. It feels like he's throwing everything possible at Djokovic, and Djokovic just smiling, taking it on the chin, and then replying with that.
Well, what do you reckon, Kate?
I reckon we're getting to the end of this match, Pete.
All right, well, then we better...
we better get through a few of the emails.
Some messages.
Last words.
We've got a follow-up email from your friend Red Sox Devil.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Mercado has given me another priceless idea. We need a new tennis event, the Midnight Madness Invitational. All matches start at midnight, and the commentators he's got here are on the sauce.
Oh, no. Mark Ilawati does not get on the sauce, so that's going to be a problem.
Only.
More of a mustard kind of fella. There we go.
That's my sauce of choice. And a little bit of Kewpie.
And Dion's listening to us from Melbourne.
Was that Dijon or was that Dion?
Dion. No, I believe it's Dion. Wants to know, Pete, where else you can hear your voice during the year? What other sports do you cover these days?
You can call him up.
I'm about to say, send me your number. What do I do?
His phone number is...
No. Where's he listening, Dion, by the way?
Just in Melbourne, Pete. That's
Okay,
all I've got.
I'll give you that answer in a sec, because Tsitsipas is serving to stay in the match here at 4-5. The serve from Tsitsipas clips the tape. We'll be doing a bit of ATP TV stuff in the middle of the year before Wimbledon radio channel. A bit of local footy stuff too mixed in this year, and then back at the end of the year for some more ATP around Tokyo time. There you go. Or just send me a number and I'll talk. The serve here, forehand to Djokovic, cross-court up the line from Tsitsipas. Djokovic digs that out. It's going to be long. I mean, you talk about, what he's going to have to do here in terms of margin. Tsitsipas, he has to hit every line.
Yeah, it's right. Actually, he's got to run down here, grab Djokovic's racket, throw it over the fence, serve a couple times, get a couple of free points. And you know it's important when all the photographers start piling into the photography pit.
The serve here onto the backhand. Djokovic just gets over up the line, goes Tsitsipas. A high ball from Djokovic. This lands long. He's still got to it, though. That's a frightening thing about this. It's 30 love.
He would have made a great soccer goalkeeper. Just the ball cannot get behind him.
No.
You can't get the ball past him.
And that's why he just keeps pushing himself to new heights. All of these big players do. Why they've been at the top for so long. The serve, the forehand of Djokovic. Cross-court forehands from both players. As a side, we can't get there, Tsitsipas. Want to go squash shot forehand, but he was nowhere near it in the end. It's 30-15.
Yeah, his agility, when you're watching his movement in isolation, the way he moves and covers the court, it's just flawless. He's got phenomenal balance. And this is a guy who X amount of years ago had to withdraw from a lot of matches, had the reputation of not being the toughest and fiercest competitor.
Oh, that's changed now, hasn't it?
Oh.
Serve here from Tsitsipas. Clips the tape on the way through. I'm going to say, Tsitsipas, you mentioned throwing everything at him, what he's got. He's not the only one that's had this treatment over the years on this court. They try, but just so good. The generation we're in, it's a real privilege. Another first serve for Tsitsipas. Puts it into the nets.
He hasn't dropped a set all tournament, has he? Djokovic?
One
set.
Quacko. He'd be feeling pretty good about things, by the way, I would have thought.
You'd be hanging your hat on that for sure.
Backhand here from Djokovic. Cross-court forehands from both players as it goes into the juice court. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross-court backhand now. Both players slice there into the 8 court on the backhand side from Tsitsipas. He flattened one out up the middle and it goes long.
So Djokovic is Nadaling. He's doing what Nadal does in Roland Garros, pretty much, here in Melbourne. Now the crowd are really sensing this is the pivotal point of the match.
Yep. So now we wait. Enormous pressure on Stefanos Tsitsipas, the third seed. Serving to stay in the match 4-5, 30 all third set. As he prepares here. And the serve out wide. Full stretch. Djokovic just blocks it back. Tsitsipas back behind him for a winner. And a great serve. Great placement of the serve. Gets the +1. It's 40-30.
Yeah, timely first serve out wide there for Tsitsipas. Took a lot of pace off the ball there. Got it really, really short. Djokovic was on his bike running cross court.
Hello to Enzo Quacko as well, who's loving life, I would have thought. It's the serve here. Out wide, an ace! 5 games all in the third set.
That's a superb way to snuff out the game from Djokovic right there. 5 apiece. Oh, here we go. What can he do?
Well, he's barely taken a point off the Djokovic serve in this set.
And listen to the dueling chants. You can almost hear someone yelling out, Mikado, Mikado, Mikado.
Oh, well, I'm lifting. I don't feel under the same pressure that Stefanos Tsitsipas is at the moment.
We're allowed a few more errors, a couple more fumbles.
Anyway, he walks away from the line. He's just putting the ball to the backboard. The serve clock is stopped. Yeah, it's been a problem all tournament. I don't know what you do to fix it other than get on with the serve. It's a horrible state of affairs, but sadly, it's the only way at the moment is the serve from Djokovic. Ooh, we missed well long that time.
Almost landed in the error.
There's a There'll be a lot of club players going, oh, we can do that.
That's right.
The thing I do all the time. So a second serve. 5-all, third set. Opening point. Second serve. Tsitsipas, back out the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. And now playing up the line. Tsitsipas with a high ball. Djokovic should hit this as a point drive ball. He does. Going to be another lob from Tsitsipas. Djokovic should hit this as a conventional overhead, and he does. Tsitsipas scrambling at the back of the court. Barely got a racket to it. It's 15-love. He's doing well, actually, Djokovic, to hold the emotion in right now.
Oh.
I think he's saying to his team, are you asleep over there?
Yeah, it sounds like, hey,
wake up.
Hey, coach, are you with me?
And it's like, Goran's going, I miss it. I'm loving every point here. I'm riding all of it.
Well, so pulling out the pom-poms in the players' box there.
As a coach, you've got to have absolutely everything, don't you? As the serve here from Djokovic down the tee is an ace. And that is ace number 7 as he goes to 30-love.
A little pressure on the coaching box there to clap on that ace there.
Oh, yeah. Just the glare up because it's down that end.
Right.
And don't give anything other than encouragement. Don't give any advice. You don't want that.
Yeah, what do you...
I know.
What do you say to Djokovic in these moments?
I'm sorry. We'll keep going. Right. There's a serve here from Djokovic. Forehand from Tsitsipas going to go long again. He's right into the hitting zone. It's 40-love.
It's a tough game for Tsitsipas right here. When the champ has got 3 game points and another, as Peter said, comfortable service game, just can't get into the rallies here. Some quality serving.
So prepares again, does Djokovic. Out wide, it's a good serve, unreturnable. The backhand rolling to the net from Tsitsipas. We continue on serve. It's 6-5 in the third. Djokovic still with the advantage on our radio.
And a little hop, skip and a jump from Djokovic there, and a little racket pump. So he kind of feels like this is the game. And poor Tsitsipas just can't win a point on the Djokovic serve.
It's too solid at the moment. Speaking of solid, Kate Kearns has been more than solid. She's been spectacular across these 2 weeks and has more emails for us.
Best on ground, I hear.
Oh, Lord. Actually, Mark, I think I've got one of your mates here.
Oh, do tell.
Is it Cretchy?
Oh, Far North, yes in WA.
Yeah, he's driving 1,100 kilometres today in my service to regional WA tennis. Loving the soulful sounds and inspired insights from a great mate, Mark Lawley.
Yeah, and
love your work, bud.
just on Jace there, he covers more territory than any coach in Australia. He coaches in the far north of Western Australia, so he goes out to all these outlying Aboriginal communities.
Really?
Would spend, I think, 3 months pretty much on the road coaching up far north. Does an amazing job touching a whole bunch of isolated and remote communities where there's potentially 12, 15 kids who live in these little towns in the middle of nowhere.
Fantastic.
Good stuff.
Good work. Yes, I'm just having a look through. We've got here Remote Tennis Services Australia, Esperance Tennis Academy, Tennis Palmerston Darwin, Tennis Alice Springs, Tennis Australia Junior Development Coach, yes, and the list goes on.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you, Kate, for that.
I feel for him sometimes when he leaves his tennis racket at home. So he's like 4,500 Ks.
Yeah.
Racket, got to go.
All those places are far away in Australia. If you're wondering where they are around the world, long way away. Tsitsipas serving again to stay in the match. Force this to a tie break. First serve out wide misses. Serving at 5-6 in the third set. Down 2 sets to love. Second serve. And this one onto the backhand of Djokovic at the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. He's coming in. Great cross there.
He's going back.
He's got to go back now. He is. He's playing it backhand up the line. Now it's Djokovic on the scramble. The cross-court point. Point at the line by Tsitsipas. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Backing up that line from Tsitsipas. Cross forehand from Djokovic. Matched by Tsitsipas with angle. Djokovic goes back in that direction up the line from Tsitsipas. Djokovic going with the cross backhand. He went long. Oh, wow. Dicey moments right now. Long rallies. That one. 15 shots. It's 15-love.
And unfortunately for Tsitsipas, just started to move into the net a little bit late. Didn't really commit. He got forced back, but did a good job from the baseline there. Controlled the point.
Late. It's 10:30. He's arrived at Midnight Madness.
That's late.
That is late.
Fashionably late.
As the circuit from Tsitsipas. Blocked back by Djokovic. It's going to go wide. A floating backhand. 30-love. Mark Lawley liking that.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I just want to see the pressure of a tiebreaker. It's a long way to go. 30-love, though.
Well, Not really. 2 points potentially.
Potentially.
6 maybe all up. 7, 8. Serve here from Tsitsipas. Blocked back by Djokovic up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Back up the line from Djokovic. Tsitsipas trying to go back up that line. He pushed the forehand wide. 30-15.
He's had a hard time tonight of just keeping Djokovic behind the baseline. Djokovic was just being able to get inside the court. That's because of the pressure of his shots and the depth of his ground strokes.
So wait now for Tsitsipas. The serve out wide. It's an ace.
He's found the target on that one a couple times now, Tsitsipas.
40-15.
He's getting himself out of trouble. 2 game points to take it to a third set tiebreaker.
So Tsitsipas prepares again to do just as Mark Hilawati suggested. The serve out wide. Good cross forehand. Just deep from Djokovic. The point just gets over from Tsitsipas. Djokovic got there. Tsitsipas back behind him. But I think he's gone long. He has. He played it too hard in the end. He had to go line. He would have won the point. It's 40-30.
Wow, what a return from Djokovic and pick up from Tsitsipas.
Awareness from Djokovic just to slice up the line. Oh, he wanted to tube him there.
He wanted to win by a TKO. Technical knockout.
The serve here from Tsitsipas. Still gain points. Serves down the 10 and the race. And to the third set tiebreaker we go. It's 6 games all on AO
Come
Radio.
on, fans, get on your feet here in the stadium.
Well,
Tsitsipas, we see the zoomer. Just the one.
Just the one, because it's caught the tee. So I got a good piece of it.
Right on the junction.
Right, where's this going to go?
Oh.
Where is this going to go, this tiebreak? Tsitsipas, his level dropped.
15 aces from Tsitsipas.
Yep.
Some solid serving.
7 for Djokovic. He fell away in the second set tiebreak to Tsitsipas. Djokovic prepares again from the far end. 2 hours and 46 minutes on the Rolex clock. First point of the tiebreak. Blocked back by Tsitsipas. It bounced before it got to his side of the net. The return. It's 1-0 Djokovic. Third set tiebreak.
And this is a tough situation for Tsitsipas. He's been struggling to get returns into play against the Djokovic serve. He's been trying to win a point against the Djokovic serve.
Yeah, he hasn't quite solved that puzzle tonight, has he?
And unfortunately, he's sharing the serving duties here, so half your points are going to be lost.
As the serve here, clips the tape on the way through and misses wide from Tsitsipas. So we had our commentary end. 0-1. Second serve. On to the forehand of hammer up the line from Djokovic. Too much time. He was trying the body serve, Tsitsipas. It didn't work. And it's 2-0 Djokovic. Third set tiebreak.
Well, I get very excited when I see Djokovic returning from inside the baseline like that. He does that so well. Really abbreviated the swing. Nice, clean contact.
Tsitsipas prepares again. And the serve. Out wide. Forehand from Djokovic. Going the other court. Tsitsipas, he's missed that. And he knew Djokovic was going to track it down. He had to go line. He missed the line. It's 3-0 Djokovic. Third set tiebreak.
I feel for Tsitsipas there. He's got about 0.3 of a millimetre of tennis court to hit into tonight. Tsitsipas. Djokovic is just covering the court so well. So big 2 points off the Tsitsipas serve. We see the scenes outside.
The Garden Square is packed. Absolutely packed. Oh, they're going to break an attendance record this year. You can be sure of that. Have to. I don't think I've seen a crowd this big since the Federer-Nadal final when they were packed into Margaret Court Arena. The serve here, the backhand of Tsitsipas. Back that way from Djokovic. Tsitsipas just puts up a floating ball. That's going to go long again. Oh, land on the baseline, Novak. It's 4-0. Third set tiebreak.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas felt like Djokovic was maybe going to go up the line with that forehand, and he was starting to scoot that way. Got caught out. 4-love, a point for 5-0. You kind of get the feeling the engraver might be just warming up his apparatus.
Good luck to him. Or her. As the serve here from Djokovic as the crowd, again, just restless. 4-0 third set tie break. 1 point to come on the Djokovic serve. And this one is delivered to the forehand. It's blocked back by Tsitsipas. Up the line goes Djokovic. Cross-court backhand, Tsitsipas into the net. Into the net. He's 2 points away, Djokovic. It's 5-0 in the third set tie-break. The resistance coming down again from Stefanos Tsitsipas, as we saw in the second set.
Yeah, feel for Tsitsipas right here and his team that they'll be going to this footage to see what went on, how we can make a dent against Djokovic. Still 2 points on serve. Get these two.
Make it interesting. Love 0-5 as the serve out wide misses from Tsitsipas.
Serve that was going in a couple of minutes ago. Just missed it by a good chunk of space.
Second serve. The forehand of Djokovic. Cross-court forehand from Tsitsipas. Djokovic leans into one up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Backhand from Djokovic. Great angle. Looping backhand from Tsitsipas. He's still in that court playing another backhand to the Djokovic backhand cross. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Up the line Tsitsipas again. Back that way from Djokovic, controlling things. Down a slice from Tsitsipas. And that slice up the line from Djokovic. Spins wide.
Well, Djokovic turning around. Someone just let a squeal when that backhand slice made it over the net.
And they're going to change ends. It's 5-1 Djokovic, third set tie-break.
No doubt the central chair umpire will give the crowd a little bit of a roasting on telling them to be quiet.
It hasn't worked yet.
No. It's a bit like your parents when you're a kid when they tell you to be quiet.
Yes.
In one ear and out the other.
We're pleased to see that Chris Bowers has arrived back in the commentary box here after his exploits with Sweet Caroline.
That's right. He might start another one here.
You said he had his shirt off. Mark.
Well, I thought I saw him.
And when he got the dut-dut-dust, he nailed those, but he was leading the crowd, apparently, according to you. Anyway, back to this, because crunch time now for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Serving at 1-5 in the third set tie-break. One more point to come on his serve. And he delivers it down the tee, blocked back by Djokovic. It's not coming back. So he keeps himself alive, but the next 2 points will be on the Novak Djokovic serve at 5-2 in this third set tie-break.
Take your hat off to Tsitsipas. He did what he needed to do, win those 2 points. But the biggest challenge arises right now, trying to at least get one of these. 5-2, third set tiebreaker. Djokovic serving for the championship.
Yep, now he
Slam
is.
number 10.
Here in Melbourne, the serve. Out wide, blocked, sliced backhand from Tsitsipas, lands in the corner of the egg court. He now plays a forehand up the line of the juice court. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic, dug out by Tsitsipas. Cross-court backhand now from Djokovic, matched by Tsitsipas. Up the line from Djokovic, cross forehand is deep from Tsitsipas, matched by Djokovic, forehand to forehand. He's hit the sideline as Tsitsipas, he backed that way. Djokovic just leans him one up the line. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas, backhand to backhand, sliced again from Tsitsipas. Topspin backhand from Djokovic, up the line goes Tsitsipas. Full stretch on the cross, forehand is Djokovic, forehand to forehand they go. Crucial rally. The shorter ball from Tsitsipas. Djokovic coming in cross court. Now he's going to play the low backhand volley, but he puts it into the net. Well done again. He's hanging on by his fingernails. Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's 5-3 Djokovic in the third set breaker.
This is what we get. Quality. Wow, great point from both guys. Djokovic is taking a little extra time here. Wow, and you know Djokovic is just zeroing in on that first serve. He took a lot of speed off. It was only 152 kilometres per hour. Just went into defence mode, brick wall mode.
You're thinking wide serve here at 5-3.
Yep, slidey, widey, hidey. Here it comes.
As the serve comes in now, Djokovic down the tee, blocked back by Tsitsipas. Half-court ball, cross-court forehand from Djokovic, back at the baseline. He'll play the cross backhand, anticipated by Tsitsipas, a low slice. He's back there again, this time a topspin cross-court. Djokovic back in that direction. Big topspin backhands from both players. Up the line from Djokovic, a short ball from Tsitsipas. Djokovic waits, he goes up the line for a winner. And he has championship points. That's 6 points to 3 in the third set tie-break.
And Djokovic just rallying the crowd to get out of their chairs.
And they are doing just that. It's on the Tsitsipas serve. 3 championship points for Novak Djokovic. Championship points. And we wait. Again, going to make an announcement, the umpire. Championship point. Tsitsipas serves too big. That missed by a long way. Second serve. Championship point. Tsitsipas serves. Backhand from Djokovic, cross-court and misses. And misses.
Gutsy serve from Tsitsipas, went the body. Backhand side.
6-4. Still two more championship points. One on the Tsitsipas serve and another on the Djokovic serve.
He's been hitting the sliding one out wide pretty well. Tsitsipas.
Championship point number 2. Tsitsipas down the tee, blocked back by Djokovic. Tsitsipas goes off, forehand winner. He got the results. And now he says to Novak Djokovic, you've got to come and serve for this. One more championship point at 6-5 in the third set tiebreak.
Yeah, and the bad news from Tsitsipas, he hasn't been doing as good a job on the return of serve. Alrighty, and you know the importance by how many ball bounces that Djokovic is going to do off this one.
Well, he's got the full allotment of the serve clock too now. It's at 19. A bit of latitude from the umpire. Championship point number 3 for Novak Djokovic to extend the history that he's created at Melbourne Park. Championship point. Djokovic down the tee. Forehand from Tsitsipas is deep. Working now to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Backhand to backhand, both players. And now Djokovic all willing to one up the line. He's just made it. Block back from Tsitsipas. It goes long! And it is 10 at the absolute best for Novak Djokovic. He owns this court. And he is back in style. A superb tournament again. He wins the 2023 Australian Open. He returns to the world number 1 ranking, and he has won major number 22. He is an absolute immortal of this sport, Novak Djokovic. He continues to extend the history of this sport. He's just written another chapter. He kisses the courts. He takes the applause of the crowds. Novak Djokovic is your 2023 Australian Open men's singles champion.
And he's thrown the racket into the crowd.
And now the emotion as he gets to his team. We were waiting for it to come out. He's been so calm, actually, all the way through. He receives their congratulations, and he's going into there as well. And now he can celebrate. In fact, actually, the coaching team are holding him in place so he doesn't fall over. The tightest of embraces, too, from everyone in the team all at once.
Wow, you really see how much that meant to Djokovic.
Oh, yeah, this one was personal this year. Absolutely.
And we really don't know the amount of work that went in to get him on the court every single day.
Well,
it's good to see.
I think he's reset the balance on the ATP Tour. Being back at world number 1, slam number 22 or major number 22, equal now on the men's side with Rafael Nadal.
He's just breaking down crying there in the box.
He absolutely is. He's laying down, actually. The emotion, as we said right throughout, and Chris mentioned it as well during the call, that we didn't see as much emotion from Novak throughout the match as we normally do in a Djokovic match. Meanwhile, Stefanos Tsitsipas, well, he's just sitting there. He's just, I think, probably going to be philosophical about this one because Djokovic was just far too good today. Again.
Yeah, there's not much you can do in that situation. There's fans and supporters just tearing up all over the stadium.
Well, he's either showing emotion or he's cramped up, one of the two. I'm pretty sure it's the former.
Yeah.
And he's going to get back up now, and the spotlight is on him. The whole team embracing him. He just had to have that moment.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary what he's been able to achieve. It's been a privilege to be here watching it and calling it for all of this time.
We're just so lucky to witness the greatest of the greats.
Yep. Have a listen to the roar. He's still with his team.
The security are trying to get him down, but
and just saying, look, let's just give us a moment here. They can keep setting up the stage and everything. They don't have to wait. Here he comes. And we'll get a round of applause for Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Be careful on getting down, that's for sure.
And that's the roar for Tsitsipas. And he salutes the crowd. He gives them a round of applause too. He'll go to number 3 in the rankings, back to a career high for him. Djokovic will take the world number 1 position tomorrow morning after winning number 10 here. Well, the fans, amazing, not just here but also in Garden Square. He will be going out there and taking their applause too. And he salutes the crowd again, does Djokovic, as he makes his way around. I'm just seeing vision of Garden Square, which is going absolutely bananas.
And rightly so.
So we'll set up all the podium and everything now.
And it's just great to see what it actually really does mean. You would think after winning it 9 times you may get a little bit complacent, but boy, so much effort and so much work goes into it. And Djokovic, once again, he's got his head in his towel, just crying uncontrollably. Just immense pressure from all that occurred last year here at the Australian Open.
It's just what an outpouring of emotion.
Yeah.
This is the most emotional we've seen Novak Djokovic in all 10, really, even the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, he let out the huge roar and he's done that on court, but this was something else.
Yeah.
Absolutely something else. And I think it's going to be a very interesting presentation for what he's going to say when he receives the trophy here, because this emotion, this outpouring, this extension of the outpouring of emotion, as I say, I really haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, it's just really uncontrolled, and we just never know. You know, we look at these players and we just think of them as just these elite athletes that are almost robotic, but behind all that, they are just human. And you know, everyone's got their own personal battles with whatever they do in life. We've all got our challenges and hurdles, you know, and the way these players and someone like Djokovic is able to put that, all those hurdles, challenges, all the pressure that goes along with being who you are, and be able to perform.
Well, he won, I mentioned back in 2008 was his first major here at the Australian Open, and he's still winning them in 2023. It just continues to stagger us, the longevity of these players. And he only dropped the 1 set on the route to the final throughout the whole tournament. And that, again, is like, that's just dominance. A dominance again in 2023 like it was in 2008.
Yeah, and he's 35.
Yeah.
And everyone is talking to Rafa about his age and when is he going to retire, And they were saying that against with Federer as well, you know, when he was coming mid-30s. But there's not even a hint of those words mentioned. And if you look at the way that he performed tonight, not only tonight, throughout the entire tournament, it is just scary, absolutely scary. He doesn't even look like wavering at all. And how do you beat him? Like, what do you have to do?
Well, that's it. That's the question now that the two are still going to keep asking themselves.
Yeah.
How do you solve this puzzle that is Novak Djokovic, the dominance of Novak Djokovic?
If he is close, if he's at 70% of his best, that still wins.
Yeah.
You know, so and everyone else has got to be at 95 of their best. And maybe, just maybe, you know, you might have a small chance.
Yeah, well, and Tsitsipas, I'm sure there were high hopes tonight, but you just had that feeling the way that Djokovic approached the match, approached the tournament, really, that a man on a mission, and it's mission accomplished for Novak Djokovic tonight.
Yeah, and you feel for him, you know, with all that went on last year and, you know, and how he had to cope with that and all the speculation when he came back to Australia this year. Goes to Adelaide, plays Adelaide.
Wins Adelaide. You know, he won that tournament.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that tournament next year will be a hotly contested affair because Sabalenka wins Adelaide.
Good points.
Wins Melbourne.
Very good points.
Djokovic wins here. Wins Adelaide. Wins here. Yeah. So Adelaide are just, the tournament organised there are just rubbing their hand, just going, oh yeah, let's build a bigger stadium because next year it's on.
Now, Kate Kearns, let's get some messages before the presentation gets underway. What have you got for us?
We've got a message here from Carlos in New York City, and he said, the GOAT, and also the AO GOAT. Well, that is, there's no arguing that point. Brilliant as always, and yes, and all that. Just brilliant.
Yeah, he is really just absolutely owning this stadium.
6-3, 7-6, 7-6, by the way, the final score, 2 hours and 56 minutes on the court. Maybe one more, Kate, and then we'll come back to you on the other side of the presentation.
It's just from Dan. Again, Dan's been with us for the past 14 days, which is lovely. Thank you all for everything you've done. It was a great open. Going to miss you all.
Oh, we're going to miss you
likewise,
too.
Dan.
All our listeners around the world, wherever you're listening to us, wherever you listen to us, 99.7 FM, through the website, through the app, the Australian Open website and app, through Vision Australia Radio. Thank you for your support again, and also ESPN Radio in the US. Brought to you by SiriusXM. Have been with us right from the very start of the tournament for many, many years, and we appreciate that wherever you've listened to us across the 14 days. We'll be back next year, don't worry about that. In the meantime, the official presentation won't be too far away. The trophy will be presented. I'm not sure who's presenting the trophy because Ken Rosewell brought it onto court, but not sure who's presenting it this year. I haven't looked that far ahead. Anyway, the players have risen from their chairs. They're getting into position.
Well, you feel for Tsitsipas, though.
Yeah. Well, he was 2 sets up in that Roland Garros final, went down in 5 and got beaten in straights here. But he can still really, I know the ultimate goal for him is to win the tournament, but he should be happy with his performance so far. Yeah. His first loss for the year as well. He's on a bit of a streak, but the streak continues here at Melbourne Park for Tsitsipas, for Djokovic.
Unfortunately, for for competitors, they're not satisfied with the just making the final.
Let's go to Todd Woodbridge, our Master of Ceremonies.
I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather tonight, and pay our respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here this evening. Well, what a fortnight. And what a final, and aren't we fortunate to be a part of history here tonight. Please show your appreciation to these two amazing athletes. But before we present the trophies, we need to congratulate those involved in staging this incredible event. It takes an enormous amount of work. So thank you to Tennis Australia and the support staff, all of the sponsors, our ball kids, who do an incredible job every single day of the event. Well done. They do work hard. But most importantly, the players for putting on the incredible show. And joining us tonight for the presentation is the Chair of Tennis Australia, Jane Herdlicker, the Tournament Director, Craig Tiley, Tournament Referee, Wayne McEwen, and our Chair Umpire, who did a magnificent job tonight, Louise Azamar Enzel of Sweden. And you can't do an event like this without your partners and sponsors. And also with us is Chief Operating Officer for Kia, Mr. Damien Meredith. Last but not least is a true icon of the game here in Australia, and he's here to present the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup to our champion. He's an 8-time Grand Slam singles winner. He won the Australian title 4 times, the first time in 1953 and his last in 1972. Please put your hands together for Ken Rosewell. Well, the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup, which is going to be handed to our winner tonight, has been travelling around Victoria for several weeks now on our AO On The Road tour. And I'm very pleased to say it is safely back here tonight so that we can hand it to our champion. It's making its way out onto the court. It is a magnificent piece of sporting silverware, and here it is. You can't hear you clap, but you should give it a round of applause.
Oh, more a clap for the ball kid who's brought it onto court there.
I'd like now to invite the Chair of Tennis Australia, Jane Herdlicker, up to say a few words.
What a spectacular finish to 3 amazing weeks of tennis here in Melbourne Park. Melbourne is definitely back, and the Australian Open has never been better. We finished tonight with over 839,000 attendees over the course of the last 2 weeks. Over 900,000 people had the opportunity to experience the Australian Open over the course of the 3 weeks, and 1.2 million people attended lead-in events, including the Australian Open and our qualifying week. So just spectacular engagement to one of the world's best sporting experiences, and none of it's possible without the 12,000 plus people who bring a smile every day to make sure we bring the very best of Australia to the world. So thank you to all of them. They've been absolutely tireless in their dedication and commitment. And we're very grateful for our sponsors, especially Kia. 22 years, and we've just committed to another 5. So, Damien, we're all very grateful for your support. It's been a great partnership that's done nothing but go from strength to strength. Thank you. And Novak and Stefanos, what a match tonight. Thank you very much. You both inspire players around the world to pick up a racket and work hard to get better every day, playing our great sport, and we thank you for that. But tonight there was only going to be one winner, and the King of Melbourne Park is back. Support. And Novak, congratulations on 10 Australian Open titles and 22 Grand Slam finals. Congratulations.
Jane, don't go away, please, because I'm going to ask you to present a gift to our chair umpire for tonight, Louise Azamar Enzo. If you come forward, and congratulations once again on a job well done. A pleasure now to ask Damien Meredith, the Chief Operating Officer of Kia, up to say a few words.
Thanks very much, Todd. What a great game we saw. Unbelievable. Unfortunately, only one winner. Great effort by Stefanos, but a sensational performance by one of the greatest players of all time. So, congratulations. Novak, number 10 has a special place in global sport, and I think you've just added to the aura with 10 Australian Opens, so congratulations.
Team Djokovic, by the way, are now all wearing T-shirts with the number 10 on the front. They've gotten into them very quickly.
I was going to make it short, but you're making it long, guys. So I'd like to thank Tennis Australia, Jane, Craig, for a magnificent tournament. Congratulations to all their people. You've done a magnificent job. Thank you. Kia's been involved with the Australian Open for 22 years, and as Jane said, we've extended for another 5. We're incredibly proud of that relationship, and we look forward to keeping that great partnership going. Thank you. And finally, Melbourne, you just keep on doing it. Congratulations. It was the best tournament ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien, for all of your support. Well, in reaching his first Australian Open final, this man's free-flowing and entertaining game has given us great joy to watch over these past 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he fell short in his maiden final. but it's obvious it's only a matter of time before he gets a Grand Slam trophy in his cabinet. Would you please welcome up our finalists tonight, Stefanos Tsitsipas.
He takes the applause of the crowds. And who's going to present it? He's doing all the handshaking. I'm not sure who's actually going to present the runners-up trophy. It'll be Ken Rosewall to do the honours. He wasn't sure he was doing it, so he picks it up. He's going to hand it to Stefanos. Warm smile from Stefanos, acknowledging one of the greats, and he holds it aloft to Tsitsipas. He's disappointed, but he'll step up to the mic now and say a few words.
Hi guys, Novak, I don't know what to say. I mean, I think it speaks for itself. What you have achieved so far. It's all in the numbers. Congratulations. Not only to yourself, but to having like such a supportive family. I think it's very similar the way we grew up around tennis. So it's been an unbelievable journey for you. So I admire what you have done for our sport. I think you make me a better player when I'm out on court. So thank you. I've had the privilege to play a lot of difficult, high-intensity matches, but I'd like to say one more time, Novak brings the best out of me, and these are the matches, I've been working my entire life for. He's one of the greatest in our sport, and I think he's the greatest that has ever held a tennis racket for sure. I haven't done this, but I'd like to thank you for pushing our sport so far. I think it deserves, a player like you that pushes everyone, every single player, every single individual that's involved in the sport to the max. It's not easy, another final at a Grand Slam, but I'm always willing to go back on court and work harder. I would like to thank my team for being on this journey with me together. We've been building a lot. I'm happy that I have a group of supportive people around me, people that wake up every single day and share the same goals and ambitions with me. I'm extremely privileged that I get to do this for a living. I'd like to thank also the Greek fans because they always make me feel at home here. Last but not least, coming back to Australia brings back very good memories to all the ball kids, to all the photographers, to all the staff and people involved with Tennis Australia and the Australian Open. I'd like to personally thank you for putting so much to this every single day. Your job is not easy. We respect that a lot as players. We might not show it as much when we're competing, but it's very much appreciated. And also, of course, the sponsors, they play an important role to our game. Without them, we wouldn't have the opportunity to be doing what we do. Kia, Emirates, Chubb, MasterCard, all the sponsors. Thank you very much. Hope to see you next year. Thank you.
There's no doubt, Steph, that you are well loved here, and we look forward to seeing you back. But in the world of sport, 10 is considered to be the magic number. Once thought to be unobtainable, we now know that that isn't the case. And with his victory tonight, this incredible athlete has that perfect score. It's his 10th title at Melbourne Park, and tonight, with his win, he also regains the position of the #1 player in the world, the Australian Open Men's Singles Champion for 2023, Novak Djokovic.
A huge roar. Shakes hands with everyone on stage. He's now wearing a warm-up top, a Lacoste warm-up top, which has 22 emblazoned on the front of it. And Ken Rosewall will present Novak with the Sir Norman Brooks trophy. I don't think he can lift it himself, but he's going to hand it across. And he's going to hold this a lot. This is going to be sweet for Djokovic. Number 10. So step to the microphone. This is Novak Djokovic.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I have to say that I'm touched by Stefanos' words. Thank you so much for being so kind and respectful. I appreciate that. I think we both would agree that, of course, on the court we are fierce competitors and we want to win against each other, no matter who is across the net. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't respect each other, and we acknowledge each other's efforts. So I acknowledge your effort and I congratulate you on an amazing tournament. Tough luck tonight. Great battle. I think that this is definitely not your last Grand Slam. You still have lots of time, much more than me. I'd like to congratulate also to your team, to your family. I know how much time you guys spend into trying to make you a better player and better person on and off the court. You are one of the most professional tennis players that I know on the tour, and one of the most interesting guys. I said that 2 days ago. I still think you are very interesting. And I would just like to finish off by commenting something about Greece and Serbia. And you know, we are relatively two small countries that don't really have tennis tradition. You know, we didn't have too many players to look up to, players that have reached these heights in a professional tennis. So I think that the message really for any young tennis player around the world who is watching this now and dreaming to be here where Stefanos and I am, dream big, dare to dream, because everything is possible. Don't let anybody take away the dream. Doesn't matter where you're coming from. I actually think that the more disadvantaged childhood you have, the more difficulties and more challenges you have, the stronger you become. So Stefanos and I are the proof of that. And don't really let anybody take away that dream from you. Nurture it, water it like you water the flowers. Even if you find only one person in this world that will accept, embrace and support your dreams, find that person and dream big, because you can make it. What a journey it has been for my family, my team and myself. I don't know where to start and where to finish. I don't take anything for granted. I know you guys are tolerating sometimes the worst sides of my character on and off the court, and I appreciate the patience and the love and support that you guys are giving me. Why you're laughing, Goran? I don't know if you will ever forgive me all these years, what I've done to you guys, but I have to repeat it over and over again. This trophy is yours as much as it's mine. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for your love and support. And I would... Hvala puno. Thank you. I have to say that this has been one of the most challenging tournaments I've ever played in my life, considering the circumstances. Not playing last year, coming back this year, and I want to thank all the people that made me feel welcome, made me feel comfortable to be in Melbourne, to be in Australia. There's a reason why I've played my best tennis throughout my career in Australia and on this court in front of legendary Rod Laver. Thank you so much for being present tonight, sir. I try to pinch myself and really live through these moments, and it's a long journey. I know this is also a long talk from my side, but bear with me, guys. I just have to say this because only the team and the family knows what we've been through in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and this probably is the, I would say, biggest victory in my life, considering the circumstances. I'd like to thank the organization of the tournament, of course, the volunteers, everyone who is part of such an incredible event. Really phenomenal organization, day in, day out. Craig has been very helpful to my team and I over the years, and I thank you for always doing your best to make us feel at home and feel comfortable. I know that there's been a record-breaking crowds this year, and I know there's a lot of people on the square and around the world watching. Thank you so much for making this event one of the best events in the world. Thank you so much, and hopefully see you next year. Thank you.
Well, congratulations once again to Novak Djokovic, our 2023 Australian Open Men's Singles Champion. Now, as the action ends here in Melbourne, our attention moves to the next Grand Slam at Roland Garros in Paris.
All right, and that
starts on the 28th of May.
We will leave it there because we're looking at images of a ball kid doing, I don't know what the hell's going on the big screen, but that's all right. Might pull out of that. Oh, look, because the ball kid's saying, oh, it's passed on the baton to Roland Garros. And, of course, for us, passing on the radio baton to Radio Roland Garros as well. But anyway, what an interesting set of speeches they were, Mark Ilawati.
Yeah, you could just feel the pain that Tsitsipas was going through. You know, it's hard when, you know, he gets to these moments and obviously has high expectations of himself, and rightly so. But, you know, when you're playing against someone, when you see the years that Djokovic had won back to back, it's going to be a tough night. And then, as we saw with Djokovic breaking down in tears, you know, in the player box, out on the court by himself with his towel draped over his head, this one meant a lot. And as he said, the hardest one.
Well, yeah, as I said before, it was personal. It was personal this year after everything that has happened to him, as he pointed out. And, you know, it's still at the top of the men's game, point to prove again to show that he's a top player. And every year we seem to say, whether it's Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, you know, who's going to topple them? And they've got to be going in as favourites for the next year as well. They show, well, if Djokovic is showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, well, we know, as we say, we just passed the baton on to Roland Garros. If Djokovic plays anywhere near like he has these 2 weeks, you know.
Particularly with Nadal, the injuries that he has at the moment too. So he's going to rest his body. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens there. But for Tsitsipas, he'll dust himself off. He'll go again. The team will
Yeah.
just continue to build. You've got that mountain to climb to get that first major.
Yeah, and and no doubt when he wins that first major, boy, it will be super, super sweet.
Yes.
After facing all these challenges and all this hardship, and he's been battling Nadal and he's been battling Djokovic as well. And as we see, Tsitsipas and Djokovic just sharing a little hug and a handshake.
And that's nice too, because there has been sort of words spoken in previous years about all sorts of different things where there's been a bit of antagonism, and they spoke very warmly about one another, and that's nice to see too. Up there, it's not just a token. Thanks for playing, and you did well. But it was I thought that was heartfelt tonight from both players.
And I think both players, and Djokovic mentioned they're coming from countries that are not really tennis proud and have a huge history, and there's not a lot of funding in those countries for the sport as well. So it just goes to show, and this is the beauty of this game. If you have a little bit of talent and a bucket load of hard work and a bucket load of dreams, who knows, where those steps take you.
6-3, 7-6, 7-6. 2 hours and 56 minutes on court. Novak Djokovic with title number 10 moves back to the world number 1 ranking, 22 majors on the men's side, level with Rafael Nadal at the top. Earlier, Krejcikova and Siniakova, the top seeds in the women's doubles, had a win over Ayama Shibahara, 6-4, 6-3 in 1 hour and 29 minutes. Kate Kearns has been with us. The tradition has continued, Kate. Excellent work on the Twilight Show throughout the tournament. And, of course, reading out the emails. Have we got one or two more before we finish for the evening, Kate?
I've got a lovely one from Anya, who says, "Hi, everyone. Thanks for the great commentary over the last 2 weeks. I'll miss the giddiness and the silliness and genuinely the interesting topics that you've covered on all aspects of a Grand Slam." And that's from Cork in Ireland, where, by the way, it's 7 degrees and cloudy.
Very good, very good. Any others, Kate, before we finish?
Why not finish with Dimitri from Moscow? I'm extremely grateful to the AO Radio for the coverage that we've provided for the past 14 days. And says, big hugs and kisses to the presenters. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you as well. And thank you, Kate, as well, for your work, but not just this evening, but across the tournament. Kate is the longest serving member of Australian Open Radio, her 18th year this year.
Yep, they just packed me up with the equipment, Pete, and 12 months later, open it up and off I go again.
Which is a bit of a worry, Kate, because one of those things is called a coffin. So unlucky for you, but thank you again. Let's do it again. Year number 19, year number 18 for me, eh?
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Mark.
Beautifully
Thank
done,
you.
Kate Kearns.
Well done.
Well, we take a deep breath. I think the overarching thing, when we ask what are our memories, the overarching thing about Australian Open 2023, Melbourne is back, the Australian Open is back. We're back to where we were pre-COVID, and the vibe and everything like that, the atmosphere was something electric again. It was great to have it back.
It is, and and you feel it every day. Day one of the tournament, you walk around the grounds, the outside courts, and even through in the qualifying event, there was just this buzz. Tennis is back, sport is back, and Melbourne does an unbelievable job in any sporting capacity. And the greatest thing I found as well is just the amount of out-of-towners, the foreigners that come again into internationals. That's something that we've missed for so long. And you stroll around and you talk to people, and they're from Japan and they're from Europe, and they're all flying back into Melbourne. And to me, that really says, we're back where we need to be. And then, on a night like tonight and even last night, just so many people and the supporters out and about, this is what it's all about, and this is what's so good about sport. It brings people together, and the theatre and the drama, it's the best show in the world.
And it will continue, as always, to get bigger and better. Novak Djokovic now on the Melbourne side, having the photos with the ball kids, and now one on his own, and he will do the obligatory photographs. He's got a lot of work to do tonight. He'll have to greet his supporters out at Garden Square. They were out in large numbers tonight, but he's a champion again. Number 10, he's going to do a walk around the court as well. And now he's got a broad smile too, which is good to see. Just saluting his fans here as well.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're going to celebrate into the early hours of not only tomorrow morning, but potentially tomorrow night and maybe the night after that as well.
We will let you go and join those celebrations.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
As we wrap up things on AO Radio for 2023 with Novak making his way around the court. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Pete. It's been an absolute honour and a privilege to be here in the booth with AO Radio and to share my time with what wonderful team and wonderful presenters.
It is an enormous privilege. We should start off by thanking our listeners all over the world, whether you're listening on the Australian Open app, whether you're listening via the Australian Open website, 99.7 FM around Melbourne, on the Vision Australia network, radio network across the country, and on ESPN Radio, presented by Sirius XM. We thank each and every one of you for listening, for writing in, for keeping us entertained, for sending Tim Tams, for doing what you do. We really do appreciate the support. It is a family here on AO Radio with our whole team, but our whole team includes listeners from all over the world, and we certainly do appreciate all of that. Well, that just brings us to the end of another great year, another great Australian Open. This is the 2023 edition, and Novak Djokovic still out on the courts as he throws some towels and shirts and everything basically not attached to his body into the crowds, and he's got a lot of celebrating to do and a lot of work to do. He's held the trophy aloft for the 10th time. Well, that concludes AO Radio for the 2023 Australian Open. The commentators you have heard over the past fortnight were Chris Bowers, Simon Cambers, Mike Cation, Matt Clinch, Jill Krabus, Mark Hilawati, Abigail Johnson, Kate Kearns, Peter Mikado, that's me, Stephanie Miles, Steve Pearce, Candy Reid, Alan Stone and Courtney Walsh, with additional contributions from Jeff Field, Angus Delaney, thank you Angus, Jordan Zock and Ari Pavia. Presenting the Twilight Show, Kate Kearns with guests Andre Butchko, Christopher Clary, Eleanor Crooks, Richard Llewellyn Evans. Yes, they're two separate people, folks. Nick McCarville, Christophe Mallet, Chanda Rubin, and Dave Worsley. The technical team was headed by the wonderful, magnificent Patrick Bonello, and with studio production by Darren McKenzie. Oh, good on you, Dazzling. Matty Dwyer and Bruce Prest. I'll get that band ready, Brucey. And we're grateful to our broadcast partners. Tune in, the ESPN Sirius XM stations, the Vision Australia Radio Network, and Action Audio. The executive editor of AO Radio is Chris Bowers. The editor-in-chief is Vivian Christie. Good on you, Vivo. AO Radio is produced by the Tennis Radio Network and Genesis FX for the Australian Open and is wholly funded by Tennis Australia. And I should make mention too, congratulations to the Tennis Radio Network and Genesis FX. This is their 15th year in charge of Australian Open Radio. It continues to get bigger and better every single year. Thanks for your company. We end AO Radio 2023 with a look back at the past fortnight as described by the AO Radio team and edited by the magnificent Matt Dwyer. Join us again next year. We look forward to your company for Australian Open 2024. But for now, from Melbourne Park, it's goodbye.
Live around the grounds on 99.7 FM. Coming to you via the internet at ausopen.com. And in the palm of your hand with the official Australian Open smartphone app. Here's all the highlights from the Australian Open.
It's centre court, it's Rod Laver Arena, and it's a very, very warm welcome back to everyone right around the world.
High forehand volley, put away. No, Medvedev tracks it down. Just getting a racket on it. What a effort from Daniil Medvedev. Asks for a little bit of luck from this crowd. He's going to get it.
Yeah. Well, for a big guy, can he move around the court? We sometimes forget about how quick he is.
There's another one from Carballes on the cross court. Then he puts a bit more air on this. This could really be put away by Djokovic. And it's stopped down the line. And if Carballes has a fan in the arena, I can't hear him or her.
Picked up on the volley by Jabeur. She lobs. It's on the baseline. That's a brilliant lob volley by Jabeur. And that's where you see her all-court ability.
Oh, that was a magnificent point from both players, both showing their talent there with the driving and the changes of spin.
Serves the point of Berrettini into the net.
And Berrettini is selling all over themselves.
Yeah, but down the other end of the court, it's Murray who's making all the noise.
Serve good. Berrettini going to have a short forehand inside in. Murray there running for it. He's got it. Unreal on the stretch from Andy Murray. Breaks right back for 5-all. Oh, Berrettini clubbed that serve. Just not enough heat on that approach shot. Murray in control and just surgically hits that forehand up the line for a stone cold winner.
Back up the line from Rudy. He's coming in now. High ball. Matchak just slipped over. He's back on his feet. As that lob landed, nearly at the baseline, and Rude made an absolute hash of that overhead. It bounced on his side towards the bottom of the net.
What on earth was that? It was a bounce smash from Ruud, and he completely got it wrong. The whole left side of his body came down far too fast.
Down the line from Zabalenka. Oh, it's brutal from Zabalenka. She just stepped into that one, and Martinsova, it was almost past her before she could get time to react to it.
So Collins thinks she's won it at 7-3, but it goes to 10.
She dropped her racket.
So Collins thinks it's a normal tiebreaker, and the umpire is telling her it's a 10-point buster.
It brings Raducanu into the net. She goes to the backhand, golf down the line, cut off by Raducanu on the volley. Oh, you can put that on the show reel.
That was an excellent close at the net from Raducanu, and she knew that she had the leeway to just charge forward to the net because Goff was reaching for that backhand.
Forehand back behind. Goff has got to that. She'll loop the forehand up. She's neutralised, and Raducanu's wide.
The roar from